first place. Maybe it's time you where the tables turn, cause in the interest of all involved, I got the problem solved, and the verdict is guilty. Bad illegal mates, I'm away of air to try and stop, drop, and roll. You were dead from the get-go, been motherfucker. Triple cock, stuck away, scared of me now, then you dumb it, and I thought always is and never was. Don't measurement appears some vinegar. Don't tell me I smell you, think I fear your bullshit. Just another dumb blow, jumping up this shit. It's another minute break through the noise. Another circle that has had, you guys have been. Gotta be that way if you want it. Sanity, literal profanity, yeah, man. Smash it out. All you wanna do is shut me down. All I wanna do is step me around. Smash it out. All you wanna do is shut me down. All I wanna do is step you out. Maybe it's the way you gotta spend a lot of room. I'm trying to keep it on your little spots and leave it when you realize. Step out there. I guess it's time to bury your ass with the chrome straight to the dome. You hear me right, bitch? Out in the sun. And if you know it's good, just shut up and fake, brother, backstab. Don't you know you're distance? That's why I'm gonna the oxygen get shot. Make it a minute back, boy, I don't hear shit, cause the gate's hitting louder. Come on, I get a face full of tech, living on bar, going home in a basket. You gotta pull the power, no, nothing nice, that shit. Well, ain't that something, pay off, don't protect. And you can none if you want, but I'll find you coming up behind you. Spin it out. All you wanna do is shut me down. All I wanna do is step you out. Smash it out. All you wanna do is shut me down. All I wanna do is step you out. That time I set this record straight. All the needle nose punching is making me irate. Sick of my bitch falling under fears. Where you gonna be in the next 5 years? The crew and all the fools and all the politics. Get your lips ready, gonna gang, gonna make you sing. You got dick when they find out the good stuff. Bam, well, you're sick of me, good enough. Fuck me, I'm all out of enemies. 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 Smash it out. All you wanna do is shut me down. All I wanna do is step you out. Smash it out. All you wanna do is shut me down. All I wanna do is sex you out. Smash. Smash.
He has stepped up tremendously. He was a secondary caller before, and he's coming into this with not just strategic calls, but also telling his team against Sentinels in particular, when they weren't looking great, guys, chill, calm down, we got this. Let's keep the emotions good, let's keep the hype up. And Smoggy is bringing in really great ideas as well. You even see Haldon on your screens too, Sideshow, who's directly been giving timeouts and talking to nobody like, hey bro, I got you. These are the calls and adjustments you should be making. It's so good.
It's such a funny behind-the-scenes story came out of their camp as well. Nobody spilled some water over his keyboard, and Haldong was like, my keyboard works. And they're like, whoa, Haldong's gonna sub in and take my spot. I better pop off. Like, they got Haldong in the back, ready to fill in. Paddy Tech just flew in to apply that same pressure to Team Heretics as well. You need the 6th to make sure that the people on
the 7th, Weber is the 6th.
Oh, that's true, that's true, that's true. But yeah, as you guys said, this wasn't a decision that people initially were very fond of, but it worked so well.
But it's a match made in heaven. If there is someone that is going to be helping you behind the scenes, who is going to know the team better than someone that has been in it, that has been breathing and actually learning with them?
And you see the maturity in this team as well. They haven't made it to a top 3 like this before, but they're so experienced on this global stage. And I think as you see all of these players who have now gained so much experience at the top level of Valorant stepping up, they've also given way for Simon, their rookie player, to come in and have an absolutely excellent tournament for a start and make him comfortable on that big stage.
Yeah, and I think Simon is a great point here because we talk about rookies. I mean, this is his first, not even just big global tournament, but first competitive, real competitive tournament as well.
Yeah, he's a very supportive player. You look at his stats and he doesn't frag that hard, but when he's in positions to get rifling done, he actually hits his shots really well. He's very skilled, but he just plays a supportive role. He's got insane assists and they're coming from all over the map.
He's just a listener. Looking at stats, I was looking at who's performing better on the defense, who are really being the strongholders that are locking the sides down and they're not taking too many of those unnecessary risks. And Chichu and Simon are on top of that. They know exactly, they cannot, it is better for them and for the team not to go for those duos. I think that those pistol rounds are perfect examples of how up to the millimeter everything's measured.
And as this team has shown more depth in their strategy, has shown better mid-rounding. Having an initiator player who is as good as Simon has become all the more important. This is his first ever Tier 1 team in Valorant, and he's in the top 3 of champs.
Well, it's time for the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you which duelist would reign supreme in this matchup, Aspas or Kunkun. And to be fair, Kunkun himself also said he is better than me right now, but I'm not scared of him. So, yeah.
One of the unfortunate things about this version of the matchup, though, is that we're probably not going to see that op head-to-head. I was excited about that still, but they do still op. They just op on different maps. Aspas pulls it out on Icebox and Ascent. Kunkun pulls it out on Bind and Sunset. So we're not going to see that matchup. It's going to be mostly due to the rifling, but I think that's still going to be electric.
Hey, never say never when we talk about the preparation and maybe not.
Join me, boys! Join me! Yes, okay. I managed to bring 2 people over to the EDG hype
Pacific
train.
people.
Yes, I'm proud of that. Yeah, you guys all went for Leviathan.
I mean, it's Leviathan. I am completely biased. I'm not scared.
Even outside of that, though, I think it is a tough sell to predict EDG here. I think we're almost guaranteed to get one of those 2 maps that have been excellent for Leviathan, either their Ascent or their Icebox. They haven't lost a map in this tournament since that loss to Trace. Their players are just on fire right now. It feels like all the momentum's with them.
I think if we get Lotus in the matchup, that's the most interesting, because EDG play a really strange comp. Smoggy's got 1 kill per round on Clove. He's farming on that map. And I think that the standard style of LEV up against the unusual style of EDG will potentially define the series.
And very quickly, the second matchup, we didn't go for Heretics.
I didn't go for Heretics. I did promise Benji that I would never vote for them again. It took them to the final in Shanghai. Yeah, I am a bit. And if it took it that far, then I'm just gonna do it again. I feel everybody's losing later today.
Yeah, someone called me a SEN hater, so yeah, for that one person, I predicted SEN.
You are a SEN hater. You're trying to jinx them.
No, I know. I'm predicting SEN because I don't hate them.
But do you think they're gonna win?
This is my declaration for my love for them.
Okay,
Yes,
and I think that's beautiful.
Thank you. Sen City? Sen City?
Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I predict Heretics.
Oh, okay, you predict Heretics. But
Why do you hate Sentinels?
we have a packed arena and 4 of the world's best teams ready to take the stage. It's time for Leviathan versus EDG and Sentinels taking on Team Heretics. Day 6 of Champions Seoul playoffs starts right now.
오늘 서울 명동에서 발생한 사건 현장에서 경찰의 수사가 계속되고 있습니다. 아직 구체적인 내용이 밝혀지지 않은 만큼 시민 여러분께서는 가급적 외출을 삼가시고 수상한 현상을 목격하시면 즉시 신고해 주시기 바랍니다. 이번 사건의 배우가 누구인지 또는 무엇인지는 아직 밝혀지지 않았으나 전문가들에 따르면 매우 위험한 존재로 추측된다는 의견입니다.
Sounds fun. I'll take the front.
Of course. And I'll be right behind you.
As if you could keep up.
Don't chase something you aren't prepared to catch. So spirited. But so hopelessly predictable. Well, come on out then.
Agent coming out, of course, Vice is gonna be the latest Sentinel. How are you guys feeling about that?
Is it wrong that I want to get wrapped up in vines? Is that too much? Is that?
It is never wrong,
No,
Josh.
I don't think
I
so.
support you. I support you. Yeah, I support you.
I mean, it looks really interesting to have another Sentinel in the game. We saw something that looked like some traps in there, maybe like taking away guns with the vines, things like that. It looks really interesting.
Yeah, she
is
took
it?
down Jet.
Yeah.
She was able to take down Jet like that. I think that's going to be very, very
I think
exciting.
that everything that with the Sentinels and that stopping power, especially with how much we change with the duelists, it probably adds some more variety. And I'm a Zarya fan, so I'm down for this agent.
Yeah, it looks sick. I just want to play. Can we just play?
Well, you will get an opportunity
Yeah.
because they will be released episode 9 Act 2 on August 28th, and we're going to get some look at the actual gameplay as well in just a few hours on all of the official Val channels. And of course we have a lot of influencers that will be on it. They're going to be streaming all the new content after the grand finals. I know you want to play, but I also like the little Omen interaction in there. Maybe
Yeah,
that's like a chemistry, a duo we could run.
I really want to see if they mash. Like, it doesn't look like she's from a place in particular. I like that boo moment of Omen TPing behind her, not knowing what's going to happen. Really excited for this one.
All right, very quick. One pro player that you think is going to absolutely own on Vice. I'll start with you.
John QT.
John QT. Oh,
The new
nice
Sentinel.
shout.
Benji the Fish.
Benji Fishy.
Tex or Leaf. Sentinels that want to take fights. That's.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Give it to Leaf.
I'm going to say Finesse. I think my GOAT Finesse is going to be absolutely incredible on this. But yeah, sorry for the fake out last time, you guys. But thank you guys for sticking with us. I'm so excited about this agent. And thank you to you guys at home as well, because we will, for real this time, be bringing the players on to stage. Game 1, Leviathan taking on EDG. Day 6 of Champions Seoul playoffs. This time, like I said, for real starts right now.
Each player has their own unique journey that's led them to this exact moment on this stage. And now, destiny is in their own hands.
Living to see another day is everything in this tournament.
The more you doubt them, the stronger they look.
The best that they've ever done. They punched their ticket into the top 4.
Champs is obviously the most prestigious tournament of the year. Every player's end goal is champions, to play at champions, to win at champions. You never know when anything in life is going to come to an end. So whether it's your last day, your first day, middles to the end, just give your all.
Mini move coming up at 3. Kang! It's galvanized.
He's starting to conquer. Zelsis fights back.
Let's f***ing go!
Last thing you want is to be going home with regret.
13-11. Sentinels on their international debut. Heretics put up a fabulous attempt. It could not have been closer.
We beat them back in Madrid when they had a sub, and I know they got finals in Shanghai with the sub as well. So them having their full roster here, I had a lot of expectations for them.
We improved a lot, so did they, but we have Wood now, and I think we're gonna get our revenge. Being here in top 4 in our first year is just crazy, and it's just the beginning. With each game we played in Champions, we just got better. The goal for this tournament is first place and nothing less. We're not gonna stop.
Team Heretics is a newer team within the scene. When the pressure is on, I think it could be kind of hard for them to deal with it. But when our back's against the wall, that's when we're our greatest.
I think Ten is a great player, but our individual skills are better. Young players always win.
Zelsis, you're gonna buy the DH bundle.
Team Heretics, I heard you guys like playing for fun. Unfortunately, we're the kings of that.
I'm from such a far country. I'm from Chile. I think it's really hard to find a Chilean in any esports. And for me to be able to be one of the pioneers of this scene. It's just like a dream coming to reality.
其实对于我来说，面对利维坦，其实我不需要害怕他们，因为都已经走到这个程度上了，都已经走到圣决了。我觉得我们可以战胜每一支队伍。
Playing against EDG, we're gonna have to be on top form, especially in our psychological. This is gonna be a war of emotions. Whoever loses it, the other team, which is gonna carry that momentum.
在前段时间的采访也有问过我，怎么觉得现在谁是世界第一决斗？我说的也是阿斯帕。
Look at this guy, reigning supreme.
I think Kankan is a crazy player. I love how he plays.
Kankan! Goodness me!
I'm really happy to play against him again. I know that we are going to have a really good match.
我们每个人都比你还要渴望胜利。I gonna destroy you guys. Hope you guys ready.
Leviathan. Edward Gaming.
This is for a shot at the grand finals and of course the opportunity to make history. What an achievement it would be for Leviathan and EDG after the year they have had.
Yeah, and for EDG, they have already made history just making it this far. But for them, it is not enough. You don't want to just go down in history, oh my god, they're the ones that got the far. You want your name on the cover of that book.
You don't just want to open the door, you want to be able to go through it yourself, right? That's what EDG, I think, are looking to do today. They've already got to this point, but now they're looking to go further.
And how wide is this doorway now we're looking at the map?
I think it's closing a little bit. I mean, you have a tough choice if you're EDG here. You're either going to have to play that Ascent or the Icebox, neither of which map EDG has loved all that much, and both of which have looked super strong for Leviathan. They're undefeated on that Icebox thus far here.
EDG also banned Sunset second round, which is a map they love to play, and go towards Abyss, which they have not played at all in Champions. They did play a bit in China.
I'm telling you, Josh, this 3 days have definitely meant something for both of these teams, and the preparation is deeper than we think. Yes, Mimi, they have won every Icebox that they played, and they picked it every single time that they had the chance to do so in playoffs. But they've always gotten to that overtime.
Yeah.
They are fragile, they are human in this map, and there is something about the head-to-head that we've been talking about that is going to be delivered on map 1.
Absolutely. I think for EDG, a lot comes down to this Lotus that they have looked good on, but that LEV has also been really competent at. They changed off of that Neon back on to the Raze, still playing the Breach Fade look, and looked, honestly, quite stellar in that series. But Josh, like you were mentioning earlier, EDG plays a super unique style on Lotus, a very CN comp with both that Clove and the Omen in the mix. It's quite unusual for a team like LEV.
It's absolutely true. I think that's going to be a lot of focus of LEV's prep coming into this and anticipating that selection. We're going to start, though, with EDG on the attack side. So I'm looking towards Leviathan and how they play the defense. You're looking at Aspas getting the op in his hands, because this is one of the maps that he actually pulls it out. And LEV's retakes are the best in the tournament. Of the teams remaining, they have 39% retake win rate, not just on Icebox, across all of their maps, which is extremely good, even if EDG managed to take the site.
EDG are playing the KO Sova comp, and I think they have looked good in their past games. They're being really disruptive once they get that spike down, and I think that's going to be absolutely key against LEV, getting ahead of those retakes, not letting LEV play into their set stuff.
And I like that you point that out, because actually I was watching Simon. He tends to hold his knife to deny the plant denial utility. So you'll see him hold his KO knife and throw it at the people who are up towards heaven on A to stop the shock darts, mollies, whatever it might be, and make sure they can get the plant down. They only plant in default spots because they always get it down first time.
One of the reasons why I think Leviathan probably keeps peeking onto this map, even though it gets very, very close, match to match, you see them grow. There's some mistakes that they made on day one that will never be repeated again. So if you are EDG, you know that this map is going to happen, but you should expect the unexpected.
Well, the players, they are ready. The crowd is electric. All that's missing are your casters. Pour one out for the Pacific. You two is Achilles and Paperson.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. And yes, what a stage is set and what a match we have to dive into. Pacific may not be here, but bangers are certainly still going to be found. I'm Achilles, that's Paper Thin, and we will be taking you through this upper final to figure out which one of these teams is going to take that first step into the grand final, which team is going to have that upper bracket advantage, that double map ban.
And it's been a rocky road, a winding path for both of these teams to get to this point. Yes, they've done well regionally, but internationally it's been a struggle until now. You've got EDG, who's had their best performance ever, not just for themselves, but for their region, and Leviathan, a team that has players who've done it, that have lifted trophies, and they're looking to go once again to those grand finals.
The barriers will drop, the crowd riled up. Let's go ahead and get ready to jump straight into this action. EDG on the attack should prove a treat. Already though, heavy forward presence here from the side of Leviathan, taking a lot of space in towards A. Leviathan going to expire. Ooh, there's the jump peak.
They're looking for this A push. That has been a lot of where EDG's attack-sided pistol rounds have gone on this map. It's going to be the spot out, and that's going to be the continued push forward here, trying to see if they can punish EDG, trying to retake that space. Instead, they're just going to be piecing out and getting the plant down, setting up for this post plant. Com's already got one.
Yeah, gets the jump on him before he can make his way into garage, so nobody going to be taken down. Sova now out of the hands here.
It's a straight four-man push through mid, and Ospas domes Kong.
Just finding an absolute monstrous headshot, furthering that man advantage now. 5v3 for the retake. Left wrapping their way around 3-man approach rather from Snowman. Close hold from the side of EDG. Pop flash through the wall. The jump out. They're only able to find one as Simon will fall, and that's the cleanup as Smoggy dies. The Fuse will come in, and Lev will close out the opening pistol round, just passing it over to Mazzino, trying to fast-track that ult.
Yeah, I really like the ideas here early from Leviathan. Play into what you've seen from EDG in these pistol rounds before. Able to find that early kill. EDG loves to leave a player near their spawn on their attacker side on this map. Usually it'd have been Smoggy. This time around, they leave nobody. And he's gonna pay the price. Good start here. Flood through mid. Able to clean out players one by one, and that's something Leviathan did very well against Team Heretics on this map as well. They're really good at dissecting you, finding that individual player, getting that quick kill, and pushing forward.
Just two ghosts to try to utilize here from the side of EDG, otherwise classics abound, but on the opposite side, quite a hefty bit of firepower. Two outlaws in the mix here for Leviathan. Looking to do maximum damage where possible.
Absolutely. That outlaw, so powerful. So many teams leaning into it against these ecos, but Kong with that ghost in hand, looking to go on a bit of an explore up the mid tube.
There's the first. Osmas up on top of yellow. Kong now storming his way up into kitchen. Does get pinged by that recon. The turret as well, noting him as Mazzino is able to drop nobody. Looks for another and will have it. Simon going to be taken down now. He just won off the ult. He's got it online. Another three-piece here for him as Kong will be able to put one of those Guardians down, but Kong quick to swing out a window and deal the final blow. So fairly clean 2-0 start here for the side of LEV.
Yeah, and they're able to scoop up that outlaw as well at the very end. So able to keep 4 guns over. 2 outlaws, a bulldog, and a phantom, and this is huge. Getting Mazzino online with just a ghost. Finding 3 big kills to get that ult available. The Reckoning going to be in play for the bonus here for Leviathan. And they are looking really clean, really sharp here to start. from what we've seen, they have not been missing shots. And that's got to be a little bit scary for EDG. Trading starts there, going to be cleared for EDG. Getting a little bit of info towards the A site. Something EDG has done really well in this event is get good reads on their opponent and be decisive when they can find a weakness in their opponent's formations. They're really, really good at punishing that. But right now, all they know is where Calm has been, and that was towards the front of the A site as he slides back with Tex. Try to hold down the back angle. Give up a little bit of space to EDG. There is that Killjoy util towards the front of the A site that they can pop to try to slow down this attack, buy a little bit extra time for this retake.
And not only that, but they have that Reckoning online here from Mizzino. And there it is, immediately coming through. Kong not able to steady the aim. Doesn't manage to fall to Calm. Finds time to kill, but nobody. Quick to trade, and now Chichu finds Mizzino. Arbor dead on the back end. Man advantage found here for EDG, but look at the health bars. Chichu, nobody, both in tatters. 40 health between the two of them. Is Spike going to be landing here at Simon's feet? He's able to get the plant down, though. If that had been anybody else, it could have been a catastrophe.
And that's 3 players in one-shot range of these Outlaws. That's so scary.
And Aspas, he's holding one of them. Dash popped. Gets himself worked over into its backside. King, however, able to find one. That's Simon now down on the ground. One of the few remaining healthy players as Tex gets the swap over onto the Vandal. Chichu, however, 5 HP still fighting. Does manage to trade one back. Smoggy trying to draw some attention. Nobody swings out. Tex gonna be taken down. And nobody flushes Aspas out of backside. A bit costly, but far from how bad it could have been. EDG will get their first round on the board.
Oh, what a swing there from nobody. Hitting some crisp shots. Take down a couple Leviathan players. Nice attempt here by Calm, doing what he can, trying to use that Reckoning to his advantage. And they do a ton of damage. Leviathan gives themselves a great opportunity in this round. And EDG able to connect their shots when they needed to. Great anticipation there for nobody. Expecting Aspas around that angle. Was very well prepared. So okay, EDG able to get that round, able to prevent the bonus conversion for Leviathan. Already pressure on a Calm. He gets out without taking any damage, though.
Yeah, I mean, wall set up to try to dissuade the push coming through into A main, but EDG just does not care about it at all. Disrespect the wall, they go pushing forward, and they're going to be rewarded with a kill as Tex does get taken down. Any and all utility that was set up here to defend this does not matter anymore, as EDG will storm their way forward. Now just 2 players remaining here on the side of Leviathan who will have to swallow the pill of going for this save.
These are just great reads from EDG, anticipating the posted up positions of Leviathan. Something I've been really, really impressed with this EDG team coming into this event is the way that they're anti-stratting their opponents, the way that they're understanding the formations that their opponents want to use and where positioning is going to happen. And that's got to go towards the players and the coaching staff. In particular, Muggleman, you know, may not be able to cast magic, but he sure has worked a lot for this team.
He's been working it from behind the curtain. Looks like these players will be allowed to save their weapons here, but EDG carry forward 5 as they go ahead and equalize the count 2-2. And EDG, as many rounds as they can get on this attack, that is going to be a big boon for them. I mean, we've seen the runbacks, as Kukuka mentioned on the analyst desk. It's always gone to overtime from the side of LEV, but the runbacks for them, it's always been starting on that attack side.
Exactly, and this is a slightly attacker favor-sided map, and you know, Leviathan is happy to get in the mud with you. We've seen this with EDG and LEV throughout this entire event, that you know, things can get muddy, and they're happy to play in that respect. They're happy to let their natural talent shine in those moments. Try to take over rounds that way. And we're already seeing LEV contesting the plant a little bit early in that previous round. So I was kind of curious how Leviathan was going to approach this defender side, because EDG is so aggressive post-plant. They will push angles, they will push space, and try to cut you off in rotation, try to catch you off guard, particularly Kong. Got to keep your eyes on him, but so far we haven't seen EDG do that. They've been pretty reserved. And, you know, Leviathan.
Oh, Aspas saw foot there.
Yep.
Mizzino at the same time able to find Smoggy. Aspas goes for it, tries to take the fight. Ends up losing his life, but Tex tries to hold things down. 6-shooter in hand, comes up with 1. He and Mizzino, though, tagged up a bit. Spike now in play for the side of EDG. As Chichu trying to go on this flank, but he's so very low.
Oh, and a wall to cut off Simon.
But they're not looking for him at the moment. Mazino turns his sights back for a brief of the moment. Tex able to find another with that Sheriff, and now Simon flashing in a hand, nowhere to go but into the grave. Calm will take him down with the Hunter's Fury. And Lev will reestablish a one-round lead.
There's so many good things here going for Lev. The aggressive take of space early gives them a lot of information and allows Tex to play a lot safer, to play further back off of the site so he can find those great angles. Zeno here winning a lurk out towards mid as well. These individual picks, so crucial for Leviathan. That kill right there for Tex. Fantastic work with the Sheriff. And then they're able to use that Harbor utility to cut off Simon, to isolate players. I can't stress this enough. That's something they are very, very good at. And that is why they give teams a lot of problems and why they love Harbor. Using that high tide to your advantage. To be able to control the battle space in your favor. Something they do better than anybody else in the world right now.
Look at the gamble stack though here from the side of Lev. 4 players set up on A, just Tex alone at B for the moment. Double lurk, still over towards this A site, so EDG could call a bit of an audible pivot back over towards that site, depending on what kind of opposition they find. For now, it's just gonna be a tap on the plant to see what they can draw out. But nobody is able to find one. Mazino gonna be taken down. Oh, and Calm. Outlurked, cheating forward, eyes just turned over towards main. Chichu up onto the rafters, able to take him down.
What a pause called by EDG here. That high tide
noise.
Yeah.
And here comes the strike. Plant now coming back. There's Aspas and Tex can turn their sights over to here. Bite gonna go, oh, not deep enough, but King makes up for that. Hunter's Fury now, trying to flush him out of Snowman, but Kong, he's the one out into the open. Immediately gets punished, and suddenly there's a man advantage here for the side of Lev. As nobody will get taken down, it is nothing but Chichu left. Nanoswarm's not even set up. And he won't have the opportunity, I don't think, but he finds a solid first opening kill. Spamming for it, but the counter spam it out. For now, he's just trying to keep them off with this one. The Nanoswarm, it does not ricochet the way that he wanted. He's trying to isolate and conquer, but King just continues to cheat out wider and wider. Finds the kill, and Lev get up to 4.
I mean, I thought this was going to be a good round here for EDG. Winning out on the lurk battle, getting that opening pick, and Leviathan is still able to turn that round on its head with some incredible shooting from King. Absolutely ridiculous stuff from Snowman. Those walls come up, and I mean, I like the way EDG plays this. They're like, we're going to call pause, we're going to wait for this high tide to go down, then we're going to go for the plant. Try to set up for our post plant, but Kong trying to get a little bit aggressive, gets caught out, and then King just starts hitting some nasty shots to take down the rest of EDG. Timeout is going to be called as well by the Chinese team. See if they can figure out how to correct this. One of the things that you need to do, one of the things that Team Heretics learned and was able to adjust with against Leviathan, play a bit more together. I'm seeing a lot of isolated fights here for EDG, and that's where Leviathan thrives. So you've got to make sure that those trades are available for the EDG team. But that's credit to Lev as well. They're really good with their timings. They're really good at understanding the map.
Sure.
And using those controllers to kind of keep you off balance, to keep you guessing where the players are going to be.
Yeah, I mean, this map has always been scrappy for them throughout this tournament run. I mean, they haven't had a clean one since Crew back in Americas, but it's been 3 times played here at Champs, and it has always resulted in victory for the side of Lev. Seeing them already at 4 on the defending side, that is scary if you are EDG.
No doubt, and certainly with some ults available, you know, it is a bit of an eco. You have to buy down to 3 sheriffs for EDG, but you've got some huge ults. Maybe you can swing this round into your favor. Maybe you can turn the tide against Leviathan. See what they want to do off the back of that timeout, or if they're just going to hold on to those ults for the next gun round. Spot on the Chichu, but not much that Leviathan can do off the back of it. Meanwhile, the other 3 members seemingly, this is the default that EDG wanted to run with on this map coming into it. It's going to be a tough map pool for EDG, no matter how you sliced it. They're going to have to play Leviathan on Icebox or Ascent or some other map early. And
big change up though on the setup here from Tex. He's got the alarm bot and a nanoswarm set up in case EDG decides to go for that really deep sight control over towards Snowman.
And that's understanding of the way that EDG likes to play, the way that they're going to get aggressive typically on post plane. We haven't really seen it much so far this map, but I like that you pointed that out. That's very good. A A very good read here by Leviathan.
Like spotted, Aspas just going to be dropping down off the top of screens. Not looking to give over any kind of easy kill here. Footsteps going to be heard. Aspas still sticking around. Double lurk forward. Just the sheriffs in hand here for Chichu and Smoggy. There's Recon. Flush out Calm. They know that there's going to be someone forward there in mid. Playing around tube. Calm holding that angle. Finds the headshot immediately. One of the rifles now on the floor. Clear out some of that util. Chichu got it a fall. Aspas shutting it down, and now Simon rushing his way over towards his A side. Just 13 seconds remaining as Kong is trying to draw some attention, trying to open something up on the opposite side of the map, but Aspas, he'll be good to basically bring this round to a conclusion. Takes out Simon. Smoggy will get one, but ultimately, Leviathan not falling to the Thrifty. They move up now by 3.
And the measured approach to this round by Leviathan, the bend but don't break attitude that they took. Giving up a little bit of extra space, but allowing for quicker rotations. As soon as there was any contact over on the A side, I saw a couple players hightailing it over to bail out Aspas. And then EDG trying to play the map, trying to work it a little bit, sending players all over the place, but every step of the way, Leviathan able to handle it, able to account for EDG's movements. It helps when Aspas starting to heat up a bit as well. No doubt that he is going to be a force to be reckoned with throughout this event, but who is going to be the one that can step up if EDG is going to have a chance? Is it going to be Smoggy? Is it going to be Kong? Simon, nobody, Chichu, everybody's had their moments for them.
Look at that drone tells all. Lev very convinced that this is going to be B, and they would be correct about that. Shots through the screen, and Kong does come away with a headshot there on the text. Doesn't need any damage himself as well. Now the man advantage set up here. Chichu still, however, still lurking over towards A, suspecting that there's going to be that forward push, that flank coming through to try to pressure out over towards Garage. Reckoning now, second one of the half. Trigger gets pulled there by Mazzino. Sun's starting to fly. Aspas up in hand, seeking a target so far. Smokes are keeping them all obfuscated. Kong able to find a second, but Mazzino takes out nobody. Mazzino takes out everyone! And Simon and Smoggy all fall to the wayside. Now, it's just Chichu left, and not for very long. Had the nano gone off, maybe it could result in a round victory here, but ultimately, Lev, it's just an explosion of death into the kill feed as they move up now by 4.
Yeah, the confidence is flying for Leviathan. And I can see it not just in their shooting, but in the way that they're approaching the map. The whole round, I mean, that's just absolutely dirty, Mazzino. But the whole round,
I've never
watching...
been so excited to watch, bro. I've never been so excited.
Yeah.
I was pretty excited to watch too, Calm. That was quite good. But really, when I'm looking at the map, I'm seeing all the players watching for that lurk from Chichu the whole time. Like, there's always somebody, whether it's Calm or Mazzino or whoever, that's checking towards mid, checking towards tube to find where that lurking player may be. Some pressure here onto Aspas, though.
Sending out the op shot, trying to clear that. Recon dart does get pinged. Now lockdown going to be in play. Forward position, only one safe spot within the site itself. Aspas going to be revealed once again, just backpedaling, getting his way out, not wanting to be detained. No one caught. Attempted the retake can now begin here. As Bite opens things up. Kong sending out a couple blades, but ultimately not making contact there as Aspas up on top of the railing. Just takes one into the shoulder. Nobody deciding to stick around here. Pit now in play as the lockdown gets ready to tick down. Looks like nobody will go ahead and sack himself to that. No double detain, as well as Smoggy is forward in the pit, just staying hidden where possible. And Mazzino, he catches a stray onto Smoggy. Kong will be able to put down King, but Aspas with his own knives is starting to take things down. Swap over, Aspas a little bit faster on the draw. Gets the shorty out, gets the 4K, and Lev will get themselves another round victory.
Unbelievable. EDG threw everything they had at Leviathan this round. The ultimates, the Blade Storm, the lockdown, the Viper's Pit, all in play. But then Aspas, of course, says, oh, you've got a Blade Storm? I do too. And the Leviathan fans absolutely loving what they're seeing. And EDG struggling to find answers against this Leviathan onslaught. These retakes have been so good.
They're looking for an answer in the way of Kong bringing an operator now into this attacking side. Trying to fight fire with fire. He's going to get pinged out, but the weapon for now not going to be revealed.
And this is something the desk was highlighting, that Kong in particular, one of the rare players who prefers an attacker-sided op over defender-sided. Can't clear the drone, but looking for that duel potentially with Aspas. Aspas has been so good at repositioning. That little micro adjustment he had in the previous round to get up on top of the railing in the back stairs. So good. Threw off Kong's aim enough. He wasn't able to connect with that Blade Storm. Now a readjust here for EDG. Reading that the A side not to their liking. And again, this is something they've been very good throughout this tournament, finding the weak side, getting that plant down, and they've been really good in post plants. Oftentimes getting ahead of the curve, but this time around, again, they're taking just a little bit too long, and Leviathan is rotating in. They're going to be right here to try to contest. Aspas already with the op, up close and personal.
And there's that deep util coming into play. Chichu going to be taking out Smoggy as well as nobody. Traded out, and only Calm is found so far. Just Kong with that operator, an all-in bid. And he's just been out in the open again, taken down Simon. Last man standing, completely surrounded. No hope in hell as LEV are just running away with this half, running away with this map, 8-2.
They're just so ahead of the curve. They're doing a great job of understanding the way that EDG likes to rotate. They're so on pace. Seems like they've got clocks in their head to read the timing. And they're so ready for these aggressive pushes as well. You've got the high-low set up there on the bridge in the back by Snowman. Able to shut that down, and Aspas, again, already on point.
I killed that guy and I pressed tab.
Well, Aspas, a little bit of a slow start, was 4-4 at one point, but now it's just been 7 kills stacked up on top of that. No deaths to be found. He's coming alive.
Here.
We might be pressing F on this map here pretty soon with the way it's going. Leviathan is so on point.
Oh, cannot find the shoulder. Ash gets himself behind 410. He's gonna reposition, continuing to try to go aggressive. Blackin does not catch him. Aspas getting tagged up a little bit, but still staying alive. The movement absolutely electric to watch. He's out to safety, and EDG still no closer to putting this spike on the floor. As Mazzino instantly has the reckoning to cover his comrade. Aspas is back on a hard angle, and Kong is dead. Everything that they try is struck down. One after the other, they fall. As Jichu up on top of pipes, now going to be revealed. Does get a nice headshot there on the text, but there's still so much work to be done. One shot potential on a Mazzino, onto Aspas, if they can get into position. But for now, they're just locked in place, waiting out this util. The jiggle peek attempt. Pichu swings out, a little bit wider. Aspas not going to be fast enough to pull the trigger. Does not shut him out. King at the same time remaining diligent, just waiting, watching in case there's a rotation out below 2, but with time dwindled, with weapons needing to be retained, Chichu and Smoggy will just hold on to these guns if possible, but Leviathan can certainly chase forward if they want to. Seems like they will allow it.
And it's so tough here for EDG to get good reads on the way Leviathan wants to play their defense. Because sometimes they're trying to contest the point of attack. Other times they're going to give that space up and play for the flood retakes. Mazzino has been absolutely unreal this half. He has been so on point with not just his util, but his shooting in particular. 14 kills, 4 deaths for Mazzino so far. Been leading the charge as that Harbor.
Since round 1.
Yeah, since the very first round. But now you got a Viper's Pit and a Hunter's Fury as well for Calm. Yes, you've got the other Hunter's Fury and a null command for Simon. But look how far back Calm is, and he's already going for that pick.
There it is, opening it up. Knows that he's not in range of any kind of null command denies. Just looking for a tag, and will be rewarded with one on the very end as Smoggy gets taken low. Kong trying to take some space. Mazzino dancing around the box. First shot here from Aspas, going to be going wide. Damage going to be eaten there, but still alive for now. Mazzino, however, going to be taken out. Simon able to find a stray headshot through the wall. Opens things up a little bit more here for EDG.
This is going to be tough. There's only one player with full armor.
He's still just been brought to a halt, though. Now the drone to check. King, if he just cheats forward a little bit more, he can just send out that pit. Oh, completely shut this down. Looks like they'll save it for a retake attempt. Kong able to find one. Push up into the smoke. Calm going to be eliminated. Spots, however, still standing. And still out for blood. Just he and Tex, though, trying to be the difference makers in this round and stop EDG from getting a third, but it seems like it will fall to the wayside as Tex, all on his lonesome, will get taken out. Kong will find 3 to get EDG a third round victory. It's 9-3 at the half.
Some signs of life for EDG at the very end, but 7 in a row for Leviathan is the story of this half. Absolutely dominant. It's gonna be difficult now, switching over to the harder side of the map for EDG to try to come back in this one.
It's gonna have to be a hell of a defense for EDG, for the EDG faithful here in the audience. They are praying that curses are in fact real. But right now, LEV, they look absolutely impeccable. As we give the players a moment, let's go ahead and get ready to send it down to Jen, who's gonna be standing by for a halftime interview.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee down here with
Yeah.
Coach Zeish of Carmine Corp. 카민 코프의 제이시 코치 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 인스파이어 아레나에서 오늘 함께하게 됐는데요. 현장 분위기를 어떻게 느끼고 있는지부터 물어보도록 할게요. Welcome to Inspire Arena, Zeish. What did you think of the atmosphere here?
I mean, it's insane. I already lived something like similar with KCX, with our own event, but seeing all of this type of people like in the stadium, I would have loved to qualify already, actually.
먼저 분위기가 너무 미쳤어가지고 지난번에 오프시즌 대회 때 프랑스에서 또 KC와 이런 대회를 했었는데 그때 분위기가 느껴지고 이런 분위기를 느끼니까 진짜 KC도 챔피언스에 왔어야 되는데 라는 생각이 들 정도라고 얘기를 하는데요. 이렇게 현장 분위기가 너무 뜨겁기 때문에 훨씬 선수들도 부담감을 크게 느낄 것 같습니다. 뭐 EDG 같은 경우에는 이렇게 높이 올라온 게 처음이고 또 레비아탄도 그동안 좀 흔들렸던 모습도 있었잖아요. 두 팀이 모두 여기까지 올 수 있던 건 아무래도 뒷심 그리고 버티는 힘이 아닐까 싶은데 좀 이렇게 부담감이 클 때 이렇게 버티는 힘, 이겨내는 힘은 어떻게 유지하면 좋을지 또 코치님께 물어보도록 할게요. EDG, they've never placed this high before. Leviathan had their ups and downs along the way. Both teams are here because they displayed huge amount of resilience. So in such a high pressure moment like this, how do you create and maintain that type of resilience?
So my team is not the best example this year for like high pressure moment, but I would say that I think it's more on like the momentum that you have in the tournament. Like you can work as much as you want during the year, but if you lose the momentum that you have in the tournament, you won't make it. So like I feel these teams, like this is why I said to you earlier, I feel like EDG might win it, even though like right now it's really tough for them. But like they have an aura around them, like really good momentum. So I feel that they're gonna make it.
KC를 좀 참고할 수는 없겠지만 그래도 아무래도 이렇게 좀 큰 대회에서는 그동안 1년간의 흐름이 아니라 그때그때 흐름을 놓지 않는 게 중요하기 때문에 또 코치님께서도 EDG가 좀 이번 우승을 할 수 있을 것 같다고 얘기를 했는데 이런 흐름을 그때그때 놓지 않고 계속해서 이어가는 게 굉장히 중요하다고 얘기를 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 제이시 코치 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Zeish.
Thank you for having me.
Back to the game.
Thank you very much. Some wise words there. We as Pacific casters, of course, know a thing or two about teams losing momentum in the tournament. It's all about maintaining it. Let's see, though, if LEV can maintain the momentum from the first half. 9-3 as they now switch over onto the attacking side. The stage is set for this to be an absolute, just explosive closeout for them.
And so far, you can see the experience advantage that Leviathan has. The pressure hasn't gotten to them. They're playing up to their full potential. Now we need to see if EDG can bounce back, can fight back. A lot of noise being made here by LEV, and EDG right around this corner.
Nobody trying to hold the line here. A couple shots going to be going wide. He dances around that Sheriff, but Auspas eventually on the repeat is able to find his mark. Simon similarly taken down. HP going to be low on a couple players here on the side of Leviathan, so some damage opportunity still can be dealt here by EDG. Nabskir in the back of sight. Take Chichu down to 22. The peek out from Kong. He's instantly dead. Chichu now trying to desperately hold as Smoggy swoops in from behind. Comes to the rescue. Finds him. Chichu now with 3 and Smoggy gets the follow-up. And Smoggy's arrival could not have been timed better. He saves his comrade, keeps them in that round as EDG will equalize the pistol round count.
Unbelievable. Just when it looked like it may be curtains for EDG. Chichu is right there to stand up and open things up for the side of EDG. Oh my God. 22 health. And he's able to get it done. He's gonna slam that desk in celebration. Muggle's like,
what?
I shouldn't have got there.
How did that happen? Well, you might not have the answer to that question, but if for your EDG right now, you absolutely take those.
Just a little bit of...
Nobody got to be careful here, though. Oh, Jefferson Ham, they line up for him. Basically a collapse with that Spectre Kung on the peek out. Able to shut down King. Quick movements here from the side of EDG. Wanting as clean of a start to this half as they can possibly get. And right now, it's looking like it may be flawless. Tex, of course, with that sheriff in hand, does have to be respected. It's for reasons like that. Shock Dart going wide. Looking to try to flush him out into the open. Chichu will peek right as the reload comes through. It's just going to be a Marshall left on the floor, but Smug can pick that up as EDG. They start closing the gap, but now we move into the bonus here for them. Can they get that conversion?
Well, they're going to try. They're going to put the operator early into Kong Kong's hands, it looks like.
Cannon.
Enemy remaining. Has to go big now. You can tell that they're feeling the pressure, but with some hot starts to this half, maybe, just maybe, EDG can turn things around. They're able to get a mishmash of guns into their hands, but can definitely do some damage. Some util dumped to clear the orb.
But nobody very cognizant of it. Wasn't just immediately going for it, just stayed back, waiting to hear if that util was going to be coming his way. Doesn't get caught by anything. 0 point, however.
Caught everybody.
Yeah, catching damn near everyone on the side of Leviathan. And already Smoggy is pushed forward in garage and cases are rotate out. So he's hoping that his teammates are going to be able to hold the line here. Dash now pop from Aspas. It's going to be noted by the drone. Cuts his way out. Oh, a brief little spot. Takes out Tex. A fantastic shot as they try to drive them back over towards Smoggy, but right now it looks like Lev are hard committed here towards his A site. Fragment down to try to slow the flood, but Calm already forward here, waiting. Round default, trying to see if they can spot out anything. Watch is going to be sent. A Cloudburst in, 0 point. Taking away whatever util they have left as they swing onto the corner, and Calm catches them unawares. Cleans up 2. Now suddenly, Spike can be planted. Or going to be grabbed, but Smoggy strikes from behind.
Spike down A.
Interrupts the plant. Now
30 seconds left.
they have to be pivoting back and forth. 180. Watching every single angle. They know that Smoggy is in behind them. Calm down to 7. The one to try to hold the line first, but Smoggy catches King out into the open. Like to try to flush out that back sight. Chichu just pulling back. Aspas trying to hold things down here. Time starting to tick. They swing in, and Smoggy collects them both. The 4K to defuse, the bonus conversion, the operator to be saved. EDG are on the right path to try to bring this map back to parity.
This is absolutely ridiculous from Kong Kong to start, to set the tempo, and then this lurk from Smoggy, something I was so impressed with Leviathan on the other side of the map. They were doing a great job looking for these lurks, accounting for them, but here, they get into the mud and they lose their heads a bit, and Smoggy punishes the heck out of them, able to find 2 huge kills, and then come in for that 4th at the end. Unbelievable round there for him. And EDG, who would have thought a bonus conversion on their defender's side to start this half?
Well, this map might be delivering more than we had anticipated after that first half. Lev now going to be pumping the brakes, calling that first timeout for themselves. Still going to be one apiece remaining for both of these teams. But one of the things that we weren't seeing in that first half on the attacking side was that impact from Smoggy. Just was consistently being shut down. Came into this half, just, what, 4 kills? But that's that round that you want to be seeing from this guy who has been delivering on the regular for EDG throughout this tournament. He is maybe the biggest reason why we've seen them make it as far as they have.
I agree with you. I think he's been the MVP for this team so far in this event. He has been absolutely clutch. Comes up with huge multi-kills when the team needs him the most. And here on Icebox, starting to come alive on this defender side, starting to find those gaps in Leviathan's defense. I think Leviathan needs to start mixing things up a little bit. Show some different looks here to EDG. You're gonna have to spread the map a little bit more. You kind of just tried to bully your way through A. That hasn't worked. EDG's been able to put up a brick wall and keep you from really finding much success there. So now it's time to start trying other parts of the map. Eventually, this is the eco, so maybe if you've got a set play here on this side, try to go for some quick picks.
Now, I don't have the stats on it, And I'd be curious if anybody does. But it does feel like a lot of bonus conversions that we've seen, people drop the Thrifty immediately after. Like that Fnatic SEN series is just so back and forth, bonus conversion after bonus conversion, but then always getting Thriftied in that 4th round of the half.
Teams are pretty good with Sheriffs, is what it boils down to in my mind. You're absolutely right, though. It has been wild this year. Some of the eco rounds that we've seen. Clear the drone.
Kong just looking to reposition. And immediately, this is going to send left packing over towards the opposite side of the map, where it is just Smoggy to try to hold the line for now, but already rings out a shot.
And EDG has to respect the A-side hit because of how much pressure Leviathan has put there. So that's going to give a little bit of space here for Leviathan. An opportunity. Let's see what Smoggy has in store, though. It was brilliant in the previous round.
Recon out. Smoggy just tucks back behind the wall, but pings come down. Left have a very strong understanding of his position. Doesn't do quite a bit of damage, though, as they all go cutting across towards yellow. Full HP bars whittled away at here. The spike gets planted. Retake now. Getting ready to come through, but Kong finds an opener. Osmot's going to be on the ground. The Guardian now passing hands as Tex picks it up. Fragment into the back. As Tex going to be flushed out into the open, and Chichu, it's enough of an angle for him to go ahead and collect the kill. King trying to hold the line, finds himself a second. Mazzino gets the other. Oh! And now King is trying to conquer them all. The half hold.
Oh, Chichu.
Pulls off the defuse, gets the headshot and says, no Thrifties today.
I thought you had willed it into existence there. It almost happened. Unbelievable stuff there with the Sheriffs. An early pick for Kong at range. Good spam there from Chichu. And then King just comes alive. He has the opportunity as well. Just misses the headshot. Chichu quick to pull off and adjust. Almost. Ospa's clear as well.
Not in that round.
Not in that round.
But he is still by far clearly in the lead. 69-2. Numerous players nipping at his heels. But EDG suddenly just 2 rounds away from tying this up.
And this is going to be a really important next couple rounds, because look at the ults that are coming into cycle here.
Yep.
You've got the Viper's Pit, you've got the Reckoning, you've got the Lockdown for Chichu, you've got the Hunter's Fury for nobody. So these are the rounds that are going to really pivot, potentially.
Smoggy, he's slipped the net a little bit, drags across, managing to find the headshot, but does he suspect Tex from behind? He kind of does, but still ends up falling. Jump out, that is going to be a body tag there on the comm. Gets taken low, but not taken down. His knives now do get popped.
You should run.
Kong on the fast rotate. As the lockdown gets placed here at B. 4 players alive, but not even a full HP bar between 2 of them as Tex and Calm, both dangerously low.
And you don't have Smoggy to cover this plant.
You do not. There's a jump out and Calm punished on the jiggle, just trying to get that recon out towards Snowman. Kong shuts down those hopes and dreams. Recon quickly going to be cleared out, but Kong now re-peeks from the flank, and Ospas is now ready for it. Knives going to be a little bit there, but it doesn't matter because Chichu in position. Go ahead and collect 1. Jordy now in hand. The flash, he's blinded up.
Damn.
And Kong strikes from behind. Suddenly,
Big round for
just
EDG.
1 round separating these squads. EDG are on a monstrous tear.
Well, who needs a Viper when you've got Kong with an operator? He's just unbelievable right now, starting to really heat up. A player that for so long has been so highly regarded with that sniper rifle and digging deep when EDG needs it most, and they are 1 round away from tying this up, and that lockdown got invested for nothing for Leviathan.
It did. There's still some crucial ultimates here, though. Hunter's Fury, the Pit, as well as the Reckoning, is Chichu quick to clear out that Nano, not wanting the turret to be destroyed, but it's going to be a full cut under tube here. As Reckoning comes in and Kong just has the backpedal, but he's still looking to stick around. Goes for the peek, and Mazzino gets taken down! What a disgusting shot! Their own lockdown now in play, but it's a fairly shallow one sent here from the side of EDG, but it stops them from pushing forward. It makes them think twice. Tex now dropping out from Kitchen. Does get spotted out. Hunter's Fury crashing across. As Calm goes on the hunt, just trying to open up some space here for his team, but nobody now. Finding 1. Ospas, knowing that Kong is stuck in the corner, swings out, does find Chichu. Takes him down, but now they counter Hunter's Fury on the opposite side. Trying to find that elimination, but looks like widely they will be able to get away scot-free. The Pit now going to be invested here from King. The push up onto the corner, the shorty. He takes him down. Aspas dead. Weapon swapped. Vandal now in hand, but they still have to deal with King, and he's in his element. The shorty at the ready, and Kanka gets the fadeaway double pump. Calm is dead.
Holy shit, man.
9-9.
They are unbelievable right now. Kong in particular is making such good reads.
On dirait timeout. You have
Fakes
to.
like he's gonna go back to Snowman and changes direction. Gets the kill, unbelievable. And Aspas trying to do what he can here to hold the line, get some big kills. But Kong
I feel like they should have timeout last round, after the 5th round.
With that shorty to get up close and personal. He finds 2 huge kills, and King playing so close. Just not able to adjust in time, and Kong so fast, had that dash popped as well. Was able to get the first shot, get the second dash out. Just on point right now are EDG, and this is going to be the last time out of this map for Leviathan.
Second one having to be used. Cash somewhat all over the place, but Wiley can't afford to have, you know, a rifle and half armor here on just about everybody other than Aspas, but he has the blades available. But that was still such a huge dump of ultimates here for Leviathan. They now have nothing else, and if things continue trending the way that they are, they're not going to be able to generate any more ultimates for the remainder of this map.
Exactly, and that's the concern I had a couple rounds ago, talking about all those ults that were in play. Leviathan used the lockdown on one, didn't work. This time they use a bunch, doesn't work. And now you've got EDG, who's got a juiced economy, has a Viper's Pit of their own, still has that operator for Kong. Gonna have to find answers. Maybe Aspas's Blade Storm can be that turning point. He had a phenomenal round with it on the defender side. But now it is EDG's turn. They have done 7 rounds in a row themselves to match what Leviathan did previously. Can they keep this momentum up?
Knives immediately have to be put away. Just wait out that null, though. Because, I mean, there's not really any ambiguity here. Drone doesn't quite get the spot there on the Smoggy. Maybe it turns back. Either way, he's still stagnant. Now strike, but oh my god! The flick from Aspas is absolutely disgusting. Smoggy now dead. The potential for that pit taken away. Aspas resurrected for a moment. Let's find 2. Mazzino, weapon in hand. Put to the good use. Chichu, Simon, both going to be taken down. Up here from Kong, now last man standing. Dash at the ready, moves up into the cold, recovers the weapon, looks for a little bit more. My god, for a second I thought
Holy shit.
Shades of something, shades of Kong blending together into one beautiful round, but in the end, it is Aspas that we have to focus on, because that was a disgusting way to break through.
I am just so impressed with Aspas every time. It doesn't matter. I don't care how many times you've seen him do stuff like this. It never gets old. He is outrageously talented. Mazzino continues his hot streak on this map with a big double, and Kong knows how close EDG was to maybe shutting the door on Leviathan. But now a breath of hope, a breath of fresh air for Leviathan as they try once again to scale towards this orb at the front of the A site. Immediately reinforcements for Simon and Nobody. As everybody from EDG except Smoggy is here, and that knife, it's a lot of info.
Trying to spam him out. Aspas will be countered as Simon does fall. 1 for 1 so far. Kong sticking around, lingering, gets rewarded for his patience. Finds one, Tex answering back. A kill there on the Nobody, but the man advantage still here in the hands of EDG. As they once again look to tie things up. Mano does not force him out, and given the funding right now,
now look at this, they're looking.
Might just have to make the call to go for a save, but for now they're at least going to push around, see if Smoggy has lurked all the way forward. He's still hanging back outside of garage, though.
This is great understanding now from Leviathan, remembering what happened earlier in this half.
Can they break through this line? Smoggy, the next jiggle, will spot one. Now he knows that they're starting to rotate out of the site.
30 seconds left.
But that's a great decision by Smoggy to not stick around and try to go for any extra damage. Just wait for the rest of the team. Confirm that they're going to come to B site before you call the reinforcements over. Play for your life.
They opt to push into him, and there's still going to be 2 nano set up on this B site here. Time ticking. Delay tools available. Smoggy, even if he just comes away with 1, He might just be able to get both, though. They're rushing forward. They think that he's gone ahead and evacuated. Now he strikes. The spike, Panther, absolutely dead. Time gone. Tex will find a final shot, but EDG will find themselves tied up once more.
It's hard to play it better than Smoggy did right there. Such great understanding. Gains a ton of space, gains a ton of info. Doesn't give up his life, holding that angle towards spawn. Falls back, hides behind yellow, and just plays ring around the rosy. It catches Leviathan completely off guard. I don't know what you saw there, but it's amazing. Conga.
You saw the lightning of the shockdown.
Unreal stuff from him.
Follow the paper trail back. And now 10 to 10. Again, economy disrupted on the side of Lev. Guardian Vandal in hand, a stinger there for Calm. King just with a classic, hoping he can pick up a weapon from a fallen opponent. Kong immediately rotating, getting himself towards that back rafter, but Smoggy's been taken down, dealt with over here on B, but now Ozpot's traded out. And that is the tip of the spear cut off.
And just a little bit of an adjustment here from Leviathan. You're going
Calm is gonna be spotted. He saw him, he saw him.
With Smoggy early to buy you a little bit of extra space and a great shot.
And he's re-clearing.
Just finds the timing. Tex now paying attention to Snowman. Ends up getting taken down, and now all that heavy hitting weaponry that Lev did have available has been left on the floor. A lurk though from Calm, but he's missed this. Nobody. He's in so deep.
Oh my.
Calm is not checking for this.
Yeah, but they know about him.
Come through. Guardian scooped up, and King does manage to find one. Nobody falls. As the spike starts getting rotated back across that attacker spawn. Over here for the plant. Vandal now picked up. And suddenly this round becomes a lot more winnable for the side of Lev.
This high tide in mid, I thought might give away the script. Yeah.
30
The
seconds
orb take into the plant. Ult available here for Mazzino. He can just wait patiently, but no, he sends it early.
That's very early though.
Even with Calm in that corner, no sound heard, just went for a gamble.
Here for Chichu, Leg's gonna be spotted. Calm as he brings out the shots. He will reveal his position, so now needs to tuck back. Kong is in, knife pulled, gets a spot, but King gets the shot, takes him down. Chichu pushing forward, tries to bail them out. 8 bullets remaining here in the mag. Mazzino running away, just slowly walking out.
He's gonna go nest.
Though. Chichu, when does he make the call? When
it's
does he
over.
the fuse? He's right above him. He's making noise. He spotted him for a brief little moment. He's trying to spam him out. He will.
Mazzino.
He cannot get that defuse. Lev will scrape by with a 3-3 victory presented by MasterCard to get themselves back into the lead now, just 2 rounds away from closing this out. And for EDG, they're likely going to feel like they just got robbed.
Yeah, but it's little changes that Leviathan makes in this round. Sending Tex out early onto Smoggy.
I don't know. Losing all your guns as Leviathan is tragic.
Calm is just pushing space. Great awareness again that somebody could have gotten into their spawn. Not sure if Calm barely heard nobody's footsteps or what. Still, really good understanding of the map. Leviathan there, able to find their way over to the site and hold on by just enough time. It's the similar opener here for Leviathan. Cascade with the snake bite. A lot of times they've been sending the drone out right away off the back of that cascade, but this time around, no drone just yet.
Set up. They're pushing forward, taking even more space here, Kong and Smoggy. Some fairly aggressive positions. Of course, the dash can get Kong out to safety, but there's the drone. Spam through, smattering of damage going to be found onto Ospas and Calm.
Here.
Cascade to try to dissuade them.
Smoggy now going to be noted in this forward position. He pulls back. Kong wanting to stick around, see if he can get a little punish here. Takes a couple shots, but that shot will not connect. He's still looking for more. But now he's in a very committed position. Ospas gets up over the top. Going to be spotted out. Cloud bursts the recon. Looks to re-aggress. Kong is playing this on a knife's edge.
They're not flushing him harder, like.
Cannot make those shots connect.
But he's bought time.
30 seconds left.
He's waited out the smokes. He's got the rest of his team here.
Yeah, but Tex.
Oh.
They know about Tex.
Doesn't exist anymore. Mazzino just swings in. Blind spray across, and Smoggy is found. Fragment.
Oh my god.
Takes his head clean off. Plant now being used in a deeper position, and Chichu cannot line up the shots. Tex is going to be noted in 2, but it doesn't matter because nobody He's giving up the plot. They know where the last player is. They know that he's not in a position to do a damn thing about this, and EDG may just be crumbling here, right in front of the finish line. Leviathan will get themselves up the map point.
And Leviathan able to pause just enough there to get themselves situated, and some great shots through the smokes. This team really understands.
You got a timeout
where
for EDG.
EDG is trying to put pressure at. EDG loves to play you.
I think they still
right
have
at
one.
the edge of the smokes. They're going to try to find those opportunities, those moments to catch you off guard, to strike when you least expect it. But Leviathan gets ahead of the game in this round, finds some big kills to get through there, and they are one round away from taking their map pick of Icebox. What a comeback here.
For EDG, I mean, already the last round wasn't the cleanest on the economy. Simon went into it, I believe, not having a weapon in hand. It's disgusting. King.
Oh my god, Mazzino, that kill was so
But now they find themselves up to map point. EDG 2 in a row. For LEV, it has always gone to overtime. Here in the upper final, is this finally the moment where they get a clean victory on their Icebox? We'll have to wait a little bit longer to find out as EDG call their last time out.
It's going to be very, very interesting. I think here for EDG, maybe play a little bit more for the retakes. You're getting shut down when you're trying to contest these plants so far. Might be time to show a bit of a different look. See what they want to do. Found it interesting though. I had a chance to talk with Mazzino real quick before the matches started today. And I asked him, how are you feeling about this? He said, good, yeah, we've got a lot of experience, kind of the typical things. And I said, but what about going up against EDG? They're a tough team. Things can get muddy. And he's like, that's okay. We love being in the mud. We love it. That's how we play, and that suits our style perfectly. And it has been muddy, it has been fast, it has been aggressive. But so far, Leviathan is just a slight step ahead. But EDG has given them everything they can handle.
They have final buy, though. 4 half armors to the side of EDG. Bulldog Guardian in play. Can they manage to take this over to OT? Will LEV be bringing this map to a conclusion and get everything teed up for Lotus? Let's see, is Kong changing up the playbook here a little bit. Pop flash over the top. Opts not to go for it, though. Is Hunter's Fury going to be opened up here from the side of Calm? Nobody going to be tagged, not killed, but he's down to 45. He himself would love to have that Hunter's Fury. He just hasn't been able to get that final ult charge to have it available for him.
That all felt like a bait to get that Hunter's Fury out of play. Nobody, wow, playing with fire around that corner.
It's always been an absolute lunatic. That has not changed here in the upper final. But he so desperately wants that final charge.
It would be a huge boon to have that no command.
Oh, Kong trying to reposition. Taken down on top of 410. Being quick and clean with it. Smoggy now going to start to rotate over to try desperately to stop this push, but Chichu has found maybe a bit of alert timing here. He's very far forward.
There's nobody watching this.
No one's watching it here for the moment. They're getting ready to go ahead and strike. All eyes focused on the site itself as nobody holding close. Finds the first. Hunter's Fury is available, but he's inside the force. Popping out. Chichu strikes. Cleans the boss plus. Tex dead. The push up into the wall. King has been felled. The revive will be there. 4 members will survive, and EDG are 1 step away from taking LEV into a 4th overtime on Icebox here at Champs.
And this is just great awareness here, a great timeout from Muggle to be ready for this Hunter's Fury, to find a way to bait it out. Bit of a misstep there from Kong, and you worried that it might be game over for this map, but they buy tons of time for Chichu. Nobody holds that off angle right by the orb. It works a treat for EDG. Leviathan, 1 round to try to stop what has happened to them every time on this map at this event. And EDG looking to try and continue the script that we have seen so far here at Champs.
Lockdown available from Chichu. Tex just 1 away from his own. King similarly, the pit, just about to be at the ready.
Well, the ults eventually did come back into cycle because this dragged towards the finish line. Look at this, they're so aggressive here. Tex all on his own, potentially against 3 members of EDG. And they're looking to try to find a counter lurk. We saw that last time where that was Leviathan's response, was to send Tex out on his own.
Chichu now trying to rotate, get himself into position so they can utilize that lockdown. Cascade coming through. Recon sent, but there's the lockdown now committed to. Plant will come in, and King will have the pit off the back of this one. But no, they interrupt. The Nano Swarm pop, they lob it in, and now LEV gonna have to make their exit. They've been held at bay for the moment. This Hunter's Fury actually gonna be opened up here. Blind from the side of nobody, just going fishing here, trying to spot out anybody that he can. Kong calls it back over towards the site, but the tags cannot be found now. The plant gonna be coming through, and the pit will be in play. A quick peek there from Mazzino, seeing nothing there because of the cove. Simon able to find one. Tech's gonna be dealt with. Ping's coming down on the flank, but Ozpos also felled. It's a 3v5 with King tagged low. Calm, however, managing to find one. Chichu cleared out. Kong here flush against the pit, pushes up, finds 2 as King and Calm both fall to the floor, and now it is all on Mazzino. But he's been spotted, dealt with, and it cannot happen. LEV on Icebox here at Champs. It goes hand in hand with overtime.
It is just destiny that we're going to overtime. Every time these Vipers pits come down, EDG has such good ideas about how to clear them. And it's Kong who has read the Leviathan script. Said, I know this game, and it just is anticipating. He saw the util come out from Calm there and was so ready for them to be right underneath the rope at Nest. Finds 2 huge kills. Unbelievable that we're doing it again.
We are, and immediately EDG are using their overtime timeout. This attacking side, it was struggle street for them, just the 3 rounds picked up. So Muggle, Haldon wanting to go ahead, get in the players' ears, and get a solid game strategy based on what they observed from Leviathan in the past on this map, as well as just in the map earlier during that first half.
Yeah, I'm really curious about how Muggle is going to want to approach this, because Leviathan just had great reads, great adjustments. It was phenomenal calling by King. Every step of the way, it seemed like he was understanding and matching what EDG wanted to do. So maybe you've got some set plays, maybe you've got some ideas. Try to break open some space, maybe a mid push or something like that we didn't really see much of from EDG to try to set the tempo here in this overtime. Try to see if you could flip the script against Leviathan, who has been in this situation a lot, as it turns out, many times in this event, and yet they have come out on top every time.
That they have. 3 for 3. Can they go 4 for 4? EDG is looking to put a blemish on that record here at Champions and take away their opponent's map pick. LEV, though. Let's see what they have up their sleeves. Let's see what they anticipate from EDG after the timeout gets called.
No glass cannon for either side. It's just going to be rifles v rifles. And already looking some kind of B setup for EDG. Deep knife. See if they can clear a lot of space, get a lot of info on this B site. Okay, you see King.
Field 1, but Mazzino, he's set up here for the trap, and now it's been sprung. Finds one, but Kong able to trade it back out. Does take a little bit of damage, down to 77. 4 armor remaining. Some shots ringing out from Tex here, trying to catch a timing through that poison orb.
That's not the worst trade there for EDG. Taking out that harbor, that retake utility, that was so difficult for them to deal with on this attacker's side. I think you'll take that. I think you're going to walk away from that fight happy. Now they're going to try to re-clear the space. King's still lurking around. Pings are being spammed all over the place by EDG. Looking to see if there's going to be any attempt at a push out. They're trying to pause. They're trying to bait out a lurk. But right now, Leviathan not giving him that space.
A couple shots ringing out. King repositioning, though. This is, again, just a bit of a bait setup here. Kong can swing out. Back yellow. Now presence is known, and Kong is dead. And this time, there can be no counter trade. EDG down a man. As Tex jumps his way back up into kitchen, just watching the exit.
30 seconds left.
Watching this too. And Ozpos so far forward. Dash still at the ready. Footsteps going to be heard. The jump out, and Ozpos finds one. Simon's going to be dealt with.
Down A.
I felt like Chichu needed to win that fight over in kitchen. Now all eyes are on him. Swings out, and Tex takes him down. now with 12 seconds. It's overtime. There's no reason to not play for it, but Smoggy just does not have anything working for him. All odds against him. Look at a snappy headshot, but that's about as good as it gets. EDG will drop this opening round. LEV counteracting, outdoing them at every twist and turn.
And it's just really good understanding of the way that EDG likes to play. And a lot of times Kong is going to be left on his own. Com's able to punish him. Isolated from the rest of his team.
One enemy remaining.
Like you said, not able to find that trade like they did against Mazzino. And then it just kind of comes unraveled. Your lurking player gets identified and dealt with as well. So it's just the same story for Leviathan that we saw in the first half on their defender side. Very similar stuff, very similar results.
Still no glass cannon. Kong wanting that armor, wanting that phantom. As for now, it's just Aspas dropping down, not taking too much forward space though.
Yeah.
Drone will lead the charge. Gets a spot there onto Simon.
Leviathan worried that we were going to see something that we saw at the end of that first half, where they pushed out towards Nest. So they have to use the drone to check for it.
Footsteps going to be made. Chichu, he can hear these. Getting a decent amount of information there as King going to be pinged over. But now the pressure getting ready to be applied here to Smoggy, who's all on his lonesome at back yellow.
Needs to play his life, like we saw a few rounds ago, and is already stepping back.
Timing's about to be so poor for him. He's up over the top, but Aspas is not checking for him. And Aspas ends up falling. Swing out from Mazzino. Smoggy able to tuck back. Gets out scot-free. King again going to be noted. Just trying to keep some attention over towards his A side. But Smoggy saying, no, there's more than one. The rotate starts coming through. Smoggy, however, he looks straight through, finds another. Tags knocked down to 10 HP. And it seems like we're not going to be getting away with a clean victory in overtime for LEV. EDG look to reset as it's just King and Com left standing. Spots out one, but Com now dealt with. King finds the first, cannot get the second, cannot get the spike. 13-13, we go again.
And that round hinged on what happens with Smoggy there. If the timing is just a little bit different, if Aspas sees him before he sees Aspas, it could be a very different round. But he's able to get that kill, able to back out, able to spam down as they try to get the spike planter into place. And that leaves this snowman push from the other players completely isolated.
Right here.
And they have life. They have a chance again. This feels like if EDG can find that attacker's round win, maybe, just maybe, they can stop Leviathan on Icebox, something nobody has been able to do at this event.
I do get the ping out there on the Chichu, but he gets the nano across, claims the turret, and ultimately that was his goal. So for now, it's just going to be silent.
It's a very different formation now for Leviathan, leaving Mazzino alone on B. King is going to be sliding forward to the front of A with Aspas and Tex to set up this crossfire. Com going to use a little bit of util to try to get some info, but EDG waiting this out.
But look, the attention that it's drawing. Com rotates back over here towards mid, doesn't see anything, will start working his way back to B. Two being watched. King hanging way back over towards the spawn.
EDG is not giving up any information, leaving him guessing. So Leviathan is going to try to move through mid.
Chichu spotting one, but there's a swing out, but Mazzino cannot find the kill. Chichu strikes him down. 5-4 now as Aspas dashing away. Tex, however, holding close. Take Kong's head off, looks for a little bit more. Decides to tuck back. Turret going to be set up. Com will find Chichu, flushing him out of mid. Gets a punish there too. Simon going to be spotted here in the corner. Aspas readjust. He just take out nobody. Smoggy will be able to come up with two here for his squad, but Tex finds three, and EDG still just cannot get that attacking side round. Left once again, have map point.
I like what EDG does here, to be honest. I think they do a good job of not giving much information over to Leviathan until they're ready to try to make their attack. Yeah, they'll lurk through mid, get spotted, but still,
Let's go,
Chichu
boys.
was
Let's
able
go
to win
again.
that fight.
Hey, look at me. Look
Give
at me.
them
That's a fucking
man
good round. Let's go.
But the players on site trading so well for each other. Aspas's reactions absolutely insane, as always. Now it's going to be Leviathan's turn to use their timeout for the overtime to try to end this. before it extends any further. They have an opportunity. But both teams have been incredibly good on their defender side on this map.
Really, very much have. Changing up the script here a bit. See what the adjustments come through, but Calm feeling very confident they will be able to close this out. Right here and now, not let it go. Any deeper down the overtime or rabbit hole than we have already gone. So far, the furthest that it has gone for LEV was at 16-14 scoreline versus G2.
We could go there again. It's been so darn close.
I'm down to break it.
Sure, why not? I got nowhere better to be.
What do we got to break? 19-17?
I'm down.
For a global event?
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Crowd is riled up and ready to go. EDG, do they have it in them to deliver another reset? Once again, no operator spotted across the lobby. Hong Kong Vandal this time. Push Nano out. This time not going to be cleared. It's a turret. It'll just have to be recalled out.
Sending a few players, this time 2 players over towards B instead of just Tex. They're going to have King join him as well. Try to see if they can deal with some of these EDG players. Smoggy.
Now this is all to disguise Kong Kong, who's about to strike. He saw one. Trying to spot them out, play it patiently, waiting for the moment that he's got line of sight with the teammates still falling around him, but there it is! Gets the spray down, Tex trying to go for the 180, but he cannot make it happen. The man advantage there, but this is still dangerous territory here for EDG. Nobody tucked in behind the box. Hearing the footsteps, Casino pushes his way up into the site. He's waiting to strike. Util in hand, cannot confirm the kill, swings out and somehow Cobb does not finish him off. Casino now with everything to do to try to bring this map to a conclusion, but he cannot. Deeper down we go, 14-14.
Both teams making slight adjustments here. Leviathan adding an extra player to that layer to try to take control of the lurk of EDG. And instead, they sneak Kong Kong around right behind them. None the wiser are LEV. Unbelievable stuff there. They're so willing to take risks, our EDG, and you can see the frustration from the Leviathan coaching staff. And we go again. Some spam down the middle. Calm just anticipating this push, sees a bunch of EDG.
And he does. Doctor going to be sent. Does he realize it? Well, now he will. And Kong Kong has made his way up over the top. Calm still in a position to be punished, so does get whittled away at down to 89 overall with the
LEV is making a lot of small mistakes. Like
one of those rounds I was looking for from EDG. We haven't seen much of this early. Kong Kong dropping down towards the tube. Smoggy looking for that Leviathan.
if they tighten up their game, they should be able to win the series.
We've seen it before. Chichu dealt with it previously on this attacker's side in overtime. Now the rest. EDG going to group up. Potentially going for that decisive hit, but once again got a lot of Leviathan holding their feet.
Crossbus here on the close right side. Goes unchecked for a brief little moment, but Kong Kong still able to adjust. Finds that kill, but Texas finds a nice timing, peeks out, gets himself one, Kong gets another! It's Smoggy and nobody now. Last 2 members standing versus 3. It's very much come down to whoever realistically can get this attacking win. And right now, it looks like it's not going to be any easier for them as Smoggy has everything to do. Swaps over to the Vandal, 10 bullets.
If there's anybody who can.
The year that he's had, the tournament that he has had, you would be correct. But odds are stacked against him, and now there's a Cove in play. It's being watched, and he just cannot flush it out. Level once again get themselves up to map point. Is EDG, do they have the drive, the tenacity, the will to keep this going?
And I mean, you take down Ospas, you gotta be thinking is EDG, all right, final boss is dead. Let's storm on in. But Tex plays this so well. Just
let's go. You like that? You like that, Ian? Yeah, okay.
Tom, he's been there. He's done that. He's lifted a trophy. And he gets a huge 2K in that round for Leviathan. unbelievable stuff there. But just the way that Leviathan staggers their defenses so effectively. EDG does it great too, though. Both teams.
EDG
oh.
losing out on an opening player. Osbot's wise to it. Deals with nobody. Thrown to lead forward here. Simon nearly punished. They force the dash back. This A site being conquered. Smoggy just disrespecting the nano. Slides across. Tries to get himself tucked here. Kong approaching from behind, but this time it's being watched. The turret is set up there to go ahead and reinforce Texas position. Smoggy flushed out. Lev have been adapting on the fly. The pop flash sent Simon, only going to be good for one. And Chichu has been taken out. 10 HP from Kong with not a hope in hell. 4 players to try to work through, and he cannot get the first. 16 to 14 once again. Lev pushed to the limit on Icebox, but once again, they get the win.
The script is written in stone for Leviathan here at Champions 2024. Every time on Icebox, it's overtime, and every time, it's Leviathan.
4 for 4 on the map for the series. Far from over. EDG, they have their map pick of Lotus coming up next. We'll see if they can tie up this set, take us the distance, give us that map 3, or if Lev will be gliding their way forward into the grand final.
Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
me.
I'm standing here on stage right now with Itopata of Leviathan. We gotta talk about those overtimes. Oh my goodness, map number 1. Let me know, what are the energy levels like with the boys? Was it going up and down? It looked like it was 2 different sides of the coin every single time the side switched.
Yeah, I think the boys kept their composure throughout the whole time, and it was nice to see because obviously with this big stage, some mistakes are bound to happen, but I kind of have a feeling they have like a secret pack and they're trying to see what my blood pressure is going to be at the end of the tournament with those overtimes. But yeah, I'm glad that we closed it out and on to the next one.
Well, I hope your blood pressure is going to be okay. How are you feeling about the next map though, Lotus?
Lotus, obviously we're 3-0 in this map and we're very confident in it, so I'm happy that we're playing it in this stage.
All right, well, good luck, best of luck to you, and keep that blood pressure in check.
What a way to kick off the day here in the Inspired Arena as well. Leviathan, they are 1-0 up against EDG after an incredible Icebox. The fans are having fun as well here. And I am back here on the desk with Kakuka, Sideshow, and a very special guest, Coach Alex. Welcome.
Hello. How's it going?
How was the fan fest?
Oh, it was good. I had a little meet and greet there, so enjoyed myself, met a lot of people. That's sick.
Yeah, and I'm so happy you're here with us. But that game, though, you two, oh my goodness. I mean, Itopata's blood pressure was rising. I feel like yours was as well, you guys.
I mean, it was not only extremely exciting to watch, I think that the display that we were seeing, we were talking about Kangkang not using the operator that much in the tournament, and then we get this performance with another OT win for the side of Leviathan.
It's actually ridiculous that they keep going to overtime, but they keep winning as well. They are the best team in the world on this map, but like by such a thin margin against every single team. I thought it was going to be over until the pistol round turnaround from EDG. Then they went on a run.
Yeah, Alex, did you think we were going to get a 16-14 map when it was 9-3?
No, I thought as soon as pistol round it was 5v2, something like that, and they turned it around. I thought, at 5v2, I thought it was over. I really thought it was over.
Oh, for EDG, you thought LEV was definitely
I thought I was 13-3.
I mean, you have experience with EDG. I heard that, you know, even though you guys were knocked out the tournament, the boys went home, you guys still made an effort to scrim them before their Sentinels game.
We did. You want to know anything about it?
Yeah. Let us know. Give us the insight.
Honestly, I think they were playing really, really confident in scrims. We didn't play Icebox, so wasn't expecting this performance. But the maps that we scrimmed them on, they were extremely confident. They took us on fights very, very confidently. They beat our ass in the scrim. So,
how would you compare this version of EDG to the previous versions?
In sense of the roster?
Yeah, well, in terms of like their performance recently, like, do you think their form is better?
Oh, for sure. I think, I don't know why, but when Simon came in, activated Kangkang, it seems like what Simon does is he just protects Kangkang, make sure that he has all the utility going towards him, and because of that, you know, the guy is confident. He's taking fights like super confidently, as you can see. Honestly, I thought in Icebox, you know, it's hard to op against Harbor Viper. And he was finding little angles to kill people on. We didn't see that in like for the whole year.
Yeah, Kangkang, he really put the performance of his life into that one, but it's time for our Verizon high-speed moment from Leviathan in round 8. Kakuka, talk me through this.
I mean, basically one of the keys of Leviathan having such a good first performance is this mischievous but perfectly planned at the same time retakes. We saw Mazzino that used 3 ultimates in the first half of the game, and breaking the tempo, not allowing EDG to even get ready to play this postman was what enabled such a good first half for them.
What's crazy too is they needed this level of a first half actually, because EDG just ran it back. It really did look like they were struggling against the Kangkang operator, which I wasn't expecting him to do very much of on Icebox. I said that they wouldn't be an op v op battle because they op on different maps, but they ended up pulling it out. It makes me think maybe that EDG have got hidden plans that they're, you know, ready to unveil, because they pulled out something really impressive here, and that wasn't even their map pick.
Yeah, they did indeed, but Josh, give me the script for Lotus. What can we expect as we head there?
Okay, so one of the really interesting things about Lotus that I wanted to run through is how EDG kind of approach planting on the C site. And so I've got an image here which shows you all of their plant locations on the map. Now that in itself, not particularly interesting, but if we zoom in onto C, what you see is a really classic plant spot where you can play for mound, but you also see that they are not planting in what I would consider at the moment to be the meta spot. And the reason for that, I think, is because EDG do not have good protocols at clearing out waterfall. And what that means is that as a defender, you can just spam down this line and you force them to plant in these bad situations at the back here. And if I zoom in again, what's important to note too is that when planting in these spots, hiding from the spam at Waterfall, EDG have not won a single post plant. So once you force them to plant in a bad spot like that, you win in the round because they have to play clustered on site. They can't back off the mound. They don't have any space that they take aggressively. I need to see that fixed on their attack side. That's where we're going to start on Lotus.
Well, let's hear from the EDG head coach Muggle ahead of Lotus.
Hey guys, I'm here now on stage with EDG Muggle and Luna, of course, to help with some translation. Now, Muggle, I think a lot of eyebrows were raised when they saw that you guys let Leviathan pick Icebox, especially since they're known to dominate on that map. How did you guys prepare for this, especially with that showing?
就是我们大概知道他们那个队伍的整体玩法是比较依赖选手，就是选手的当场发挥嘛，然后我们就是会做到更加整体性一点。然后今天只说他们，我感觉是图一他们发挥的太好了。
Actually, we know that they're gonna play their play style. It's more depends on the individual power and instinct reaction. But I think they play too well on map 1.
And how do you feel about Lotus now?
我觉得图2应该能赢，然后拖到图3的话，我们应该能碾压他们。
I think we can win map 2, and if we get to the map 3, we can crush them.
Oh, that is very exciting indeed. I guess we hope we're going into a map 3. Good luck out there.
If they want to get to Abyss, we have to go through Lotus first. And of course, they run the Clove Omen stuff. Alex, do you have any experience against that? What do you make of that comp?
Experience? Very bad experience.
Oh no! Oh no!
We got destroyed by them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. You know, we had a team that runs no Sentinel, and when we ran a Sentinel, they destroyed us without one. I think you're gonna see Smoggy take a lot of fights because it's hard to hold things with Clove. And what I think they do very well is with the way they defend C. They like to play with 2 people in C, and they make it very hard for you to enter by just holding the entrance. So if we see like I think Lev will be ready for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So if you could teasing us, I love that reveal one by one.
Yeah, one by one.
What's he gonna play? It's Breach.
I think everybody's just, but you can see the name at least, you know? You don't get the image, but right there, it is the name. So Alex, if you could give one piece of advice, something that you probably learned the hard way to Lev, to
but
win.
He wants EDG to win.
Yeah.
Well, they're not listening, so. I mean, I think Leviathan have to play very aggressive. I think what they need to do is they need to push into the B main entrance. They need to cut Smoggy off from rotating, because all he's doing is watching the back. You know, if you irritate him a little bit, they can't actually like charge you full speed. I also think if they play retake on A a lot more, it should be a lot cleaner game for Lev. If they try to fight Mound, it might be very hard.
I'm going to be looking at the pistol round here because, again, it made such a difference on Icebox, that turnaround in round 13. And for Smoggy, when he's playing Clove, he loves starting off with a Frenzy in most of their pistol round strats, and he has a pick-me-up. That's so dangerous.
Well, I hope they don't do any of the things that you both just said, because I want to see a map 3. Am I right, Achilles, on paper thin?
You absolutely are. Lotus here, the staging ground. To see whether or not EDG will be able to take us to that 3rd and final map, to still have that opportunity to go into the grand final as that favorited team, as that squad that has the map ban advantage, or if it's going to be Leviathan taking that next step towards getting another trophy for Calm, for Aspas.
Absolutely. Feels like they could potentially be on their way once again. I really like the way the desk was talking about this, because the pressure that EDG creates with this comp is a little bit hard to understand in some ways, because they're very decisive, and this is one of those moments. A lot of times they're going to challenge A. Instead, this time it's just a quick C hit. One of the things I was curious about for Leviathan is how much util are you going to use to control A Rubble. This time around, don't need to use much, because EDG just sprinted for the C site. Are going to go for that mound plant. Not that off weird one.
Smoggy, though, holding close there, ready for this. A little bit of damage going to be taken down, but a nice headshot from Aspas. Able to go ahead and flush out that Clove. At the same time, it's going to be finished off another Cypher. Not a worry. Chichu tucked away here on the corner. Blind comes through, but I don't think they've registered this position at all now. He will make his presence known as Aspas falls to the wayside. Paranoia across. King just tucking away for the moment. Mazzino desperately wanting Simon to go for the peak here at Waterfall. He does. Mazzino wins at the fight, but does eat some damage. Kongkong on the swing, takes his head off with the classic. Can get that weapon upgrade, and EDG will be taking the lead here in pistols as well as on Lotus.
This is a great idea from EDG. Every step of the way, they're ahead of the curve. Alex was just talking about this on the desk, that it didn't matter if they have a Sentinel or not versus EDG on this map. There's that classic Kong Kong positioning. Loves to get deep towards spawn on this attacker's side, but it's the response that they have to the immediate pressure that Leviathan is creating through their spawn, through EDG's spawn, and they have setups there. They have Simon with his util kind of cover that position that they're waiting in, and then they're able to strike. Chichu doing a great job being patient, sends out the paranoia as well to just buy time, delay, get kills, get spams. Great work there. Great pistol round dialed up by EDG. There's going to be an orb for Calm on the other side of the map. But quickly, Leviathan sending their 4 other players towards C and B. EDG also going to be snagging an orb of their own, trying to get that rolling thunder closer for Simon as they begin to work their way towards site. But it is a Marshall for Aspas.
Deadly, and there it is. Strikes. Finds the headshot. Kong Kong now on the floor. Site well protected still, even with Aspas here. That's already quite a bit of power, power, but you've got 2 players in behind him. Look at the scale up, take some space. Tech's gonna be noted here in the corner of the Seas, gets the catch. The aftershock to try to take him down, but he's able to dance around to the side of it. Stun though. Chichu through that will still be able to find the kill. Brings it now into a 4v4, but you have the push in from behind. Calm looking to take some space, maybe find a timing. It is just a classic. Aspas bringing out a couple shots, trying to get a connection here. Mazzino down low, King on the peak. Head gets taken off, Chichu snappy with that headshot. Gets them back into the advantage. Aspas just desperately spamming through that globe smoke, trying to find any kind of straight connection. Knows that the players on the opposite side are going to be weak, knows that he can get those kills. But they're just eluding him here for the moment. Calm flush against the wall. Likely going to play to see if he can try to get any exit frags. See if he can find them here. Smoggy inches closer and closer, eyes trained over towards Mound. The push out. Oh, he spotted him, and Calm just cannot make it happen.
I'll find you.
He's blundered it. There's nobody wants to try to get this Marshall out of the hand of Aspas, but ultimately they will go their separate ways, and Aspas will go diving into the spike. He will fall. 4 players left standing. EDG, fairly clean start here to the map. 2-0 on the attack.
Well, and after what looked like it might be a pretty good round for Leviathan, EDG is able to stabilize. They're so good on this map about knowing when to pause, about the timings they need to take to know when to be decisive. That's what was so impressive for me when I was watching the VODs against Sentinels coming into this match. They just have tremendous understanding of their space, of how they can utilize the Neon, how to wait out these util dumps at Rubble. They're doing a great job dodging some of these early Seas nades, things like that. This time around, it's the haunt. The Seas comes late.
Seas is in, nobody's forward, trying to take some space here. Does get quite a bit of damage across onto Calm, but Aspas eventually able to go ahead and take him down. Spam through, ensuring that no one is hiding, tucked in behind the box. Will get tapped, and now LEV starting to reposition, rotating some players around over towards the rope, towards stairs.
I must wait a moment.
Camera gonna get a lot of information here for Leviathan. See if they can shut down this push. Kong Kong just trying to spray through the smokes.
Smokes are being cycled, but this trap wire is set up on them. Potentially protected, try to play off of, not cleared yet. If EDG don't go for any kind of deep presence here on the site, then maybe they can avoid them. Nullify them effectively.
Spike planted.
As for now, they have. They just popped. Kong Kong pushing forward, works his way over towards stairs. Wire now can be noted. Swing out, Mazzino going to be good for 1, but Simon trades it back. The slide in, Kong Kong unable to stabilize that aim, ends up falling to the wayside. It's Smoggy dragging back, finds one with the Spectre. Just now the Sheriff in hand though, shoulder to shoulder, alongside Aspas, who's just lingering within that smoke. Paranoia going to be sent. He has to pull back, gets himself tucked into towards tree. Weapon scooped up, a Bulldog now in hand, but 3 players to try to play against, and he cannot find the first. 2 on the floor, but the defuse comes in. LEV not allowing for a bonus conversion to be found.
And this round to me shows that Leviathan has done their homework. I'm seeing so much in here to anti-strat, the way that EDG normally likes to play these at A attacker sides. It's a delayed Seas instead of the early Seas nade at the door. that Sentinels was attempting to slow down Kangkang and this aggressive push out from EDG. And the trips are a little bit further back, expecting EDG to try to get aggressive.
I fucked you,
to try
but I
to
saved
push.
you as well. I was like, wait, what do you mean you missed?
Yeah, he doesn't miss often.
No. So now, right.
What?
Oh my God. Kangkang is finding King. A jiggle peek, I believe. Didn't quite get to see it. I'm sure it'll make the replay package regardless of who wins the round. That is a nasty shot to be found. And a very bad target if you're LEV to have be on the floor. Omen now out of play. Just smoke's gone. Aftershock to try to delay the approach here. Kangkang just waits that out. Now looks to push forward, take some space. The fade lurking here within the smoke. Pushes out, does just to find one. Mizzino as well, picking up a kill before getting traded out. Right now to come through. 3v2 with Simon down to 21, but that ult is available.
So annoying for Leviathan. You're trying to find an angle where you can dodge this ultimate and potentially go for this retake, but
All lines back available for him.
so much patience being shown.
We'd love to not have to send the Rolling Thunder, but looks like he will just go ahead and do it. A solid timing, catching them both, and that should just go ahead and force the save. Another fault line gonna be sent. Yep, LEV sent packing, as EDG will get themselves up to 3. Keeping themselves at distance, not allowing for LEV to tie things up.
And it's just a great round for EDG. This time they're able to find those trades on site to get those kills where they need them most. And it's tremendous patience shown by Simon, the rookie coming in. And even though he may not be putting up a ton of kills, he has a great impact with his utility in this round. Really doing a nice job just keeping everybody at bay, making EDG's lives a little bit easier with that ultimate. Kangkang getting close to his overdrive, but the ults are coming into cycle for Leviathan. 1 away from the showstopper for Aspas, a couple away from Mizzino and Com's ults as well. Tex, Neural Theft 2 away, so big momentum swing potentially for Leviathan if they can get to it, but so far EDG firmly in control here on Lotus. They have a great just feel for the tempo of this map. I'm just so impressed watching them throughout this event.
Fault lines at the ready here for both sides. Gonna run forward, King gonna be stunned up the slide in. Chichu finds the first, and Chichu finds them both. Mizzino dead, not before he takes out that enemy Neon. But EDG, once again, fantastic position with a man advantage as that plant gets ready to come through. Simon, go ahead and get ready to set this one up. Forward on the stairs, Paint Shell's gonna go in, bounces back, it'll do a smattering of damage and flushes him forward. They're able to get a couple more tags onto him. Just managed to go ahead and disconnect from the top of the site.
Still
a bit
so
more
much,
safety.
So much util here for
Solid
EDG.
check, the clear out comes through. Aftershock to save them off over here in Waterfall. Chichu now setting up the smoke. Watches the angle, Com taking a bit of damage. Sends him out in reply, but nobody eventually finishes the job. Swings out, looks for a little bit more, takes quite a bit, down to 32. Tex drags across to find Smoggy, but now it's just Aspas on his lonesome. Nothing more to be done as EDG continue to fight back, looking alive and well, not allowing for the finish of that icebox to dwell on their minds. They're now up 4-1.
This is just phenomenal from EDG. They do such a good job of reacting to this little trap play that Leviathan tries to set up at Mound. King's in an off angle, and he's dealt with quickly. Reveals his presence, and Chichu just having none of it. And they're able to hold these deeper post plants quite nicely, and you don't even give an orb over to Aspas. He's still 1 away from the showstopper. Yeah, you got the Neural Theft and the Rolling Thunder, but it's hard to have that round go EDG's way any more than it did. Absolutely incredible read. Sees nade gonna be dodged. Kangkang just gonna get out in time. But again, that's a little bit of a change up here from Leviathan. They haven't tried to contest that in that fashion until this round. And this time EDG, they like to shift their weight quickly off of all that contact. They like to try to take advantage of that weaker site.
Well, looking like Seaside Simulator here. As EDG once again storm the gates. Simon fault line ready to try to intercept these players over at Waterfall. They know there's going to be a couple as they push down off the back of the stun. Ospas cannot get out the safety. Chichu will go unpunished. It's another concise strike. As EDG are looking to run away with this half similarly to what LEV did to them.
One enemy remaining.
Tech's now felled and it's just Calm left standing. A death, a kill. We'll have the Nightfall for the next round. His footsteps will be heard and Simon draws down, delivers the headshot immediately. 5-1. EDG unfettered, unhaltering in these attacks.
And this is just quintessential EDG on this map. Sometimes, if you give them that early season aid, that util dump towards Rubble, they'll immediately shift over to the other side because they know that you've probably got at least 3 players on that A site and that they have C site relatively free, especially with the speed of that Neon. They can get over there faster than you. They can out-rotate you and try to take advantage of their numbers. Or sometimes they'll pause. Sometimes they'll wait you out. Sometimes Kong gets ahead of it, gets to the other side of Rubble. And early on, Leviathan, I thought had good answers for that, but that round just fell right into EDG's hands.
Oh, Chichu going to be taken down off the rip. Showstopper holds a slide back from Kong. Reestablishes his aim. He'll be able to take out Mazzino as well. Key ultimate dodge there, but Kong does still eat quite a bit of damage. Advantage in theory for now here on the side of LEV. Thusboss pushing up past Mound, taking a peek, but not spotting much.
EDG needs to break out and re-clear some of that space. Kong going to be the one to do so, to check behind, see if there's any quick lurks. Seen Calm go for them. Ospas flirted with it, but holding his ground.
Carly hits the trap. Tex finding one. Smoggy not dead yet. Pops the ultimate to get himself back in, but Tex is just unassailing. By 4 they fall, and LEV will break this win streak here from the side of EDG, finding their second round win on the defending side.
And finally, LEV is able to get some of that pressure that they're trying to create at the beginning of the rounds to work for them. They have to invest quite a bit into it, but keeping Kong stuck behind that door. Sure, he dodges that ultimate, but you have trapped EDG at this point, and they don't really have anywhere else to go except for B. It makes it easy for Tex, and Mazzino, spirit's still high, even with that rough start to this map. 5-2 now, and a lot of ults for both sides.
Ospas tagged up, does get spotted there. Damage not going to be found yet. It's Boombot will lead the way up into the smoke, but Kong finds the timing, just slides right past it, and the flash comes through. Major opener here for the side of Kong. Smoggy is ready for the jiggle peek. Just takes his head off, and now, I mean, take your pick.
Yep.
What site do you want? It seems like they are choosing wisely. As Tex out into the open this time, not going to be finding those snappy shots like we just saw in the previous round. He'll be forced back. Nobody wants to just continue to try to fake, keep some interest here on this C side, but LEV very much aware of the game plan here from EDG.
Have that rolling thunder. You can maybe just find that one pick of Leviathan. You might be able to get that ult to go.
Man, it feels like that's still going to be a major commitment given the Tex and Mazzino are both down so very low on health.
Oh, it's going to be really difficult to put it mildly.
This angle, though.
He's going to go for it.
It catches onto multiple players.
No way!
Managed to find the avoid here, onto one. The fault line, the counteract, they managed to find the stun. And Chichu trades him back. Tex now going to be dealt with. And EDG are not allowing for LEV to creep their way back in. They're continuously slamming the door shut. And now they don't have to worry about that rolling thunder in the next round.
It's so close. Yeah, just a great pick here off the back of Simon's utility. And another thing Alex was talking about.
You saw that eyebrow raise from Kong. He's got to respect you. Like, damn.
Yeah.
Clean shot.
No doubt. But that rolling thunder invested there with the paranoia to try to clear it. And I thought that Leviathan gave themselves a chance, but the shot's just not quite connecting enough to finish it in time before the response comes through from EDG. Able to get the stuns of their own and slow things down enough to keep Leviathan at bay, and Leviathan now needs a timeout. 6-2, things are starting to slide dangerously away from them. Yeah, it's defender side of Lotus. Yeah, it's difficult to play this side of the map, but you can't let this run out of control anymore.
Certainly not. We're down by 4 rounds. EDG at least wanting maybe like 1, 2 more to feel super comfortable before the side swap. LEV did not want to give that to him. There's an opportunity still to run this back and bring this to parity, make it a 6-6 half. But he needs to start right now. By the most part here from LEV, decently healthy. They have 3 ultimates to try to utilize, but there is still that stinger in the hands of Mazzino.
There's a lot to work with for LEV, and they're going to try to gamble towards A, see if they can deal with this rubble control that EDG likes to take. I mean, you got everything but the Cypher. So you've got that Nightfall. Look at Kong. He's sprinting for the door.
His way forward, but it's going to be hindered up here. Gets a spot onto Onspots, who just swings out, takes his head off. He's up for the challenge. He wins it out. Stinger finds value. Simon going to be taken down. Nobody now trying to survive here. Back rubble alongside Chichu, but Chichu finds a headshot to put down Calm, but now all the advantages here in the hands of LEV. Nobody making it a little bit more costly here. Finding one, swings out the double face. Will guarantee them the round victory. Leviathan off the back of the timeout, find that win. It's just up to 3.
And it's just that extra layer that you have with that ultimate available for Leviathan that gives you the ability to contest this space a little bit more freely.
That was sexy.
More
you want to kiss?
Confidently.
Okay.
And they're able to do it. So I like that they're showing that changeup. I like that they're showing, you know, it looks like it might just be kind of that standard util dump, and that's going to bring a timeout from EDG right after that round. Muggle already saying, I don't want to see that kind of thing happen again. We need to find different ways to deal with this rubble control.
All right, well, effectively back-to-back here as the team swap around, but yet clearly coaching staff not happy with how that round went, but also maybe noticing some things about how LEV are playing this out that they feel like, okay, well, we need to bring this to the players' attention now. Otherwise, we're going to let LEV back into this half. Either way, minor pause in the action. We'll see what the adjustments look like, what they have identified. Ults online here. Simon just 2 away from having that next Rolling Thunder. But I think the most interesting thing that we're seeing from EDG right now is that Chichu has 12 kills, 4 deaths. Everybody else on EDG, 5. Everyone's getting the participation award, but Chichu is getting the gold star right now.
Well, and another thing interesting to note, Simon already has 10 assists.
Yeah.
9 rounds in, the man's averaging over an assist per round with that breach util. He's doing a phenomenal job. Landing those stuns, landing those blinds. The Rolling Thunder to buy them, even though he doesn't get any assists from that, he gets a Rolling Thunder that gives them a guaranteed round win. He's doing a lot of great things on that breach.
Sure.
Look at that, just running backwards to avoid the flash. TP over. Just a fake TP actually coming back for Chichu. And they're just trying to avoid that util. They did this a lot against Sentinels where they'd show presence at rubble and then either back off or send Kong deep to where nobody's standing right now. And then just kind of wait things out. But there's no util to speak of. Now, wonder if Leviathan might be able to find a way to play for retake a bit more, especially with this Nightfall coming in. Gonna have to be the choice.
Did just barely clip there on the comm. So gonna be audioless here for the moment, but already a lot of players in position. The final 2 getting ready to join, working their way through the spawn, and nobody's gonna be taken down off the rip, trying to scale forward, trying to get himself over towards drop. He ends up getting punished, and Kong is stricken by the Prowler, has his head taken off. Neural Theft now comes into play. The ping to reveal them all. Tex pushing forward, gets past that aftershock. Do they register this? Saucepots will get full flash. Chichu on the peak, finding one, but no, they weren't ready for it. Tex finding one before getting taken down, and Chichu cannot hold the line. It's now all down to Smoggy. As that overhealing coming through, finds the first! Nearly gets himself a second, but LEV will ensure that victory cannot be found off the back of the timeout. And they take things even closer. Now just 2 rounds separating. That 6-6 half is still very much a reality.
Perfectly played and understood by Leviathan. Expecting that adjustment from EDG where they don't aggressively contest rubble. So they don't commit any utility to it. And the whole way, Calm is playing for retake. As soon as that Nightfall comes through, he gets out of dodge, sets up, regroups, and then Leviathan starts knocking players down. Very patient, very calm, collected Flood retake that shuts EDG out of that round. That is so well done by Leviathan.
Let's see what the strategy, the game plan looks like here from EDG. Rolling Thunder at the ready once again here from Simon. Smoggy nearly with his own ultimate ready to go as well.
This has been just a phenomenal comeback now for Leviathan, especially off the back of EDG's timeout. To take another round off of them has to be a bit demoralizing for this EDG team trying to continue on this run where no Chinese team has been before. They've already made it as far as anybody in their region. They are looking at trying to get even closer. King over in Waterfall, just waiting things out. A couple players there. You got a lot of util to throw into EDG's faces if they try to break through that C site. So clearly we're seeing that part of the adjustment Leviathan is making is to reinforce the C site. Like you said, it was C site simulator. Don't allow that for EDG. Play for those retakes at the other sites potentially.
But here comes the strike now. Trying to hold them in place. The Rolling Thunder are going to be used here proactively. Does get the stun here onto Comp, but the smoke will obfuscate, and King immediately TPs over to this side of the map. Aftershock this time will hold him at base, stop a player from getting down to the drop as the plant comes through. Kong up top, wins out the fight. Comp going to fall, but they still have not scouted King. Do they anticipate that there's going to be somebody in this position? The answer is absolutely not. Simon caught unawares. Deals with the one player. Kong going to be taken down. She just has not been able to flush him out now. Just 6 bullets. He's reinforced. Mazzino joins in the fight. Chichu dead. Nobody in Smoggy versus 3. King tagged up. Smoggy stunned for the moment. Forced away. Some spray across. Mazzino getting tagged. Tap onto the spike. Looking for the counter spray through. And they managed to find them both. Smoggy just barrel stuffs Tex. And EDG look at themselves now up to 7. Breaking this run back from Lev. But still 7-5. LEV will take that considering how this map started.
What an absolutely wild round for both teams. I mean, the fact that Kong gets so deep there and gets a kill leads to King's position not being anticipated by the side of Simon. He dies. They're able to reinforce his position, give themselves a numbers advantage, but just spraying through the smoke. I thought Leviathan had it, and I think the coaches did too. You see both of those bullet tracers coming out of that smoke. You know where they are. And yet still somehow EDG is able to get those shots to land. Unbelievable.
A Judge, a Spectre in hand here for Leviathan as we go into the final round of this half. EDG looking for that 8th round victory. Only 2 ultimates in play are on EDG side. Chichu with the TP. Smoggy with the not dead yet. Paint shells from Hotspots will try to slow things up as the Suns come through. Kong having to reroute. Slides around, but now comes over here towards water. Cannot transition over onto that second player. Mazzino scoops up the Vandal. Immediately finds value, but cannot get that Rolling Thunder through. But look at the HP bars. Damage has been dealt. Comp spotted on the swing out. Goes for the fight, but Smoggy wins it out. Ult is online and out as Tex all on his lonesome. They're all so very low. Can he divide and conquer? Dodges the smokes. Smoggy dead. Ult now going to be popped. He slides back, he's just keeping him in sight. Tex deals with the other, but Smoggy swings back out from the same angle, finds a third, and EDG will finish the opening half 8-4.
What a play here for Kong. Just times the end of that stun so nicely. Yeah, Mazzino able to answer back quite nicely, but EDG plays with such ferocity on these executes. They're so well coordinated, just in lockstep with each other. They're able to take Mazzino out before he's able to get his ultimate to go. Fantastic stuff.
A very dangerous finisher there on the round, but EDG out in front. We got an interview, though, in the halftime with Potter. Let's go ahead and hear from her.
Hey, what's up, guys? Jen Lee here with EG's Potter. 포터 감독님 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 감독님 먼저 유일한 디펜딩 챔피언인 콤 선수에 대해서 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 아무래도 잘 알고 계실 것 같은데 콤 선수가 이렇게 중요한 경기에서 팀에게 어떤 역할을 해주고 또 어떻게 도움이 되는지부터 여쭤보고 싶네요. Potter, hello. Now I want to ask you about Kom, the Seoul defending champion here. In Champion Seoul, what does he bring to the table when it comes to big matches like this?
You know, he just really controls the awareness and the tone in the team. You know, communication is such a huge part of the pace and just understanding when you're gonna fight and things like this. But Corbin's awareness is just next level, and you know he just pulls his teammates up to where he's at, and so it helps with the flow state for all the players.
확실히 좀 상황을 인지하는 걸 많이 도와주면서 리더십을 보여준다고 하는데요. 왜냐면 이런 경기에 있어서 좀 흐름을 읽고 페이스를 조절하는 데 있어서 좀 팀원 간의 커뮤니케이션이 굉장히 중요한데 홈 선수가 그걸 잘 픽업을 해내가지고 잘 팀원을 이끌어가고 또 팀이 어떤 게 부족한지에 대해서 제깍제깍 말을 해주면서 스스로 인지하면서 팀을 리드해가는 그런 능력이 굉장히 출중하다고 얘기를 합니다. 그러면 또 포토 감독님 한국에 오랜만이라고 얘기를 하셨는데 여기 포토 감독님 팬들이 진짜 많거든요. 한국 팬들에게 한마디 부탁해보도록 하겠습니다. You have a huge Korean fan base here, super Potter fans everywhere. So anything you'd like to say to our Korean fans in Korean?
안녕하세요. 소주 너무 맛있어요.
Soju is indeed very good. Okay. Well, thank you, Potter, and back to Lotus we go.
Back to Lotus we go, indeed. Lovely to hear from Potter. Lovely to see the fans show that love as well. Let's go ahead, though. Focus back into the game. Sheriff in hand for Osbos and Tex. Looking like some frenzies here from Smoggy and Kong, so maybe a bit of a pacey hit as they start off this defense. But EDG for now, up by 4 rounds.
And this is the exact same scoreline that Leviathan faced the last time they played this map. It was a 4-8 on their defender side. They switched to attackers. They went 9-2 against Heretics. Absolutely closing the door on them. Are they going to be able to do the same here against EDG and close the door on this match? Or will it be a continuation? Are we going to be able to see that Abyss? I really want to see that Abyss. I'm not going to lie. I want to see that double duelist comp from EDG. It's fun as heck to watch, but...
It is. I'm right there with you, but let's see. Just for now, Lev just cutting some noise, playing out patiently. Nobody going for a bit of a jiggle peek. Now spotting him. Tucks back away before Osbos is able to line up the shot. A couple wall banks. Right there. Kong gets himself situated here over by Tree. Break of the door. Pivot comes through. At the moment, it's only Simon who's playing this position. There's a flash and a fault line to try to slow him up. But a lot of the relay tools have already been burned here from the side of EDG. No relay bolt, no C's. Kong playing forward, sees the reveal, but doesn't swing fast enough to actually find the punish.
30 seconds
Sticks around, doesn't really notice much. Now the pivot comes through. Tex taking some space, pushing his way through upper. See if EDG read this one, because Chi-Chi's going to be the first one to try to clash against him, and Kong sliding forward. He's able to find one. Smoggy, similarly, finding value off the frenzy. Kong kneeling with a third. Smoggy cleans it up, and Simon swoops in. The defuse will come in, and EDG, they will find both pistols here on Lotus.
And these are these decisive timing hits that EDG is so good at. Once the button to go is pressed, everybody is on board. And Kong comes flying in on the Neon. Poor Com just trying to do what he can. He's sort of ready for it, but it's so hard to adjust for that Neon. And then everybody's swooping in from every angle. They've got Leviathan.
In his best Neon impersonation. He's like, well, that's his job. You run.
Yeah.
You just force come cosplay, you run everywhere. Well, Sheriff investment here from Lev. 3 players picking these up. Tap the orb to try to see if they get anything to peek out. So now Mazzino on decent pace to try to get that Rolling Thunder online, but Simon, situated behind the box, has that fault line ready to go. Any noise, any contact, he's going to be sending it. Prowler comes through. The swing onto the corner, a bit of damage going to be done, and now Smoggy able to isolate and just pick them all apart. The aftershock to flush them right back out into the open as well. Now Tex just sat here, wondering what the hell happened on the other side of the door. The slide through the side back. It's fancy footwork as Kong will collect. EDG flawlessly close out the anti-econ. They get themselves up to 10.
Man, Kong is so good on Neon. The way that he's able to utilize that movement and speed, time and time again. He does a lot of little things where he gets out of the way of utility.
Walking on him.
Yep. The man just is unstoppable, like he's gliding on water with Neon. Just ridiculous. But he's
Now we
so
go into the
good
bonus.
at all the little things too.
Oh,
Really
sure.
is.
Certainly has mastered this. Heavy stack, though. As Tex, right now, lone player on this side. Slide forward, though, and Kong once again putting that stinger right to his temple. Takes him down. Simon playing limit testing here within the smoke. Seeking a timing.
They have no idea.
The plant's coming through. Silently creeping across the plant. Interrupted. His presence made known. Swaps over to the Sheriff. Down to 87. And he will eventually fall. Spike can now be planted, but he ensures the man advantage. As EDG will look to retake, look to win out, and convert this bonus. Paranoia across the slide in, the haunt revealed, and Kong does get taken down. Kong with a solid headshot is able to go ahead and bring numbers back to parity. Tries to get up onto the box. Does manage to find Smoggy before being taken down, but now it's nobody. Could recover a weapon if he wants to make some noise. For now, it's just the Spectre in hand. He's reading it decently well. Snappy with it. Readjusts. And the defuse will come through. EDG up to 11. They convert the bonus and are just 2 rounds away from taking us to Abyss.
They are so good at playing in and around smokes. The way that Simon hides himself, he has just enough room on the ground to keep his feet obscured. And he just waits Leviathan out. Unbelievable patience. And it's so close. The coaching staff for EDG could barely believe it. Going up against Aspas. Nobody with a Spectre. Sits him down. And we may be looking at a map 3 relatively quickly.
And look at Kong, outlaw in hand. He knows the situation on the other side. He knows that the economy is in tatters and that they're all going to be having these half armors. And he wants to take advantage. They're on the Prowler for now. Simon again pushing his way forward here into the smoke. Paranoid crashes across, but already Smoggy finding one. Pushes out, looks for a little bit more, but he's got the ultimate to play off of. A peek in from Simon, a spray across, he finds one, but Aspas quick to trade it back. Aspas trading up, as now Chichu will be eliminated. While that outlaw is in play, suddenly it is not the weapon that Kong wishes that he had. He's trying to take some space, pushing forward, taking out a blind shot. Ultimately, comes up short. Can get the swap, Vandal in hand. If he can deal with Tex, he's going to be in a good position. Some wild spray, a reveal off the haunt, and Aspas getting ready to strike from behind, the slow creep up. Ooh, Kong narrowly avoiding these pixels, but it seems like Kong is not registering this at all, but now, with the ult popped, he finds one. Paint shells coming through. Kong, he knows where he's at, he holds at the half, eats a little bit more damage. But his teammates can realize this, and there's nothing more that Aspas can do. He's out of line of sight. He's outdone him in every possible way. The Red Bull clutch as EDG get to map point.
What decisiveness that Kong has. Pops the ultimate when it looks like Leviathan may have finally stabilized, may have found a round when they needed it most. It's a scrappy play off the rip. Leviathan able to just barely get over with a couple big kills from Aspas to get to the site. But then this man comes through with the lightning fingers, and King is not happy.
Complete inversion of emotion across the stage. As Leviathan are being pushed to the limits here on Lotus. EDG now here at map point. One more to send us to Abyss. And it seems nigh impossible for Lev to turn this around, even with this last timeout being called.
Yeah, I just love the confidence that Kong has in moments like that. He's just making all the noise in the world. The haunt comes through. There's zero ambiguity about where he is. And he goes, nuh-uh, it's my time. And just goes for it. Gets the spam through the wall, the ult. He's unbelievable. Truly one of a kind.
This will be the last time that Lev get to talk to their players on their own terms here in this map. 3, nearly 4 ultimates to try to utilize to start getting themselves back into this game. But if they have to dump everything just to be able to win, to break that win streak here from EDG, to get themselves to 5. Or they might just be screwed in the follow-up. Once again, going to be half armors abound here across the board for LEV. 2 Guardians in play, and an Odin from nobody. And he's pushing out towards Mount. Showstopper pops here from Aspas. Holds them back for now, gets himself up over the top, sends it out blind. A little bit of damage going to be taken as a Prowler. Scout Simon over here towards the door. Does he just send him out?
Oh.
Simons doesn't need audio. Snaps in, finds 2, looks for a little bit more. They line up for him, but he cannot take the shot. But still, damage is done. Parity is found, a 3v3. And health, the advantage here for the side of EDG. Zero Theft gets a second ping. Fast lane to try to slow them up, but they're just going to disrespect that, go gliding across.
No way!
Kong has spotted him out, but he runs out of bullets and Tech swings the corner. Finds that kill, but Smoggy shuts him down. And now, it is Mazzino with no util, just a rolling thunder and a fault line to somehow try to turn this round on its head. A 1v2 versus Smoggy and Chichu. The 2 lobby leaders. He knows that this is not a great position, and he will fall. Smoggy gets the final kill. 13-4, EDG answer back in a monstrous way. Not dissuaded by losing out in overtime on Icebox. They come back in fully confident, fully geared up on Lotus. And now we go to Abyss.
Not missing a step the whole way through. I am so ready for this 3rd map. It is going to be incredible.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hello， 大家好，我是 Nobody。就是因为我们图一遭受了比较大的困难，然后但是其实这场胜利，其实我们赛前也预料到我们是比较大概率获胜的，但是没想到我们输在我们的自己的图，所以现在我感觉像是那种劫后余生的感觉。那我觉得给所有来自 SEN 的队伍做个表率吧。我觉得意义非凡吧，我只能说，因为我们也是首次就是经历这个我们能够进入到下一个场馆比赛的这种事情，因为之前从来没有过。然后现在感觉像是做梦一样。
Down to Smoggy, he's holding it down towards the back! Beaming him down! Still got the ult as well, it's not dead yet, nobody up and over the top, punish onto tens. Nana swarms, shredding them to pieces onto the back of the side here, but as the smokes dissipate, Smoggy!
我觉得利维坦现在是一个个人实力非常强劲的队伍，因为他们刚刚在美洲拿下的冠军，说实话是比较出乎意料的，因为他在之前的成绩并不好，所以我觉得现在虽然说利维坦输给了 TE， 但我觉得当时他们可能状态不是特别满吧，我觉得非常值得人尊重的一支队伍。我想对利维坦说，上一次在 LA 我们输得很可惜，但是这一次我们要像在东京击败 S-Pass 一样再击败你们。
That is my IGL. EDG, they hit back hard on Lotus, which means we're definitely going to get a map 3. I've got Sideshow, Kakuka, and Mimi here with me. It's happening.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it.
happening.
I mean, they just broke a 7-map win streak for Leviathan, and they beat them harder than Trace beat them, which was the last loss that they had. They're kind of bookending both losses to a Chinese squad.
I mean, I think it's also the fact that we could predict how they were going to play, how they were facing all of the issues that they had on this map, and they just took it to a different level.
Yeah, this was a ridiculous game from EDG, and that first half in particular was incredible. They got the plant down 10 out of 12 rounds and were converting the lion's share of those. And I think the biggest reason because of that is that LEV was just having to give so much respect to these executes with the neon from Kong Kong. And once they got in the post-plant positions, they did such a good job of disrupting the Leviathan retakes and closing out those rounds.
And the momentum was going in for them. Even when it got to those clutches, to those 1v1, they felt like they could win them, and time again they were doing it. We know that Leviathan on a map like Icebox, they're super good on the retakes, but they did not have a plan B for this one. A couple of rounds they tried to confront it, but EDG was ready for it.
And I think one of the problems for LEV is that they took too many early round fights that they were losing. And that meant that they weren't in a 5v5 retake scenario, which their comp excels at. They're playing a retake comp and they only won 2 out of 10 retakes. That is not good enough if you want to be able to get to the grand finals.
No, EDG, they were taking advantage of that. And I want to talk about Chichu, which you gave him a lot of kudos before we went into this game, and how great of an anchor, a side anchor he is, but also he's just shooting.
Man, and I think he fits so well into the plans, especially when we go into the defense, and they knew that they have a tendency of how they play Mount. I love how they tripled down on it. This LEV was struggling so much to face this kind of early encounter, and again, every single round was a bit different from them.
This guy so often is asked a lot on these attacking sides, where Chichu is put alone when the team is playing a 4-1 setup, and he has these opportunities to lurk up, to create space. It happens on a lot of their different maps, and he's so successful in those positions. But on a map like Lotus, some of the time he is playing more with the pack, going for these faster execute rounds, and he's just finding the same value there as well. Chichu has kind of had a sleeper, outstanding tournament for EDG.
Yeah, you want to know a bonkers stat? On the attack side, Chishu wins 73% of his first duels.
That is ridiculous.
What is he doing?
That is just ridiculous.
You're either going
By the way,
the 4-1.
Kong Kong is on the team and he goes for like every single first kill, but he is still that successful.
Yeah, literally, you have to pick your poison. Do you go into the heavier side and fight Kong Kong on the neon, or do you go and try and take a peek elsewhere and you're going up against Chichu? They're just so good at getting these first kills. Leviathan did not win a single 4v5 this map.
Yeah, they were just shooting back. It's time, though, for the HyperX reflex moment of the match, and this came from EDG in their pistol round.
Yeah, exactly. We were given props to them and what they were doing, how they were able to stay in the map. But what they did here with this Francis made no sense. So disruptive, so quick, and of course a beautiful win for them. They're converting, I think, 3 out of 4 of the pistols that we're having so far in this match.
And that's even better than their average, which is 65%, right? And I think so much of this is coming down to... Yeah, pretty much. So it's It's a lot of it's coming down to Smoggy. Smoggy on Lotus, on Clove, one of the best players that we have at the tournament, and put him with a Frenzy and an Overheal in his hand. It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous indeed, but let's talk about this elephant in the room. EDG, they could have gone to Sunset. They was their choice, and they chose Mimi to go to Abyss. What do you make of this decision?
I think it's really interesting, and it makes me think they have something cooked up. They've shown this map twice, playing back in SEN. They were running a double duelist Jet Yoru with no Sentinel on the map, and I think the biggest question now is, do they go back to the same ideas, or with the 5 days off from the group stage, do they have something new planned?
Even if they do have something new planned, when you opt into a map that you're not sure that you've got like good match results on, I think that's a tacit admittal that you're the underdog in the game.
Sure.
I think they've deliberately gone for a gamble map 3 to try to knock Leviathan off. And Lev are sneaky good here. They're 2-0 on the map. They've got some very big wins against other teams that are good here, like G2. It's going to be very tough for EDG to close out when they could have 2-0'd today.
Exactly. Just think about the momentum. Everything is back on their face, but we need to see, is the double duelist going to be back? And it's not.
Chichu Astra.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a little bit more similar to the comp that they were just playing on map 2 with this double smoke idea, this time with that Astra instead.
Now, surely they didn't see the DRX beating everybody with a very similar comp and just steal the comp and the ideas.
Surely not.
I cannot wait for the Chichu highlights, but definitely something that they've seen here. But Leviathan has to be incredibly comfortable with this composition. Mazino is probably the best harbor that there is in the world.
We saw it on map number 1. Lev's protocols on the retake with these harbor comps are killer. Teams rely a lot on the post plants here, and Lev are one of the best in the world at winning these late round retakes.
The Smoggy Omen has not been as successful as the Smoggy Clove. He gets almost half the kills per round that he does on Clove, so I'm going to need to see Smoggy step up.
Yeah, on the other side, Lev, they didn't change anything here. How do we feel about that harbor?
I mean, I like it. I think that if there is a team that is going to be running it, Leviathan has the easy one right now. If we think about the faces and the reactions that we were seeing during that map 2, things were not going well. People were trying things and nothing was working out. But for this one in particular, everybody's playing a little bit of like best in slots. When things are going wrong, you should be able to step up. But if you think about what EDG is doing, they played with their minds. They were not expecting this map and not this Abyss.
Yeah, we're just experiencing some in-ear issues right now on stage with a very small delay. But yes, Mimi, what did you think about Lev's comp?
I think it's really Leviathan, to be quite honest. They're the only team that is playing Harbor, and only other Americas teams have even experimented with this agent at this point in time. And like you're saying, Mazino absolutely world-class here. I think besides just those retakes we've already talked about, their protocols to deal with mid with this Harbor are really good. They have a lot of different walls to condition and threaten a walk down in that area. And I think it makes it really hard for attack side teams to mid-round past that utility.
I totally agree with you. I think it's going to be really important for EDG to fight over that space. Another thing to take a look at is that this is one of the maps where you see Aspas play with the op on both sides. He loves playing with the operator at backside towards A, on top of the box on B as well, but he will sometimes take it on the attack to try to find entries into B too, which is a little Kong-Kong-esque. So that's certainly something that both teams could rely on. Thus far today, I feel like Kong-Kong's had the better form with the operator.
Exactly. Let's take a little bit of look at the numbers. At the beginning of the day, we were thinking and speaking about this head-to-head between Kong-Kong and Aspas. Right now, kills is 11 to Kong-Kong, 8 to Aspas. 2-2 in op kills, just in the head-to-head, okay? Just in the head-to-head. And in the first kill, first death department, still Kong-Kong is winning 4-3. But still, is a very, very small margin.
Yeah, Kong-Kong was excellent on that map number 2. If EDG is going to make their first ever final, this performance from Kong-Kong would be the way to do it.
It would be indeed, because of course whoever wins this map, may it be EDG or Leviathan, will go straight to Sunday's grand finals. Achilles and Paper, then I cannot wait to see who makes it.
I don't think any of us can, but we will, as we wait to see what the conclusion of this map of Abyss looks like. New agent revealed there, but it all comes down to this. This map determines whether or not you go straight into the grand final, gain that map draft advantage, being able to ban out two that you do not want to play, or if you're going to have to make the run through that lower bracket and risk elimination.
So much pressure here onto EDG. Trying out a new comp, adding in that Astra like we've seen with Fnatic and Heretics. But to some limited success, teams have done a good job adjusting to it. Leviathan using that high tide to gain a lot of space and information, but EDG wise to it, setting up some defenses of their own to try to counter that move, and it will be Leviathan who readjusts and moves back to their starting positions. King, though, going to be jiggling at that angle along with Calm, trying to watch mid, trying to take control of this. The smoke's going to come up for EDG to allow this cross, but it's pinged out. You don't have a ton of info, though, as Leviathan. Hard to get a read right now on where EDG is, what they're thinking. The only thing you can really see is that star that's right in front of Tex.
Tex watching into main, not at window, as Kong slowly creeps out, puts a shot across onto him. Can't confirm the kill, but certainly takes him lower. Camera around the corner. Dart coming through, now will be cleared out and removed. Tex just tucking back here for the moment, expecting this push out, but he glides back into the smoke, breaks that line of sight for a moment. Meanwhile, Ospas over in mid, able to win out versus Chichu, taking down the enemy Astra. So now, don't have to worry about those grab pulls.
Right here.
Flash at the ready here from Simon. Swing onto the corner, sends it out. King not getting caught by that, but does catch a bullet. Shots through, reveal coming down, push onto the corner, and Mazzino clean the last two eliminations. Leviathan will go ahead and pick up their first pistol since Icebox.
A huge pistol round win. And even though EDG able to keep themselves kind of obscured, able to deny some information about how that round was going to look, Leviathan has great protocols in place. The only thing I saw that was a little bit off, I think one of Calm's shock darts went sailing off the map. But other than that, it was really, really good for the side of Leviathan. And they're able to get such valuable information. The spot makes it so easy for Mazzino on that harbor. But early mid-control with that harbor is going to be something that the desk talked about and something that I'm very keen to keep my eyes on. How does EDG try to deal with that? You have this Astra in here. Try to give you a little bit of extra post-plant utility. Oh, Kong Kong?
Kong Kong takes out Tex. I mean, he had an outlaw on hand. Had the weaponry to be able to win out in that fight, but it's a quick peek in and the kill rewarded. It's a very solid start here for EDG. But all the pressure very much lies on Kong Kong's shoulder, given that everybody else, likely just classics. Chichu with a ghost, maybe an opportunity to do some damage.
Trying to see if Smoggy is going to attempt to make a push in towards the vents, but for now, EDG continues to take their time.
Register. Only will now.
Yep. And an immediate cascade in response, just in case there is a push off the back of that drone. Instead, more time being taken here by EDG.
Trying to draw this attention towards that A site. Yep. See King starting to drift back, get himself into position for a fast rotate.
I mean, they're using their Uto really nicely to keep Leviathan really off balance.
Star's now going to be set. Nebula's going to come up.
30 seconds
Recon
left.
reveals nothing. Ping coming down, suspecting somebody on the opposite side of that wall, and they would be correct. Mazzino looking to push forward, catches a glimpse, gets a couple shots across. Smoggy going to be down to 30, but Spike's now planted. Shocked to try to soften them up on the approach, but damage not going to be found there. 0 point sent. Just the one. Calm Utilis here for the moment. Just has that one shock dart at the ready. As nobody swinging across. He's been absolutely unscouted here. Finds a headshot to put down King. The Kong Kong's dead. The Marshal out of play. Cove being spammed. Fragment comes in. They'll hold it at least for the half. Not sure if EDG realizes that it's been taken that far, but will it matter? Chichu now last one standing. Gets swung on. And the fuse can come through. But my God, what a costly round here. Just 2 players left standing. As Ospas and Mazzino will be able to carry over an Outlaw and a Bulldog.
And this is where some of that effort that EDG puts into the beginning of the round to keep Leviathan off balance pays off. And they're able to get into those post-plant positions, able to sneak nobody underneath the nose of that recon dart, right behind the box on site. And that gives him a free kill. That gives that extra layer to this defense that makes it so difficult for Leviathan. Yes, they get the win, but it's a very costly one for sure. The bonus looking rather weak for the side of Leviathan, just that Outlaw and the Bulldog.
And for Sheriff in there, as they want to try to go a bit aggressive here. It's going to be Paranoia out, but Kong Kong swung out ahead of it. Does not get caught. Puts quite a bit of damage down as Calm backpedaling, falls to 22. The opening fight very much goes the way of EDG. Nobody Set up here for a lineup. Making sure that he's right on the edge.
Just curious about Viaton's answer to this. It's going to be that drone going around the edge of the map.
Going out wide, gets the tag on the one, looking for a concuss on the close left side. Trapwire going to be cleared out, but the reveal is good enough for Tex to go ahead and find the shots. He takes out Kong. One player dead, the first step taken. Calm. Recon right into the head of Smoggy, but Smoggy just turns his sights up towards heaven, managing to find that kill. Shots ringing out, Smoggy up over the top, collecting 3 and out. Just Ospots left standing. Only Chichu at half armor. It's a one-tap potential on the body, just not quite there. See if Ospots can make this a little bit more painful here for the side of EDG. Seem like they're very well poised to get this round win in the anti-bonus.
Yeah, just not much that he's going to be able to do at this point. EDG doing a great job here, anticipating the early pressure. Gun going to be snagged for Ospas on the way out.
And will sprint over into mid. Gets himself out. Nobody counter-rotating over to try to get a punish there, so we'll hold on to the weapon. EDG finding their first round win here on Abyss.
Yeah, just solid patience from an EDG, a team that just showed you on Lotus that they're all over the place, they're explosive, they're really taking their time on Abyss, really trying to work the map, trying to find the utility of Leviathan, trying to bait it out, trying to get an understanding of how they're posting up in their positions and working around it. In this round, though, Leviathan tries to turn up the tempo a little bit. Not much doing. Now we go over into the full rifle v rifle, and ult already, though, for Simon. He has that null command available. Mizzino close to a reckoning already, just like on Icebox. Cycling those really quickly for Leviathan. They love to play the retakes off the back of that Harbor util. Getting that in there early, such a huge advantage. Just a bit of a peek here from Kong. Nobody wants to challenge that one right now. Oh, jiggle peek, but just a spot. And a change of direction for EDG, but mid-left, widely uncontested by both sides. And I think it's going to be more difficult for EDG in so many different ways to take that mid-control. You're going to have to rely on those scrappy fights, on those numbers advantages that you're trying to create here by showing presence on both sides of the map to get these plants down and get into your post plants.
Well, they're basically just trying to replace the Sentinel with the additional smoke. Take information away to try to get the advantage there, but Ospad's dead right before he drops down off the top of the box. Gets a little bit of damage across, but not too much to be found there as Fragment. Calm not going to be caught. Spam, however, not quite in line, but as he readjusts, final couple bullets ring out and nobody will be taken down. 4v4 for the retake as Lev try to establish a further lead here. See what the post plant looks like here for the side of EDG. Shotgun flying through. Tiny amount of damage here onto Smoggy. Widely untouched. Quick tap in. Some wild spray across. Kong willing to maybe give his life, but it's actually going to be Simon who ends up falling. Paranoia now going to be sent out. There's the Harbor. Ultimate coming into play. 2 players left standing. Stun. Getting ready to connect here on the Chichu. Smoggy tries to hold them back. They're just being pushed and prodded at every single twist and turn. Diffuse to be held. They just haven't delayed enough. Over a second to spare as Lev will stretch the lead now up 3-1.
Yeah, I love the patience that Leviathan shows. An early cascade to give them a little bit of breathing room to scale towards the front of the site. And then they're baiting out that gravity well, using that time to spam those tight angles towards the attacker's side. And then you can use that, again, use this Harbor util to isolate fights, to cut players off.
Y'all needed, baby. Let's go.
We got a little Noribong going in here, eh? Yeah. I like it. But still, it's just great ideas from Leviathan, understanding the win cons of this EDG comp and using it against them.
Oh. Well, okay. I was going to say some wallbang shots there on Ospas. The Tex just gets rid of Kong. Vandal now on the floor. Nobody nearby to try to recover that. Say no one nearby to try to recover that. Now the neural dash is going to be coming through as well. So EDG say, okay, we have to up the tempo maybe a little bit, but now there's a drone on the opposite side, so they have to pull back. Space now being taken as Ospots goes on a big rotate. Working his way over towards mid with that outlaw in hand.
Oh, look at this util is just chewing up EDG. They've taken so much damage trying to get through. Great response from Leviathan.
And this is such a rough position now. Everybody's HP bars in tatters, just Smoggy at full. Fragment into the back. They're going to try to make a go of this one. This Chichu up over the top, cannot find the first target. Mazzino strikes him down, finds himself a second. Spike cannot be planted. And it's just one after the other. As LEV will flawlessly get themselves a 4th round victory.
And Leviathan just playing back far enough that close pop flash that Simon tries to send out doesn't really matter. And they're able to just hold their positions, throw some util of their own to delay, leave a player tucked in up towards heaven. And King just finds a great timing there to step down. Once Calm and Mazzino are in the thick of it, King just swoops in, gets a kill of his own. The timing, the coordination, absolutely brilliant from Leviathan. Yeah, a lot of ults for EDG. Both teams having their Hunter's Fury. Kong with that Blade Storm. EDG's creative with the Blade Storm on this map. Sure, a lot of you have seen that Smoggy highlight clip, but Tex just says no.
Yeah, just sprints over top of the fragment. Seems like they don't anticipate this, but they haven't read Smoggy's position until that very last moment. Tex does get caught off guard as Chichu comes bouncing across the way. Zeno still sat here. Backside. Grabwell pulling him around the corner. This King will fall. Swing back through. Mazzino going to be good for one last. But now suddenly it's Calm. Left alone. Hunter's Fury in his back pocket. But does he pull the trigger on this? And do they read this at all?
Sound.
He's about to find a timing.
Ooh.
He cuts the noise. The jump across. He just catches a glimpse of nobody. But nobody's taking his time. And it seems like EDG have absolutely no idea. Calm finds the first one, but then he's caught with util in hand. Catches a great timing, but then gets timing in return. EDG will find their 2nd round win, but for Calm, it seems like he's still all smiles.
And for Calm there, it's because he has his Hunter's Fury that nobody reacts like that. He doesn't want to stick the plant because he's afraid of the Hunter's Fury, so nobody pops right around that corner. Calm doesn't anticipate that. Gets caught with util in hand. What a scrappy round from both teams, and oh man. Leviathan's coach is very, very frustrated with that. Calm had a really good opportunity. Had he been just a little bit more prepared for that quick movement from nobody, he might have been able to get that round, but not a bad idea. Here's the Hunter's Fury.
Well, there's the Hunter's Fury. Nobody getting attacked, and this time Calm will find some revenge. A solid way to kick off this round and try to keep EDG at arm's length distance. Cosmic Divide cutting this side apart. The drone from Calm about to come through, spotting them out. Unable to hear it on the opposite side of that wall. Now the reveal, but Smoggy up on top of the box. Gonna be good for one. Mazzino taken down. Peeks up for a little bit more. Simon just goes pushing into its back sight. He ends up falling with Kong. Quickly replies, trying to get back. A 3v3 with an operator on the opposite side. Spike ticking away as Calm works his way up here.
Right here.
Gets to the tower.
Right here.
Recon to try to scout. Ping's coming down, having a solid. Oh, he's got him again.
Landed on him.
Absolutely pinned him. That's the 2nd time. Now they look for the clear up at Smoggy. Still finding one. Ospasto point blank range finds the other. Chichu last man standing, Guardian in hand.
Gotta go.
It's planted here on the bridge. The time, it's ticking. Ospasto's trying to wait for it. Sets up for the cover, the grab. They're trying to deny it away. But the time is just ticking away. And Chichu will find the final 2 kills to get the Red Bull clutch. EDG. Now just 1 round away from tying us up with the economy. They've been losing so many players in these rounds, it's not in a firm place.
But I think there's just a few moments here where Leviathan just oversteps Mazzino. Tries to play off the back of his own cascade to see if he can find a timing or something. But he gets picked off for free. And that's that extra man that Leviathan may have been able to use in that post plant against Chichu's positioning. When you only have 2, it's so much harder. And you don't have that extra smoke. The jet smoke is so short. Oh boy, I thought for a moment maybe Aspas might go for the play that Smoggy did over in VCT China, where he went up and around the edge. He is gonna do it, but it's not.
An all-in gamble if he goes the full distance, but Chichu will snipe him out of the sky. Takes a couple blades there into the shoulders. A wild attempt, but will not find value.
To be fair, Smoggy's attempt was all the way towards attacker's spawn, so a little bit of a shorter try for the side of Leviathan, but we're gonna lose Aspas early. Com gets a lot of info off that recon dart, even though it doesn't land. A couple bullets came out at it, so they know there's a couple there. EDG this time wisely waiting out this util dump that happened the last time they threw that flash through that high tide. Reckoning here though.
Base gonna be taken, but King able to find one. The drop there from Calm right before the paranoid crashes across. He catches a glimpse and Kong catches a stray.
30 seconds left.
What a turnaround on how things started. EDG now widely just contained back here into main. Did they actually try to play for this? Again, economy not in a great spot. Chichu noted there. Right there. Time going to be ticking. Hope gets ready to expire. Recon up over the top. And yeah, they're just going to be sat here, waiting it out. LEV will find themselves a business. Mazzino finds Chichu at long last. Simon, the only one to retain a weapon. As we go forward now into round 9.
This is so difficult for EDG to deal with. Okay, this doesn't work. They wait out the util, but there's that extra layer for the side of Leviathan this round because they have the Harbor ult. They can wait for this execute, use that, and then flood towards EDG's attempted site take and just shut it right down. Like you've been saying, the money's weak for EDG. Now it's reared its ugly head.
And Aspas has an outlaw once again.
Here. See if you can find a little more damage this round.
It's only Kong with full armor. It's King getting a little bit of damage, but Kong quick to adjust over to that left side approach. Mazzino taken out.
That is filthy from Kong. Just cold as ice. Gets that kill and dips. Still though.
Now you got 3 players playing in mid.
Well, I think that Kong push really had to call attention to this space, right? Where Kong is. Oh God.
Well, dissipates it. Nobody wins it out with a classic. Some tags in there from Smoggy, but Kong now going to be taken out, dealt with. Looks like Smoggy just wanting to get towards that A side as fast as possible. Doesn't go for the recovery on the weapon. They will carry forward at least one Vandal. That was Chichu. Grabs up Kings. Sat here. The recon coming through. Full flash into his face. Still manages to get the recon out. It's going to be cleared. Pushes forward. Now going to be concussed. Just staying sat here, hoping he doesn't get spammed down. Shock dart. We'll be able to find nobody, but not before the plant comes in. Calm alive means it's still going to be a 3v3.
Here.
Can they flush him out again?
Right there.
So difficult.
Previously it was the Reckoning, just keeping everybody stunned, contained here in main. This time they don't have that.
They don't have anything.
Push up into the smoke, and Chichu comes to the rescue, keeps Simon alive and well. An attempt here at the no-scope, but they hound him down. And it's going to be a MasterCard thrifty for EDG to once again get within touching distance. 1 round away from tying us up.
And all it takes is a push out from Kong. Gets that 1 kill and immediately ducks back. And everybody on Leviathan is super worried about some kind of Vents hit. And then you lose this fight. King there, not able to get the aim down in time as 2 players staring him down with weaker weaponry. Kind of panics a little bit that the shot's just not landing.
There's a little bunny rabbit in the smoke, Simon.
Simon just frantically, feverishly jumping as he just tried to elude that spray. EDG though will be calling a timeout despite the thrifty coming through, wanting to apply an overall grander strategy here for the team in these last 3 rounds to be played out in this half.
Well, I mean, if I'm Itopata, I think I'm just saying, like, look, you guys need to calm down. Like, don't overreact to some of their stuff. They're not being ultra aggressive for the most part. Wait their hits out. Set up those crossfires and those utility combos that have been shutting rounds out away from EDG. A little bit of patience. And then I think they're okay for the rest of this half. Still though, this has been a great back and forth between these two teams. So much fight. You also have to be concerned now about EDG having a couple huge ultimates available. That Cosmic Divide and the Hunter's Fury. Also Smoggy with his ult. Apparently saw that a while ago. Didn't really get to talk about it, but he just TP'd behind Leviathan and they had no idea. So things like that you have to be concerned about.
Pacey mid-take coming through, but already some pings down from Kong. As for now, it's just playing Ring Around the Rosie with that drone, avoiding detection. In the meantime, the peek out. Not so cognizant of it after all, as King finds the timing to go ahead and take him down. Outspot's now lurking forward as the drone will be sent. We'll find the jet.
That was the same push out, more or less, that Leviathan did on their pistol round. And EDG was so ready for it. This time they're just kind of lost in the sauce. I'm a bit surprised that Kong didn't expect somebody to be coming through that angle. Gets caught completely off guard. It's painful for EDG to say the least.
It absolutely is. Constantly been trying to tie things up here on this map, but just haven't been able to make it happen. LEV just continue. Just stay one step ahead. Hunter's Fury now gonna be sent out as nobody's just blind fishing and nothing bites.
30 seconds left.
Time dwindling for EDG. This has to be quick, and there can't be much resistance if they're gonna get this plant down.
20 seconds is Calm ready for it. Out of line of sight of that dart. Eats a bit from the fragment to try to reposition the swing out, and Outspot's not gonna be good for it. Simon does manage to find the kill, but Calm still here. Spike now on the floor. Off the side of the map for a brief little moment, but the round is already over. They need to do nothing more but sit back and stay alive. Some damage will be dealt to stop, the final vestiges of these rounds, the economy being built up for Leviathan, but that round win still eluding EDG. 6-6 now, the best that they can hope for, as they still have these ultimates to try to utilize, but LEV keeps himself out in front.
They just felt very off balance the whole way through on that round. Every idea mostly got read.
Beautiful, guys. Nice run.
Absolutely beautiful. Aspas surprisingly at the bottom of the scoreboard, but Leviathan still ahead in the score line. So despite a little bit of struggle from their superstar, everybody else on Leviathan stepping up nicely. And it's a really great team effort. And this time they throw that same high tide out, and that's gonna force EDG to have to hold back and respect and use some utility to clear this, because they have no idea if somebody could have snuck into that spot again. They have to use this drone to check that. That's such a great exchange for Leviathan in terms of util. You use a high tide, which comes back up eventually, versus that drone, which does not.
Slow approach here from EDG. It's keeping things quiet now. Four-player approach over towards B. He's coming down, nobody. Saying, excuse me. Gets situated here for the lineup. Can they try to spot it? Null command opened up from Simon as they stomp their way forward here into the site. Plant can come through unhindered. Tex is spraying through that smoke. Kong just trying to stay quiet. Sat up top. As nobody sprays up in towards heaven and actually does manage to find a kill there on a King. Paranoia now not available for the retake. Jiggle peeking, and the Kong clearly spotted out. Ponytail maybe giving him away either way. He gets tagged low, but still just re-peeks back in towards the site. Gets a headshot there on the Tex. Dodges out the shock dart, re-peeks, finds another. Value continuing to be found. Paranoia now moves across. As Calm has to reposition, but Chichu is ready to strike, intercepting these rotations, these exits. He's now stuck, he will fall. But EDG will once again close that gap a little bit more as they seek that 6-6 half.
And I like a lot of what Leviathan is doing in the beginning of this round, but they sort of gamble that EDG is gonna go mid. I saw a couple different players holding at vents, holding at top mid, but not watching mid directly. They were waiting around corners to see if EDG would poke through. They didn't have anybody on B site proper to watch for that. And then when EDG gets the plant down, King just kind of out there, gets spammed down for free. Kong finds another one as Leviathan's trying to get settled to go for a retake. So Leviathan just one piece of the puzzle that was missing, and they couldn't complete what they had tried to do off the rip. And EDG finds that one narrow gap. And here comes that Cosmic Divide to try to give themselves the ability to plant towards that bridge.
Flash sent Kong working his way in towards the back. Does he actually want to push this one? The answer is going to be yes. He lands right in behind Tex. Already though, Messi coming through. Is Zeno going to be taken down? But Kong finding two. The Hunter's Fury is absolutely monstrous. Now into a 2v2. Spike not yet planted the drone. Working his way across, spotting them both out. Looking for the shots. Shock dart lobbed in. Nobody slides forward. Planting out, ready to come in. King just a Bucky in hand on the far side of the smoke. If nobody pushes up, it'll almost certainly be a dead man. Recon comes in, the jump across, the spray down! Chichu, nobody together! We'll get EDG tied up at 6-6 at the half.
What a series, what a map. Incredible back and forth. EDG able to stabilize and find 5 of the last 7 rounds.
We would not want to see it any other way. Complete parity here at the half in this map 3. We're going to go to a halftime break. When we come back, we'll see which one of these teams goes to the grand final.
One enemy remaining.
No one. Showstopper out in the crowd. Pumps some t-shirts up here for the awaiting fans, but what we're really awaiting is seeing which one of these teams is going to make it into that grand final. 6-6 at the half, anybody's game, anybody's match. Could very well all come down to this next and final pistol.
And the first thing that comes to my mind on this half is that EDG is running a Sentinel-less comp. And this defender's side is going to be very tricky. It's very difficult to keep information, to keep mid control, something that Leviathan's comp excels at. They have so much ability with the Sova, with the Cypher, and with the Harbor to make your life a nightmare for understanding where and how there's going to be flank angles attempting to be created. And what is going to be the response from EDG? A lot of teams have struggled to adapt to teams that have good mid control, so their answer is to stack up players and just watch for it with pistols.
The wall comes up. Shot's going to be exchanged here from the side of LEV, letting them know, yes, we are in fact here. And they're all going to cut their way towards this B site where it's just Simon here for the moment. Smoggy not far off. It's just a classic in hand. Wall coming up. Recon going to be sent. Quickly cleared out, but Simon widely just has to backpedal now. Entry comes in, Ospas taking space, confirming that back site is going to be cleared out. The plant can now be made. Tex, once again, Sheriff in hand, good for one. This Ospas looks for a little bit more, but ultimately will be felled. Simon finding that kill. As he traded back to interrupt. A 3v3 for now. The spike not in play quite just yet. 0 point connecting on the 2. Cold coming through, Chichu rerouting, getting his way up in towards heaven. Star set up another wall coming through, and Simon bumping over to the Ghost is able to find one, but King will clear out the last 2, and LEV will get themselves another pistol here on Abyss.
I love the way that Leviathan shows you so much patience, taking their time before they get the spike down to make sure that EDG isn't going to try to find a timing while one player is busy trying to get the spike planted. They wait that out, they find their opportunity with this high tide. So good.
Francisco! Let's go!
But really, it's the timing there from King. The whole time when it became 3v3, watching King to see what he does with that deep post-plant position, and they use that high tide to scale him up to find that angle that EDG is not ready for.
Couple players spotted out there on the recon. Ultimately, nobody winning the fight to claim the orb as his own. Kong try to line something up here with that Sheriff. Swings out and just narrowly misses the opportunity. Aspas gets away. Smoggy now. Clean up on top of the box here at the B site. On his lonesome pings coming down. The jump across from Tex, the instant headshot. Smoggy though, I was saying a bit there. Takes a bit of damage, but he does put King down to 53 and gives the team a fighting chance.
Goodness, that is sick from Smoggy. Oh man.
Nasty, but still a hell of a lot more work to be done left. Very much in control of this site. Recon exchange, Cove now going to be sent to try to slow up the approach even more. With a Spectre to hold the line, the players on the opposite side of this very dangerously low, and he will be able to find those kills. Kong going to be good for one last elimination there. Ultimately, LEV losing out 2 players as they move forward here into the bonus.
Still though, not a ton of weaponry recovered from their round, but looks like they are going to be purchasing up a little bit on the side of Leviathan. Up close and personal with those sprays with the SMGs. Aspas, just a couple kills. Let's see if that gets him fired up. See if that gets him back in this match, because if he comes alive, that is generally lights out for any team he's going up against.
Very much so. Guardian 2 Vandals here. They try to convert the bonus on the side of LEV, and it looks like it's just going to be a very pacey hit. Because there you go, the Reckoning going to be sent out. Kong dashing away. Oh, doesn't get caught. Oh, an arm going to be spotted there. Flash connects on Aspas. Now, site cleared, but the ult is gone. They've been held at bay here for now, but the full rotate has come through. EDG now need to send players back over towards A, where Tex is still just pushing his way steadily further forward into the site.
And look at King. He's taking this opportunity to gain space in mid as well.
So does he read this timing? Or does he get timinged?
Slip the net.
A quick turn back, but Chichu's not looking for it. He's not peeking in towards backside. He just has his sight set here on main. Catches a glimpse there on a Mazzino. Has nobody nearly caught with Util in hand, but now the jig is up.
Right there.
They know his positions.
Right there.
Continued taps here on this spike plan, but not actually being committed to quite just yet. Paranoia already set, but Kong play with a sliver of visibility. Finds one. Tex resets the aim. Mazzino up on top. Comes up with one. Kong going to be taken low.
King.
Reload has to come through, and King, yep, slinking in around the back. Decides to strike now. Shock dart avoided, head spotted. Calm is dead. The dash down, the drop. Mazzino low on HP, but the shot does not come through. Smoggy, however, catches it for a brief little moment, and he is cognizant about this flank. The seconds dwindling, the wall to be broken. Tech some warning shots, but Smoggy's so wise to it, it would seem. Plant's coming in around the back. He's going to drop down. He finds the kill, but he cannot interrupt. And now it's a 1v1. The smoke's situated. He sees the drop, and he knows that he's taking him low. Shots have connected, but King waiting it out. Right-click spam. He goes for the push, and Smoggy wins it. The defuse can come through, but it is narrow margins and an immense amount of damage dealt. One weapon carried over. It's EDG. That is a rocky anti-bonus, but one that you will still be happy to win in the end.
But I think Leviathan might be a little bit salty about this round. They did so many good things here, buying all this time with their utility to get King in position to backstab, but then they just can't quite displace Smoggy. But man, oh man, the EDG fans here on their feet. The hero for China once again, just barely nobody.
Oh boy. Woo. You can see that this map, this series, it is starting to take its toll. Emotions running high, whether it's elation or despair. Simon tagged up a bit, pop flash sent out, holding Aspas at bay for the moment.
But here's this mid control.
3-point Sen cleared.
They have everything. It's the entire center of the map is theirs.
Chichu, the one holding on the opposite side, over here towards A. Smoke now coming down. Oh, spotted. Did he catch a pixel out of place? Seems like he may have. As Nebula comes up, just cutting off that line of sight. Kong now creeping forward, finds Tex over outside of B and window. 3-man push in towards Simon. He's here at the ready. Aspas leading the charge. That outlaw scoped in. He sees one. Flash now sent. Forces out the dash. But they're still here. Chicho around the back. Caught as Mazzino comes up with the kill. Kong now trying to sit, but Aspas will strike him down. Just peeking in with the outlaw. Finds its mark. Looks for another quick peek, quick shot, quick death. Smoggy eliminated, and now it's nobody all on his lonesome.
So difficult.
Just about the full kit here, but Calm the first that he has to clear, but now sights turned, and Aspas catches him right in the rear. A 4K is LEV, stretch the lead now by 2 rounds.
And this whole ground set up to enable Aspas to do damage up close and personal with this outlaw. And they need to get him fired up. I don't mind EDG's response to all this mid-space being taken by Leviathan. It's just Leviathan is crisper, they're cleaner in their reactions. The angles being held are tricky for Leviathan to deal with, but they do. And it's because of players like Aspas that they're able to get away with that. Blade Storm popped by Kong, and he's going right up mid. Aspas has his blades too, but hasn't popped them yet, just the outlaw in hand. Watching for top mid aggression.
Making plenty of noise though. Kong hearing this, wants to go for the peek. Spots Tex out first, but King with the counter swing will be able to take him down. No further damage to be found. Aspas still protected.
Great fundamental awareness of the map here by Leviathan. King at the right time to back up his teammates.
Wanting that orb, the Hunter's Fury would be at the ready. Looks like he will just respect the players on the opposite side, so ultimately doesn't go for it. 3 players here playing around mid as Jiggle peek from Simon. I don't think he spotted him out. Means that it's an easy serve up for Aspas, who looks for that second shot, drops down, breaks that line of sight. Chichu pushing forward out of A main. Should give them enough information to know it's inevitably going to be a B hit, but it's just nobody in Smoggy to try to slow things up with those sheriffs.
They're just picking them apart. It's like taking a petal off a flower, piece by piece. Oh my God.
Wow. It's a blind check. Not just Smoggy. Been their hero time and time again, but this time pulling off a drifting. Seems like a bridge too far, especially as Chichu, his only backup, has been taken away from him. Will eventually find the shot, but does get ping revealed down to 38 as they just spray through the box. Another smoke cycle through just to make this as impossible for him as humanly possible. And ultimately, even some additional kills, some damage dealt, it won't mean too much because the economy on the opposite side is going to be quite healthy. Maybe stop a snowball here, but Calm dead, but the time's just not there. He'll make a go of it. He'll look for a little bit more blood. But in the end, this spike is going to detonate. Left, that's Aspas trying to get out of there, trying to just drift off the side of the map. Will end up falling, but LEV will get themselves now up to 10. Double digits, 3 away from securing their position in the grand final.
This is such great awareness here by King. The IGL for Leviathan. Finding a great timing to shut Kong down before he could ruin the round. Nice attempt here.
That's Mazzino's fault.
The nice attempt there by Aspas to keep himself alive. Could have drifted off the map until the end of round timer ticked down, but got caught there by the edge of the explosion. And yeah, the timeout for EDG. It's even on some of the rounds here on this defender side where I thought they made some good ideas, had some good reads. Aspas is Aspas, and now he is right back up there, up to 14 kills. Has shot up the scoreboard with that Outlaw.
Yeah, it's been a big resurgence from him, but EDG, this is the last time out. Leviathan still holding on to 2. Should that run back start to occur, they can pump the brakes, they can slow down EDG, they can course correct with the assistance of the coaches. Granted, yes, that gives EDG the opportunity to talk to their coaches as well, but they right now are very much in the driver's seat, is what I'm getting at. Both in the score, in the kills, as well as in what is available to them, because you look at this, it is nearly the full set. One charge away from having that Reckoning online from King, having the teleport. The rest is already prepped and ready to go.
And it's op the op. Once again, just like we saw earlier in this series, both the duelists are going to try to do what they do best. That's use those snipers to take rounds over, take maps over. And Aspas has been so good with that Outlaw. Is he going to be able to continue that here on the attacker's side?
Reckoning now at the ready as the orb gets taken. And there's the send. Simon and Chichu now going to be dancing here on the site, trying to avoid what they can. A quick pop into the astral form from Chichu, ends up getting stunned up. Swings back out, catches a glimpse here. Kong doesn't end up getting taken down, and Chichu somehow reestablishes the aim. Finds Mazzino. Simon dropping out of tower. Takes out King, and suddenly this round has been turned completely and utterly on its head.
It's got to be a save almost.
It has to be now. It's just the operator left. You don't have the money on Aspas at least to afford another one. Would have to be gifted over by Mazzino, who is quite flush with cash, but this has been a fantastic response here from EDG to shut down this push.
Well, and because you have the operator in Aspas's hands, that has to be a much slower hit. Taking a little bit of damage there. Aspas trying to get away and maybe gifted the opportunity to do so. Okay. Able to use the smoke to cover the recon dart.
Doesn't actually scan his position. Just give it the money. I mean, do you want to swing out and try to go for this one? Yeah, you absolutely do, especially when you hit the headshot and the op goes wide. Nobody more than happy to die in that position because it gets him his ultimate no matter what, but he wins out the fight. Still, 2 more rounds to go to tie things up. EDG are still on the back foot, and they still have to play up against these 4 available ultimates on the side of Leviathan.
And it's just a fragment and a smoke that mostly stalls up this hit by Leviathan. And again, because Aspas has that operator.
Whoa! And clearly, like I said, they were happy to send him to his demise.
Oh, yeah.
Surprised to see that he actually found the elimination.
It sends Leviathan onto an eco. Blade Storm there, but looking to find an opportunity. Going to use that high tide, cut off some space. Smoke in response from Chichu. See if he can delay, but this round seemingly looks to be Leviathan trying to scale their way through mid. The drone to try to check.
Moves down into the smoke, tries to go for the blind check, but does get a glimpse. So 2 players going to be spotted there. As Aspas once again dropping down. Counter drone now from Calm. For a peek in, but nobody. Quickly go ahead and clear that one out, and then just sent the back pedal.
It's a game to get ahead of this null command.
Simon showing that shoulder and not reading that they were that far forward. Aspas takes him down. That's going to be a weapon now scooped up into this Jet's hands. He peeks. A couple knives going to be going wide. Dashes up to the side, grabs the rope.
I know exactly where you are.
Pressure now getting built up. The neural depth going to be sent out. Hunter's Fury sent. Calm seeking target this time. Looks like won't be quite rewarded with a kill, but get a final shot there on to Kong and Mazzino. Can collect 2. Looking for a thrifty of their own to get themselves up to 11. Stop EDG from building up any kind of momentum, and what a round response this will be here from Leviathan after that flawless shutdown from EDG in the previous.
There's no hope, and it's going to have to be a save. I mean, I just love this from the side of Leviathan, keeping Aspas obscured at all costs, making sure that this Blade Storm is not noted because, oh boy.
They're completely stuck. They're here on the side of the map. will run out of knives. Nobody will be able to hold his ground, but there's still plenty more players to try to go through. Shock Dart going to be shorted. As there's the ping out on the Tex. The swing, nobody trying to find it. They will be able to hold on to their weapons. That cannot be taken away from them, but the MasterCard Thrifty is found all the same. Lev, one away from having match point.
Still, I just love the way that Leviathan does this because they know that Null Command is there to shut down that Blade Storm. And they're doing everything they can to find the opportunity to kill Simon or that ult is able to shut down their own ult. Great stuff by Mazzino
that
there.
ult was...
The ping off of the Hunter's Fury as
that
well.
was very
Chef's kiss on the round.
Absolutely.
Cooked up a Thrifty, and now Osbot still has that operator in hand. Goes for the peak. Kong immediately sat down. You can tell he's now feeling it. It was a slow start, but it might just be an explosive finish here for Osbot on this map.
There they are.
Ping out, but he's on the low ground. No chance to find that punish. Drone now on the chase, on the hunt.
Well, and you can see how badly EDG wants to try to find some semblance of mid-control for themselves because it's been killing them in this half. And Leviathan is just happy to just spray at it, take op shots to keep them from being able to challenge those sight lines, to be able to reestablish control of the map. Now, it's like maybe another A hit going to be set up. Can Chichu come up big again?
2-2 split. Ball going to be sent out. Orb scooped up. Chichu out in front. Close left hold here from nobody. As Spike gets swapped over. So push up here from Mazzino will get punished. They don't see anything else on the back of this one, so they relay that, and Smoggy starts rotating back over towards B. Smoke going to be set up here on main to try to intercept, and nobody's going to start trying to creep in from behind, but there is a trap wire set up to intercept him.
Oh, this Cosmic Divide right in front of both sites.
Time is ticking. 15 seconds remaining. The Spike still being brought forward. But is this all a bait? Is this a ruse? Seems like given the player count, the answer is going to be no, but King could just TP across the other side of the map. And Simon, only going to be good for one. Time still dwindling. Hunter's Fury opened up, looking for the interrupt here on the plant, but the plant still comes in. Chichu, however, spots out the final player, and he's already cleaned up 3. The re-swing, the re-snap! And Chichu will keep EDG in this. Stop Lev from getting up to map point.
Credit where credit is due. Chichu has been a real nuisance on this Astra, especially on the A site. He's able to swing over and bail out his team in time. He needed him to come alive. Ooh, great reactions there. Oh my God. So good from Chichu. We're gonna need more of that. They've done a great job of making A very, very difficult for Leviathan to hit. Let's see if Leviathan can find some more answers. 3 players though for EDG and an operator right towards mid. They want to see if they can shut down operator of Ospas as well. They know it's going to be there.
Looking for the duel again here in mid perhaps, but Ospas changing up the script, doesn't go for the upward approach. Tries to see if there's going to be a deep lurk forward that he can go ahead and get a punish on.
Well, and they're leaning towards B because they've been so thorough about keeping Leviathan from getting into A, but Leviathan, if they're going to go A, needs to create an extra angle, needs to go through vents, do what they're doing right now. This is so much better. This is such a good adjustment here from King. A great call from the IGL of Leviathan.
Drone to try to check and see if it spots out anything at all, but I don't believe anything was noted there. Calm makes his way through. Ready to strike. Another Reckoning available here. SEN, Chichu once again in a similar position. Drops down off the top. Just trying to play evasive. Keep himself nice and safe. Nobody moves forward here onto the side to try to reinforce. Calm now going to be spotted, but Ospas starts going for the peak out of heaven. Tex spotted. Doesn't register that nobody's there. Does end up getting traded out as Mazzino finds another kill. Kong now so far forward in a committed position. Takes the off shot, cannot find it. Has to swap the weapons over. The backside is being filled up, but Smoggy cleans up 2. Simon gets calm, and in the blink of an eye, the round comes to an end. We have to see the replays, but EDG explode back onto that A site.
What just happened? It looked like maybe Leviathan was going to be able to get over the line there. I mean, they've got the site control.
Oh, I mean, straight away. It looks so damn good for them, but
oh, the crossfire here is so good.
as that Cloudburst goes down, they just have it set up, and Simon swoops into tower.
Unbelievable.
So swift, so concise. We couldn't even register what had happened in the moment. Leviathan, I mean, you saw it on your screens. It's not a spoiler whatsoever. They've called their first timeout. Not happy with the way that these last few rounds have been going.
No. And every time they've tried to throw different looks at this A site, there's been an answer that EDG has been able to dial up. And credit where credit is due, I loved that idea from Leviathan. It's just EDG has a better response there. They've got the crossfire, they've got the better reactions. They are so good at understanding smoke timings and when they're going to be able to set up and go for those pushes, set up for the crossfires, and they just dismantle Leviathan there in the blink of an eye. Now, a weaker buy has to be brought out by Leviathan. Couple Sheriffs, Hero Vandal for Aspas. Just a few pieces of armor. King, 0 armor. Early check for that positioning of Aspas. The high tide to try to take some space. The recon as well sent out. Trying to scale Aspas ahead. Similar to the round when he had the Blade Storm. It's going to be marching their way forward. Trying to make some noise towards Vent.
Got Australian for a second there.
I did a bit, yeah. It's Atlas's fault. Been spending too much time with him, man.
For now, things going to be slowed down. And for EDG, still every need to be cautious. Have been thriftied already on this half. Need to avoid it happening again. Only Classic in the hands of Calm here. Push up towards the door. Nobody backing off the angle, but the door's been broken. Recon quickly dealt with. As Aspas and Tex going to walkabout, sliding around the backside of this. Smoke, this wall for now, keeps them obfuscated. Seems like nobody is reading this though. Ice Shade in, but now the smoke going to be dropping, and they're both lined up, but Chichu answers one back. Drops down into the site, Tex swooping around, but it loses the timing. He ends up falling, and now it is just Calm. Chef potentially collected, now Vandal on the floor, but time ticking. Simon is sending out the fragment to go ahead and ensure his demise. We are tied up. 11-11, EDG have been chasing after LEV this entire second half, and they may have just caught them. But that's a thrifty avoided. Now we go back into a full purchase round to see which squad is getting themselves up to match point.
Oh man, and they're so close there, Leviathan. If Aspas can find that transfer onto Chichu, maybe could have broken it open, but Chichu's just been too quick. This Astra has been ridiculous, shutting Leviathan out of so many rounds with those tremendous individual plays, understanding the timings, and now they're really starting to understand this mid-control and how they can find some good counters to it.
Oh, the push-up. Kong misses the opportunity. Not even damage found through the corner of the wall. Drone from nobody. Does get a spot here on a Mazzino. As once again, it's heavy presence here in mid. LEV wanting to conquer this side of the map. Peek out Kong and just hair off. Cannot quite land the shot.
Just trying to look for those players who overstep from EDG, but EDG not willing to fight for that mid space once they've given it up. Then they start holding some angles, trying to cut off Leviathan as they try to push through mid-top.
Aspas basically leading the charge here with that operator in hand. Kong sending out a shot. The jiggle peek near form. Aspas rings it through, but on the repeat, Kong comes up with one. Calm now going to be taken down. An advantage for them as Kong repositioning. Getting on a different angle, and he hits the shot on the updraft! Sniping Aspas out of the sky! Texto barrels forward, up through main. The jump out of the smoke, though, and Kong takes his head off of the shorty. Goes for the peek, the updraft, the shot. Mazzino shuts it down. We're into a 2v2 as the spike gets planted. Some shots out, Chichu finding a first, and he finds them both! EDG! They're running it back! and they're getting themselves up to match point. 1 round away from punching their ticket into the grand final.
And are we finally going to see China making their way to a finals of VCT and a champions nonetheless? The 3K from Kong Kong, absolutely ridiculous. Chichu, unstoppable. Unbelievable.
And now, what could very well be the final round unless we get a repeat of Icebox go once again into an overtime. EDG want to avoid that at all costs. Operator still in play here for the side of Kong Kong, has the knives in the back end. Cosmic Divide in the pocket here for Chichu. Hunter's Fury at the ready. Mazzino once again 1 away from a reckoning.
They keep trying it and it keeps not really working. Maybe this round will be different. Gonna give him the orb here. See if they can set up for this. Simon, Smoggy on this B site.
Reckoning sent, full attention paid here to this site. Simon setting up the pop flash and trying to sway to try to slow things up. Hunter's Fury from Com crashing across as Osmos goes on the hunt, but Simon gets the 90-degree turn and takes his head clean off. Man advantage now here in the hands of EDG as they look to bring this to a finish. Paranoia held from King. Tex scaling forward within the cage, but he's been spotted and nobody claims his life. Cold drops King dead. Smoggy finds the kill, finds the follow-up, and now it's Calm on his lonesome, and he can't do jack. 13-11. It is history continuing to be made as EDG takes China further and further beyond our expectations, further than they have ever been before.
This is the EDG we have been waiting for. For years, this team has shown us glimpses of brilliance, but 2024 may very well be the year of this squad. Unbelievable back and forth. Overtime on Icebox, a dominant Lotus, and then just a grueling, grinding abyss that EDG finds their composure, finds their form, finds that extra gear, and takes Leviathan down and sends them to the lower finals.
That second trophy for Calm, for Aspas, a little bit further, out of reach, but still obtainable. That history can still be made. They could still lift it yet again, but it will once again for Calm have to be through that lower bracket. For EDG though, what a year. The up and downs for them, always at the top of the region, never finding success at the global tournaments until we get here to champions. And as the old adage goes, it is not about how you start, it is absolutely about how you finish. And already, the shortcomings on home soil at Madrid are wiped away. That slate is clean.
Washed away. This team has defied expectations to get here, to be at this point. A change up, a change of coaches. Simon comes into the squad, and this is the best version of them we have ever seen. And it is every player stepping up from time to time for this squad. It's not just Kong Kong, you're seeing Smoggy, Chichu, Nobody, Simon, such a tremendous role player. Everybody on this squad has had their moments. And they could very well do it. They could very well be the champions here in 2024.
They can. And with the form that they've been showing, the prep that they've been bringing into their matches to be able to get these counter strats done and having that double ban advantage, we could very well be looking at this squad in 2 days' time, lifting the Champions Trophy here at the Inspire Arena.
I'm thrilled with how this match played out. Just absolutely stunning. Both teams playing their hearts out. It just is, like you said, EDG I think has really good prep right now. I'm so impressed with Muggle. Like I said before, the man can't cast spells, but he can sure work magic.
I mean, it's every single one of them across the board. Simon, across the series, sure. He might not be fragging as hard as some of the other players, but that util is always on point. Yep. He is always setting up the rest of his teammates for success, and he's always racking up just absurd numbers of assists.
His breach is insane.
His breach is insane. His KO on point. I mean, he gets 15 here on this map as well. But what an incredible ride here for EDG. As you can see, the coaching staff finally relieved, finally being able to believe that they were capable of it, that they were going to be able to get this done.
Belief is reality now.
What an absolutely insane set between these two squads. So grateful that this ended up going the distance. So grateful that we got to see that Abyss and that EDG are now in that grand final. It has been a wild ride, and I could not be happier to have guided you guys through this series and to have this man right here alongside me.
Believe it or not, we do like each other. Believe it or not.
A little bipolar in that regard,
A little bit at times, yeah. No. I mean, truly a pleasure to be here. A pleasure to have this event in our home turf of Seoul, where Pacific is. Just absolutely stunning to be with you as always, my friend. You're tremendous to work with. This is just a treat to be here at this Inspire Arena in front of these fans.
Yeah.
Couldn't ask for more.
Yep, could not ask for more. That's our final cast of this season. We'll see you guys in the analyst desk and whatnot throughout the weekend, but I'm just glad it got to 3. We got that crazy overtime on Icebox. It was a fantastic cherry on top to be able to round out being up here in the casting booth. But man, I cannot wait to see what happens in the rest of these sets in that grand final. Because, I mean, of course, this is just the start of the day. We still have a whole other series to get through, and that one has elimination on the line with Sentinels and Heretics getting ready to clash. The stakes are going to be even higher there to see who is going to be able to survive. Because, you know, it could just be the end of EMEA.
Yeah.
Or it could be half of the Americas teams going home.
It's going to be crazy. I mean, can you imagine if it's Leviathan versus Sentinels, Americas versus Americas? But Heretics has been looking so good this event. They're so strong. They hit these strides, and they absolutely just start running teams over. But Sentinels, man, they keep impressing me. They keep finding ways to dig deeper when things look like they might be done. When Sentinels look like they might be out of it, they find another level. They find another gear, and they start taking teams down. So anything's possible. I think that's going to be another banger 3-map series.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, of course, we talk about, you know, Calm and Aspas seeking that second trophy here from the side of LEV because they just played, but Sasi is very much in that same boat. He's looking for that second champs trophy. Sentinels, the only squad that could get that second trophy here within the 2024 season as well. And we'll see if they're going to be able to do that. But you saw the man himself running out onto the stage, getting ready for his interview.
The fans, so emotional. So many fans came over from China today, and it's got me a little choked up too, man. It's so awesome to see this team just continue to grind. So much adversity they've had to face. So many doubters they've had rear their ugly heads against them, and they have proved them wrong. They have shut them up, and they are in the finals. Finally, EDG has done it. Finally.
It's just been consistently breaking and bending expectations. But that does it for myself and Paper Thin. Thank you guys so much. We're going to go ahead and send it down to the stage and hear from Kong.
And we have our grand finalists. Give it up for EDG's Kong. 승리 축하드립니다. EDG가 결승에 진출합니다. 좀 믿기시는지부터 물어보고 싶어요. 지금 이 순간 믿기시나요? Now congratulations, Kong EDG in the grand finals. Can you believe it? Does it feel real to you?
现在 EDG 已经进入到了总决赛，这对你来说像真的吗？你觉得这一切？
怎么说呢？就刚刚赢下的一瞬间，我人都是恍惚的，我感觉好像一切都是在做梦一样。但是事实就是我们进入了总决赛嘛，所以说我觉得我们值得。
At the time we won, I was like, wow, it was like dreaming. But the fact is, we get into the grand final. This is the truth. We're worth it.
꿈을 꾸는 것 같고 여전히 믿기진 않지만 그래도 바뀌지 않는 사실은 우리가 정말 열심히 했고 우리가 결승에 진출할 충분한 가치가 있다는 사실이라는 거라고 얘기를 하는데요. 사실 작년에 마스터즈 조크에서 탑 6에 오르면서 정말 많은 사람들을 놀라게 했는데 1년 뒤인 올해 챔피언스에서 결승에 진출하게 됐습니다. 좀 이렇게 빨리 팀이 결승에 진출하고 트로피와 가까워질지 알고 있었는지 믿고 있었는지도 물어보고 싶네요. Just last year at Masters Tokyo, we really put SEN on the map by placing in top 6. A year later in Champion Seoul, you guys are in the grand finals. Did you know that your time was going to come this soon?
其实，在去年东京大师赛的时候，所有人都为你们的精彩表现所惊艳到了。那今年在冠军赛1年之后，你们现在进入到了总决赛，一直以来你坚信你们能够做到这么棒吗？
那肯定是坚信的，就是真的很难得到这么好的团队，但是我们还需要更加努力吧，我觉得，因为冠军这个东西对于我们来说，就算是我们进了决赛，还是很遥远的，但是我们一定会努力的。
I mean, it's really, of course, we believe it deeply. It's really nice to have such a good team. And of course, we're going to working hard to finally get to the grand final. We're definitely working hard.
당연히 믿고 있었고요. 또 이렇게 좋은 팀이 있기 때문에 계속해서 열심히 해서 결승전에서도 좋은 결과 있기를 바란다고 얘기를 합니다. 마지막으로 캉캉 선수가 정말 감격스러운 순간에 캉캉은 세계 챔피언이 되기까지 울지 않겠다라고 얘기를 했거든요. 그 순간이 정말 이제 코앞에 있습니다. 지금 어떤 기분인지 그리고 앞으로 각오가 또 남다를 것 같은데 각오 또 빨리 물어보도록 할게요. Just lastly, back in Tokyo, you said 캉캉 will never cry until he wins the world champions. You said that yourself, and you're only one match away from actually becoming the world's best. So how does that make you feel?
其实，在东京的时候，你说过不拿到冠军我是不会哭的。那现在我们距离拿到冠军只有1步之遥。那如果真拿到，现在会是什么样的？
我现在什么感觉吗？
我太帅了
！I'm so feeling amazing right now, so dope right now.
기분이 진짜 너무너무 좋아서 날아갈 것 같다고 얘기를 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 결승에 진출하게 된 EDG 캉캉 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you, 캉캉.
Thank you.
Good luck in the grand finals. I'm gonna...
It's hard to feel myself with you miles away. I've been wondering why you cannot stay. Till my sky's blue when they're always gray. Trying to sweep myself, but I can't find a way. Diva, Diva, where did you go? Diva, Diva, where did you go? Where did you go? but you miles away. I've been wondering why you cannot stay. Till my sky's blue when they're always gray. Trying to see myself, but I can't find a way. It's hard to feel myself, but you miles away. I've been wondering why you cannot stay. Till my sky's blue when they're always gray. Trying to see myself, but I can't find a way. Diva, my diva, where did you go? I feel ya. Diva, my diva, where did you go? Where did you go?
Welcome back, everybody, to day 6 of the Champions Seoul playoffs and our lower bracket semi-finals. EDG, they will be waiting for maybe one of these teams in the grand finals on Sunday. I've got Sideshow Kakuka and Mimi with me here. It's Sentinels versus Team Heretics. This is going to be a crazy matchup.
I think I've seen this film before, but I think that these teams have grown so much, and the expectations are through the roof because of both of the different journeys that they had throughout the year.
Yeah, Heretics have been fantastic at taking what they did at the start of the year and building on it further and further. They've had their own wobbles in terms of not being able to use their full roster at an international event until champs. But the last time we saw these two teams face off, Sentinels did manage to take the win.
But all 3 international events for Team Heretics, it has been a different roster. When they lost to Sentinels in a crazy close game at Madrid, it was when they didn't have Woot yet even playing with them in VCT, when they had Patatek subbing in. It was a different story in Shanghai, and it's a different story again here. But the consistent thing for Team Heretics is now making at least top 4 in back-to-back international events.
And bear in mind, back in that time, that was the first time that Heretics went international like that qualified. This was their first match, so it's literally going to be the end of the beginning for one of the teams.
And I feel like it's really important to note, a lot of people want like Woot back in on Duelist or bring Patatek in or something like that. They win much more with their full roster, okay? You cannot argue with the results. They're absolutely crushing with their full roster. Just because it looks a bit wobbly or they don't quite conclusively destroy people like they did in Shanghai, they are still doing the job with this roster.
Yeah, the stats don't lie, Sideshow. The stats don't lie. But for more on this matchup, let's hear from their IGLs. Mika Fab's caught up with John QT and Boo.
Hey guys, I'm here with the 2 IGLs of our second series of the day. We have John QT of Sentinels and we have Boo from Team Heretics. Now, you guys both have kind of different origin stories. That's right. Give it up for them. Give it up for them. There you go. There you go. So you guys have very different origin stories as leaders, right? Boo, you played last year, and John QT, you came from Ascension. So I'm wondering how, like, the hardships of the previous year have shaped you guys, especially learning and figuring out this role as a leader here at Champions. We'll start with you, Boo.
I think for me it's just understanding what enables me as an IGL, like what do I like and what do I don't like, and yeah, just going from that, getting experience and playing a lot of games.
Figuring it out yourself so that you can figure it out better for the team, right? And you, John QT?
I just kind of understood what it takes to win, to be honest. After losing the Ascension final and winning the Madrid final, I kind of can see the difference, what makes and breaks a team, and just what it takes to win, yeah.
That's a really mature answer. Now, both of you guys were also in the grand finals of both Masters this year, of course, Masters Madrid and Masters Shanghai. So what do you guys think it's going to take for you to get there again, especially considering this is an elimination match?
I think it's just playing well. Honestly, like when you go out there, all you need to do is be confident, trust in everybody in your team, get the flow state, and then you're gonna win.
Just take it game by game, and just a lot of resilience and belief in we can win, yeah.
All right, well, very excited to see this match. Best of luck to both of you.
They are locked in, and they have been locked in this entire tournament because Kakuka, the group stage and their journeys to get here has not been easy.
Yeah, exactly. I think that every single person, when they saw this group B, he wasn't the only one, but they said, oh my God, there was so much talent. It is crazy to think that the one that didn't make it out of here was Gen G.
And weirdly enough, they didn't fight each other in the group stage as well, because Gen G took them around different routes. It's so interesting as well, the kind of looking at the different journeys and that they've been in different finals. It's super cool. You know, Tens is the only player here that could match Chronicles' 3 trophies if he actually ends up winning. Isn't that nuts? It's crazy.
It's absolutely
It's insane that that's even possible. And also for these two teams, that they haven't matched since that first time that we saw them all the way back in Madrid. For SEN, this has been such a tumultuous year as a whole. While Team Heretics was dealing with roster swaps, Sentinels was dealing with the up and downs, finding the highest of highs, winning kickoff, winning Madrid, and then really falling apart in stage 1. Not even making playoffs in stage 2. Getting here off of that early success, but now at Champions, proving why they're the team that won in Madrid and reclaiming their form again.
Yeah, and people don't realize just how much it hurt Team Heretics to not win that trophy and the rest of their year as well. We don't want to see them being bridesmaids anymore, Kakuka. They end here.
No, it has to. I think that the build-up throughout the entire year of this extremely young roster with a lot of promises from all across the region. Everybody, if you were watching Tier 2, you were watching the boys that are literally, los niños that are literally touching that stage right now. And I cannot blame them for wanting the best for them. And as you're saying, if they're able to make that lower bracket run, by the way, both of them got to that final, Sentinels in Madrid and Heretics in Shanghai, through the lower bracket.
Yeah, they did indeed. And let's hear from Zelsis about this lower bracket run in the Omen player moment.
Hello guys, I am Zelsis and I play Valorant for Sentinels. Like I'm just happy to win the series because Bind was 13-9 and I know maybe if I got a couple extra more kills, maybe it would have changed some outcomes. It just felt pretty bad to have 5 kills to be honest and watching us slowly lose. Probably karma for me calling out Boaster saying he averages 5 kills, but I'm pretty excited that we got to stay alive to go to the new arena in front of everyone. So now we're in the pressure and Sentinels is usually good at doing the lower bracket runs. So yeah, we just have to keep going into every match with 110%.
Zarsi 64 still sitting better off. Did he get spotted? He did! Alpha finds him! Zekken though, can the man become a monster? It looks like he might be able to! 3 in this round, he needs 4! And where does he wait? Where does he guess? The gap closes, 50 HP, paint shell to the left. He looks, oh! It's outstanding!
Heretics has actually been kind of a wild card for me. It'll still be a fun match to play them. We beat them back in Madrid when they had a sub, and I know they got finals in Shanghai with the sub as well. So them having their full roster here, I had a lot of expectations for them. I didn't expect us or them to be in the lower final or leading into the lower final. I kind of had us in the upper final. So it's kind of a different, scenario, but nonetheless, it's still going to be a fun game against them.
You heard it there from Zelsis, and of course we mentioned in terms of the different players stepping in different global events, but Miniboo, he is here. He will get to play against Zekken today.
Yeah, and that's so cool because they've actually had very similar styles. They're both people that were in full-time studying at the same time as playing.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. When Zekken first appeared on stage, when he was playing back with XZ, he was a high schooler at the time, 17 years old when he made his debut at his first international event. And that's been the exact same story for Miniboo this year. Not getting to play with his team when they went on the run at Shanghai, having to watch from home while finishing his studies, and now showing up here and proving himself on that international stage.
And it's all about sacrifice, right? You sacrifice your time, you go for your passion, but you do not want to give up on the rest of your life. The amount of stress that this has to put you in, to see them both here performing in the big stage with the performance individually that they're having, it's mind-blowing.
They have very different styles too. Miniboo is sacrificial, Zekken is farming those first kills. He's got a 61% success rate on the entries. That has got to shift. They've got to shut down Zekken if Heretics want to win this game.
Yeah, I think it's a similar story on the other side, right? If you shut down Miniboo after the performance he had last time, and you guys spoke about sacrifices, and I just love seeing all of the emotions in the crowds, the family members of all these players coming to support them. And we saw in the COEX arena with Heretics when they won, I don't think there was a dryer in the house.
No, there absolutely wasn't, and because there's so many people who care so deeply about these players, their families showing up up and showing what it means, really. But when you're talking about sacrifice, in the server, I mean, Miniboo is so often dying first, being that team player, putting everything on the line, and not always putting up games like he did last time, but he's so committed to the system. I mean, his brother is the IGL of this team. I feel like we forget about that sometimes.
It's
so cute.
It's crazy. Like, just bear in mind, I know that in Americas it has been the same, but of course they have their families, but they've also a little bit of our family too. We see them every single week. They're supporting their family. Mama Fishy the other day told me, oh my God, it went to 9-3 and I thought it might be cursed.
Was that your British accent?
Sorry, that was terrible, but she is amazing. It is crazy to think that they're so young, and it's like going to watch your kids playing football at the weekend.
And they are very young. I think that's another crucial point to bring up. It feels like they're somewhat experienced as a team, but they have a ton of rookies out there.
But what's different is that, well, Zekken, while some of these Sentinels players are also young, they have a lot of experience. When Zekken was in Miniboo's position, that was 2 years ago at Champs 22 with Exet. It's been a very different story since then. And in a lot of ways, it feels like this Team Heretics squad is following in those footsteps of what some of these SEN players have done in the past, trying to achieve that first international trophy.
I want to hit on Miniboo again, though, right? Because Team Heretics are the only team in the top 4 who have more first deaths than they have first kills. But they are so good at winning, even when Miniboo ends up dying first. They've got the highest 4v5 win rate, whereas Sentinels have the lowest 4v5 win rate.
Part of the plan.
So much comes down to these first kills, because you have to shut down Zekken, and if you're winning those opening duels, I don't think SEN are going to be able to hold on.
I mean, this is a familiar matchup. We've seen this film before. I didn't like the ending, but are the expectations the same this time around? What's different?
I mean, I don't know what the expectations were last time. I thought that Heretics were going to do well at Madrid, and then they didn't because they had so many rookies. I actually think Heretics are going to do well today. I'm in the, I'm in the minority here, but I also got the first match wrong as well. No one knows what's going on.
I mean, it's a first, Josh, so I think you're all right, okay? So I think that it's just as the same as the first match that we saw. Everything is so evened out. My expectation for this one is the same as the match that we just witnessed. I want overtimes. I want upsets. I want things to go crazy.
And I think for Team Heretics, if they're going to win today, Sentinels has been defined by a star player. Team Heretics has been like defined in the consistency, winning those 4v5s. Guys like Benji Fishy, guys like Boo, all stepping up and having incredible performances this tournament. And also having insanely good set ideas to start out these rounds. If it goes down to the mid-round though, John QT has been calling a masterclass at Champions thus far.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see what the maps we're going to get. It's going to be a very, very important map pool, because this is an elimination match. We already have one team in the grand finals, and for both of these teams, everything is going to count today. It's time to bring Sentinels and Team Heretics onto the stage.
Sentinels. Team Heretics.
They might both think they are the lower bracket Ron Demons, but they could only be one. The loser will be eliminated today. And as we talked about before, the map pool, where are we going to go? Are we going to get all three in this best of three as well?
Oh, wow. This is very different than what we could have been expected. Two of the maps that we actually saw in this encounter at the beginning of the year are going to be the first bans.
Yeah, it's really interesting, I think, especially to see that Abyss coming through as the final map. We're yet to see that one coming out from SEN, and for Team Heretics, even there, like not showing that as a massive strength earlier in this series as well. Haven does feel like a big advantage for SEN. They love slowing these games down, playing into the mid rounds, and I think they've looked right on that map.
Yeah, I agree. I think that both of the vetoes, they've taken out maps that they can both play well. They're just trying to target their opponents. So it's left you with some unknowns here in Haven and Abyss. I think SEN could 2-0 this. At the same time, if Heretics come out and they've got a great game plan on the first couple of maps,
I don't think it's
that easy. The hat buff is spreading. Benji Fishy is spreading.
Benji's at his ultimate form right now. There's nothing that can stop it, and the rest of his team is just one up in him. I also to say, Haven, though, we're going from a Sentinels that decides to ban it against Fnatic as to picking it right here. And that is also comes into the time that you had to prepare and how you want to play with your opponent's mindset. Is this a map that they would have expected to be playing at?
Yeah, they're both very prep-heavy teams, and they finally had a little bit of time. We remember hearing Kaplan saying, we just want some time to be able to dig deeper and to prepare more, so we should get an incredible matchup here.
And if you remember the run for both of these teams, when Team Heretics made it to the final, when Sentinels won Madrid, they had no time to prepare. It was back-to-back-to-back matches in that lower bracket. It was brutal on these players. But now they have that opportunity to come into playoffs with something new in these final 3 days.
Well, let's see if we're going to get anything new in terms of agent compositions on Haven. That's what I'm expecting, and my goodness, we will.
Oh my dear Lord, Boo on the stage. I mean, this is a complete revamp of the ideas that we had. We had not seen Heretics play on this map just yet in the competition, but we have seen it back in EMEA. And let me tell you, it looked nothing like this. Apparently, Wood, after trying the Omen, he decides is what he wants to go for.
He said it himself. He loves this role right now.
Yeah, I think this comp looks dodgy on Haven, though. Very dodgy. I'm looking towards Riens to trade out Miniboo. I think that's
Sova, or one of the best Sovas in the competition, and he goes for Gecko.
Yeah, I think that he's fantastic at trading out Miniboo.
Yes.
He's having a wonderful tournament right now, Riens. But how are the others going to get involved in this?
Yeah, I can't wait to see, because this is the EMEA's last hope, and who better to take them through this than Pansy and Steel.
Thank you so much. The analyst desk there breaking everything down, teeing us up for an exceptional series. And I told you before, and I'll tell you again, it is time to lock in a familiar yet blank page here, Josh. Nothing is given anymore. It's all earned. But now that veto, we have to pay it dividends. Where is your mind going?
The eye test alone, Sentinels won the veto. What did Heretics cook up in the days off? But we're seeing that right now. What's going on with this? We're seeing the Sage pick on attack of Haven. They switch up their, not on their comfy agents of Benji, Cypher, Rian, Sova. That's a switch up. So is it going to work out? The last change they did was Lotus. They changed their comps coming into this. They changed who's on which role. It wasn't working out for them. They ditched the Lotus. They pick up the Haven. They know it's going to be played. They do a massive switch up. They need to get the first 6 rounds here. It needs to be defined.
Yeah, this legacy is now tantalizingly close for both of these sides, and it's survival here. Sentinels on the defending side, Heretics on the attack. The comp switch up is something to note, and it's pacey. Straight towards B, we've got a plant from the offset, and I think that's going to be in play, denied. The breach util going to keep that in place and put Boo's body on the line.
Can't get out.
Oh, and they're still fighting for that space, Josh. They've already taken over the site here. A little bit of a flash to come. They've got to swing here. They've got to clear that back line. Zekken going to be flashed up. It's Miniboo to take him down. Time being bought on the spike. You can see the util coming in. That's another problem. Another couple of precious seconds. John QT, if he wants to break that back line, he's got to get a move on. You're right, the turret should note him, but it's chaotic. For the time, there's going to be so little left now. They've got to make a go of this sooner rather than later. Zelsis, Darcy, quick back-to-back. The time is ticking. Tens takes away Benji, and it's close. But they've got it. First round to Sentinels.
What a big start for Sentinels as well. They're so good when it comes to these retakes. They start with their gamble stacks. They don't budge until they are needed to. But that first breach aftershock to stop that wingman from getting that spike planted. Those were the crucial few seconds that set the tone. And Team Heretics, they're picking the Sage for a reason. They want to get in. They want to use these walls and these slows to disrupt Zekken's retakes as that Neon. He can't sprint in for free. But Sentinels, They're so good to the last millisecond.
Now we do have the two classics, Benji with one, Miniboo the other. For Sentinels, you want to see this clean. Don't really want to be suffering losses here. Miniboo looking again, pressuring towards his B side. Whoa!
That's a big pick.
Huge shot from Miniboo, and that's so early in the round.
They can wait, they can get that heal off. Boo can heal his little brother up, literally. Try to figure out where that next action is. See if Sentinels decides to slip up here.
But what do they have to clear 10s? That's what I'm looking for. You still got Dizzy, you got
That
some
shot.
wingman action, but you got to clear this, man. You got to respect it, and they're eyeing this up. I'm terrified. If they walk around this corner to 10s, they could be left in tatters.
Honestly, a pause and a re-hit to B would probably be the best course of action here. Will they do it, though, is a different question. They have that wall still. And they have those Sheriffs to walk in, that contact in. They don't even have to use their abilities.
And I'm looking at John QT, whose eyes are already towards this. He's the one shouldering off of that C connector, waiting for contact. Smoke did just get put towards Garage, and I think Tense is going exploring, but there will be the turret there in play. Once again, going for the plant from the wingman, this time nothing to deny it. They have the plant, they have the time, they have the bodies, but do they have the wherewithal to deal with Sen? They have the weaponry here, Josh. By all means, they still overpower Heretics.
This is still, they wait patiently before they start actually moving in. Try to make sure that they're grouped up, wait out the smokes, and then they move together. Here comes the strike, out the A-Link right now. Will they see him top site though?
Boo, he was pinged out. John QT seems so aware. Finally removes Boo, and now gets towards trying to deal with that spike. Beautiful from Tens. And wrapped in a bow by Sarsi, unaffected by the pressure. Sentinels take a second step.
When we look at a team like Heretics, Sunset, one of their better maps, is basically sit in B main, get those spam battle off on that spike defuse. Haven B site is set up almost the exact same way, where you can take these mid fights, window fights, you can get these late flanks from Garage. Sentinels is doing a pretty good job, granted. First round was pistol, this was an anti-eco that they convert.
was one, but he got healed, so I just body shot and knifed out.
They'll hold their gamble stacks and play their retakes. So Heretics, they need to make sure that they're not afraid and they don't give Sentinels too much respect. Get in their faces and disrupt them a bit. First gun round coming out here, though. It's going to set the tone.
And they feel so precious when you have these rifles. You feel so worried that you might lose out. Fantastic scam, but a limited connection from Zekken. Gonna have to fall away towards long, but they try and take the space here early on. Heal's already used up. Miniboo on the receiving end of that early damage.
And a pause from Heretics. A crucial difference between the two teams here is that what Team Heretics likes to do is move together as a pack of 4 or 5 players and go and do a just mass dump util everywhere. Take the site, plant. They're going to get the site for free. Again, it's about this retake, though. How are they going to jam Sentinels, prevent them from getting here? The flank already coming in from A. This is going to be a lot of pressure onto Benji. He needs to go big here, as the rest of the team still in the site, peeling off ever so slightly.
And this guy used to be clutch. Has he still got that capability? Cleaned out in a heartbeat. Sarsi breaks the back line, and suddenly the floodgates are open. That's problems for Miniboo. That's problems for Rienz. The gap is closing. The net is closing, and Miniboo looks a little shaken here, and he gets put down. Zekken slides through him. And now they're being overwhelmed. There's nowhere to fall back to. There's nowhere feeling safe. You're going to need a big round from Rienz, and he doesn't have even a chance. Zekken is doing damage this time. Sentinels proving it. They don't even need the better weapons. They just needed the bodies, and they have 5 alive. It's down to the wire, and he's got it!
.64. Sentinels has been flawless this half so far. Team Heretics crumbling a little bit. Maybe an early timeout coming in. These coaches have so much impact for this team, but what Heretics needs to do is they cannot lose that first fight. Benji going down there was the difference maker. Opens up the floodgates, as you said, and now everyone's coming in from the back lines. Team Heretics, they don't know which way to look, front or back. They need to set the tone and push forward. Miniboo needs to be the spear, the tip of the spear.
We talk about momentum when it comes to Sentinels, and you know, once they get that in their favor, it's almost unstoppable. It's very hard to quell that, to break that. Very few teams have that accolade against them. If you're watching Heretics so far, they've looked a little bit shaky to start with. I think that's a fair assessment. Couple of shots going here and there, these high-tempo hits. Yeah, they've been getting the sight, but as you said, that retake has been elusive for them. For now, though, in this round, we've got Sheriffs out and Stingers. This isn't going to be one that you're going to be calling home about, but what a switch it would be for Heretics if they could actually do some damage now.
This insert from Tens down at the C cubby is what I look to. We're looking at a massive read from Sentinels here. Already 3.5 players towards that C site. It's only Saucy down towards A, looking at that long line. Heretics, though, they don't do these audibles that well, but this push, the timing.
It might just start and end with Tens. This round could be all for nothing. The one-way goes up. He's got him locked down in there. Paranoia primed. He knows exactly where the split's coming in from. Smoke goes up. This round's done. The threat was nullified the second they ran into Tens.
A little bit of damage here or there could be good, but it's not happening right now. Oh, okay.
All right, dude, that's nice. Gonna need a lot more, though. And he's pretty much surrounded here. The slow eventual creep as well from Saucy closing that gap in. John QT just sitting a little bit safer on the corner. Lovely. Well handled, a little bit of a threat, but Tens won them that round what felt like a minute ago.
Not just Tens, though. Great timing on that push, gets those 2 kills. But look at how Heretics is setting up, though. Omen's got the smoke in their hand, Killjoy got the molly in their hands. They're trying to set up these elaborate plays. And when we get to the opposite side, Sentinels goes on that attack, you'll notice that they're only really setting up these small 2 or 3-man plays, trying to do these small incremental things to take the site control. They're not trying to full 5-man util dump on a site. Another thing, though, is they don't budge. They win the rounds just so easily. They know next round, we're going to defend C.
And we've been talking about Tens a fair amount, and I think touching base now during this Heretics timeout, I do have to note he's off to a flying start. 5-0 so far. I wouldn't say he'd had the biggest impact in the tournament to this point, but put the man on the stage and he seems to thrive. But for Heretics, stepping onto this stage has seemed to be a bit of an issue for them so far. It feels like they're not off those starting blocks.
They definitely aren't off the starting blocks. We're seeing that in some of the duels they took, Miniboo and Benji on that round 3, for example. They need to do way better than that. One of the things I'm looking forward to, though, is beyond the fact that Heretics crafted this composition to stop Sentinels, right now, you mentioned it before, Sentinels, their momentum picks up when they start winning these rounds, stringing them together. It's not like... Yes, they are good at that, but what Sentinels is really good at is when they're down and they find that little way in to, you know, break through. They win on an eco, they win an unwinnable 1 versus 4. That's what really propels them forward. Right now, it's no contest. All of the players on Sentinels are fighting back. Nobody from Team Heretics, really. We see a couple kills, like 2 kills on Boo, 2 kills on Miniboo, 0 for the rest. They're not on. Maybe this timeout was used just to calm them down a bit, maybe.
Oh! Excuse me?
Okay.
Thank you, observers. Appreciate you, yeah. But Miniboo didn't get his reward. And look at the space already filled by Zekken. He's already going to be able to control all of this area. Yes, Saucy got spotted, but that's nothing. He got himself alive. Yeah, took a little bit of damage, but that's fine. All of that and no reward.
Sentinels probably just happy where they are, waiting for Team Heretics to come back into them. Tens, once he sees that C hit's coming, he's probably going to back off and wait for that triple flank to come. It's Killjoy here. There's no tripwire. It's just the turret and the alarm bot. Easily bypassable, but Heretics just going to walk into a free site, and it's all on that flank. And how is Heretics going to press forwards and deal with that retake? Are they going to sit back, get split from different directions, or are they going to get in their faces right now? Benji already in garage here. They need to reinforce the spawn and the garage lines and get ready to push forwards, but Sentinels actually opts not to go for that flank. They're coming all through spawn. This thrash from Rians, that's what I look to.
Yeah, huge ult could start this off. Them Heretics are desperate for a round here. The paranoia goes in, and as does Zekken. Contained, captured, and taken down. Rien's looking for a little bit more timing here. Invest Mosh towards CT. Woot finds Tens. They've divided, and maybe they've conquered. Beautiful from Rien's on the follow-up. This is much better, much more composed. Breaking down Sentinels bit by bit, and suddenly only 1 man left alive is Zelsis. Clean work there, Josh.
You take away all the names, take away the HUD from this round and round 1, round 3. I wouldn't even think it's the same team. Team Heretics looked completely revamped this round. They took a timeout. They go for the early fight with that Sage wall up at A main. They don't get it. They walk into C site, but it's how they deal with this retake coming in. The way that they use that thrash on that timing, the mosh to follow up, and they're fighting together, and they're reinforcing each other, pivoting from that garage tunnel to help garage help spawn flood. Very different look from Team Heretics.
And they needed that. Now it would be a miss to not note the ults coming online here. Tens, how do you want to handle this? It's a big pressure play up towards C, and he's stuck here, and he stands. He got caught up that time. Miniboo the one to connect towards him. They've taken down the tip of the spear, but John QT, the backbone of the Sentinel's side, still trying to do damage. He did a whole lot. He did the best he could, but Heretics again hold the site. The wall goes towards Garage. They've got the res if they feel it's required. Zekken still stands with the ult. Zelsis not too far away. Dealt with again. Heretics seeming to really come alive now. Out of nowhere, they're finding this form. This C site seeming to be maybe what they were looking for. The ult as well. I mean, Sassy better swing on this one. It's basically on him. They can't make the most of the ult that just came through. Not sure if that was the right investment here from Zelsis. One to the right, 2 down long. They're giving him no quarter, no chance. Zelsis can try as he might, but he's surrounded. There's no fight that he can truly win here. The bigger picture, that spike that's ticking away. And Wu just needs to do the dance, and he's doing it well, buying precious time for Benji, who's standing and waiting. Heretics have found an answer. They found a cure for their ills.
Back-to-back hits on that C site, and Tens, he had the good stall with the Paranoia, but misses his chance, his opportunity on Miniboo, who actually catches him paranoid, barely saw him at the edge of that Paranoia. And once that floodgate was open, it's all on John QT. If he can get more than one there, different story. But because he goes down, I mean, that's just such a big investment from Sentinel using that Rolling Thunder, not coming out with the round win. Team Heretics crawling back round by round.
And it's caused a timeout. Sentinels have felt enough of the switch here that it's time to check back in. An early timeout as well. They're normally quite reserved for when they call them. We know that that momentum shift is very much in the playbook. Sentinels are very aware. But maybe it is the right time to touch base. Heretics clearly adjusted something during the timeout, 2 consecutive rounds, and there's a lot of ults on the Heretics side here as well. You've got the TP, yeah, with Wood, but you've still got the Showstopper, you've still got that res there. They're only 2 away from the lockdown, and that was a lot of ults invested from Sentinels for 0 reward.
Not only that, but now we're getting to the point where if Team Heretics is able to pick up another round here, Sentinels is looking at maybe potentially having to do a save here. The good news is they have economy for this round, including op economy. And if they're really able to get an early pickoff here, that can snowball things. Res in play, Team Heretics can pick up their lost soldier. But right now, I mean, I could definitely see a pace change from Team Heretics here. We've seen them go quick towards B. They have that Omen ultimate. They have that Showstopper. That's what I look to here. Are they going to go fast again? Really keep the pressure on right now off the back of the momentum of these 2 rounds? Or Sentinel's going to be able to crawl back and stop them?
Now, I'm looking at that operator in play. I'm looking at Tens here. Can he be the one? But you're right. The pace change is apparent, right? Right back towards B, right up the guts. Heretics instantly investing that Showstopper. Trying to hold back any sort of pre-take, but plants in. And SEN aren't really wanting to investigate this too early, and rightly so.
No flank this time. Wall up for A main. That's going to take a little bit of time to chip down. Off also for this retake at B. Not ideal.
No, this is going to be incredibly difficult. 3 through that C connector side. Boo, the wall gets broken, so he has to respect it. Back away. Zekken going to take the space that's been given. They're starting to clear house, but there's the TP. Tens has to try and find the play towards window. That's a pixel. He knows it. Can he find it? There's still pressure on the side. They've got to find a body, and he does! Takes away Benji. Backline open. Paranoia sent. Woot denies Sassy. Good trade for Zekken. Trying to step down towards middle tonight! Huge from Rienz! But Heretics needed him. He stood his ground and got them up to 3.
When we look to Rienz, we know that he delivers this. Normally it's on Sova. We look to him to be on the maps where he gets to play Sova. He's in these late round situations after he uses his drone, his dart, and he closes it out so frequently for them. If it's not him, it's Benji. But here, he goes big. Oh my god, it was down to a sliver almost with the amount of defuse left. Sentinels almost stealing that away, but big. That's 3 in a row for Team Heretics, and Sentinels, they still have a little bit of economy, but they're bleeding these rounds out.
The timeout worked for Heretics, and even Sentinel's timeout worked for them again. The pace change was divine. Ult back in play so quickly for Rienz, and he's identified players, but Zekken cleared in a heartbeat. Miniboo quick as lightning, takes him away, and the site is 1 out. Heretics have what they want here. There's no lurk on the way, no, I guess, flank coming in, but they've got everything they require, and once again we rinse, we repeat. The wall goes up, they get ready to sit into this post plant.
Still one more slow on Boo. So once this wall gets broken down, once the stun comes off cooldown, they start using the Aftershock and comboing it with the fault line here. That slow comes in. Thrash also for Rians. Sentinels realizes what's going on, and they're backing out. Thrash still used preemptively, waiting for, expecting and anticipating this retake, but Sentinels realizes what's going on, what the name of the game is right now. They've lost the sight. Team Heretics, very pacey. Normally we see them maybe taking a little bit of map control first, waiting, pausing, going
Slow,
on that second
steady.
interval.
Yep.
Around that 1 minute mark is when they're grouped, gathered, hit by 50 seconds. But now it's the first full motion, swinging all the way through into the sights.
And if we kind of pause here ourselves for a second and kind of consider this, we were discussing this veto at the very start, Josh, how this feels indicative that there had to have been change amongst Heretics. You would not walk into this veto without a plan. We are seeing a very new look Heretics here.
This is a very different look. I mean, we talked about it a little bit with when it comes to Lotus. They made those changes coming into Champs. It wasn't working. They scrap it.
Yeah.
Honestly, it makes sense. We looked at Icebox as the pick from Heretics. Notably, one of their worst maps, if not their worst, outside of Ascent, which was their permanent ban, and now they're picking it. It makes me wonder what they've cooked up on that map as well, now that we're seeing 4 rounds in a row for them and looking revitalized after that timeout.
Yeah, this is... it feels like a different team. But I'm looking at Zekken walking middle here. Miniboo, hopefully he doesn't tunnel vision towards this because could get caught out this time. Sassy is going to be at least kept back. I like this for the control towards A-Long. We know that Sassy does like to try and take towards that. They now know about it. And they pause.
This is tough. This type of situation when you don't have that Cypher trips up, when you can't really clear mid. Normally that turret can spot someone walking down middle. It's in a really passive spot. It spots Garage. The alarm bot on that C means that it's not watching A, it's not watching that window. So Zekken could be able to hear all the noise that's happening. Hear the rotations back and forth between A and C right now. But if it's a shift walk, if Team Heretic slowly moves, yes, this camera can spot them early. Yes, these traps will get that information and allow that rotation to come in. But still, the slows are in play here. 2 smokes, Paranoia, so much retake utility. It could be a pre-take. It could be a fast one. Breach, Sova, you guys are still on A site. You gotta have to move soon.
Yeah, here's the committed approach towards C. Looking to see if anyone tries to get a shot. I think maybe just John QT eyeing up to see if anyone gets caught.
Oh, no.
That's outrageous. Takes down John QT, who thought he was set up for success. Not the case. It's 5 standing for Heretics. You're looking at the flank, and they still have the util here. Benji, if he falls, then suddenly the floodgates could open. But he stands. Hunter's Fury from downtown. That's the connection, though. That's going to be Rien's removed. And trying to set up safe passage forward, but it's Benji to find 10s. Trade comes in. Zekken looking to close the gap, though. Lockdown in play. Beautiful from Zekken. Miniboo answers back, though, towards CT. Back and forth, but right now, it's falling in favor of Heretics. As Sassy, the last one alive, can do nothing but die. Heretics are in control.
That is 5 rounds in a row for Team Heretics. They have not dropped the beat, and all of them are punching back. We talked about 2 kills for Miniboo, 2 kills for Boo, and none for the rest of the team. Guess what? Everyone's on the board right now. Everyone's got impact in their own moments. The fact that John QT couldn't capitalize on that spam kill with the trip through the smoke, and he actually instead gets taken out, that is just so devastating for Sentinels. And a second timeout in 1 half. Round 7, round 10. This is, like, you don't burn this unless you feel like if you can't get a grasp of the game right now, it's going to slip away from you. They need to have a way to stop Team Heretics right now. Team Heretics going fast. Sentinels, you're playing really split 2-1-2. How are you going to get ahead of what's happening? Maybe more gamble stacks. They're good at that. But the problem is, if Team Heretics picks the right site, you have a 5-on-5 retake. Those Sage walls and slows are killing you right now.
They absolutely are. And again, you got to roll your mind back. Last time these two met, it was a bitter loss in Madrid for Heretics, sending them to their deaths eventually against PRX. First time that they ever truly met. Devastating for them. All that potential we discussed at the start of the year, and it went up in smoke. Now they bounded back. We saw what happened eventually once they made it through towards Shanghai. But still, this team has suffered at Sentinel's hands. But as said, those 5 rounds, Josh, they are impact to say the least.
I'd go a step beyond that as well.
Go for it.
Look at a couple of the rounds that Sentinels won. The pistol round and the bonus round, round 3. It came down pretty close within a matter of a couple of seconds.
Fuses, yeah.
These are very close to fuses. Had things gone slightly different, we might be seeing something like an 8-0, like a
really
8-1
heavy
right now.
Really heavy. Okay, still a buy here though. The only caveat to that going to be John QT. He wants that full util as best he can. So Guardian in hand. Still has his ult, as does TenZ. Not massive impact off the back of it. Rez still in play as well.
And a pace change from Team Heretics. They've been going quick. They got the back of these last 5 rounds.
But
oh,
Zekken is still Zekken. There's still danger. That Rez gets burned. They're back up to 5. But he wants another bite of the cherry. He fancies another go at this. He's so close. Went towards Sue. He's still got Sassy on long, so if they cross, that will be go. Mini Boo! Just prize him out of there. The can opener for Heretics now. And Zekken has to respect that. Suddenly, A feels vulnerable. He can't sit on that island alone any longer.
Now Team the Heretics, they have the control of the map. They have that turret locking down middle. Sure, they don't know much about C, but right now Sentinels taking that gamble stack. They're reinforcing the site where they lost one of their players. Right now, if Team Heretics goes into this is the best chance that Sentinels has to get back into this game. Paranoia already set up for long here. Zekken, first one was free. Is the second one. Full site exec. This is so typical of Team Heretics. They're waiting for that second smoke to come off cooldown. They pop them both. Paranoia, paint shells, everything's coming in.
Yeah, Dizzy gonna set this one through. Zelsis, TenZ in danger,
Under
in
you.
trouble. Zekken still fighting the good fight for Sentinel, still holding his ground. TenZ dives head first, takes away 2. They're getting no access this time. Wall goes up, but the timing's just not gonna be there. Boo would have to pull off something like a miracle, and it doesn't happen if you go to Zekken's site. He has been the impact player for Sentinels. They needed him that round.
Off the back of a timeout, Sentinels pulls out another win. Do I think it was as a result of that timeout? Maybe not. What I see happening here, and this is what we see as the difference between these two teams, is that Team Heretics, they get that early kill, they sit, they wait 20, 30 seconds. They're hoping that the other team makes a mistake, pushes, or overreacts and rotates the wrong spot. Sentinels, when they get to their attack side, they know how to manipulate the rotations to make the defenders go exactly where they want. Team Heretics goes into the stack.
And it's pacey this time. John QT and TenZ going to be having to stand and deliver. You could maybe take a TP out, but they want to take the fight here. Paranoia primed. TenZ looking to maybe set him up here, but no one can swing on this one. TP to the back. John QT finds. Hack comes in. TenZ finds Rienz. They're holding the line. They're keeping their kingdom safe. Finally, Sentinels hold this C site as Benji falls. Sentinels onto back.
Back to back for Sentinels, and now they're getting back in control in the driver's seat. One more round remains in this half right now, and that first few rounds were going in the way of Sentinels. Heretics bite back with 5 in a row. They do the paciness for most of those. It's working. They slow down one round. It doesn't work. They go fast again. But Sentinels, once you give them an inch, they take that mile. And now, scores closed down to 1 round gap.
Yeah, we're getting there now.
Yeah, see? Just disrespect it.
Disrespect it.
There
That's
it
going
is.
to be the name of the game.
It's a reminder of who they are. Sentinels, the team that you can't really doubt when it comes to it. But can Heretics give them that reminder? Can they put them back in place? TenZ showing off now. Picks up the quick pick on Boo. And then readjusts, repositions. The younger brother wants to walk in those footsteps, maybe feel advised against it. It's now with those 4 players standing, what do they do now?
Sage down, there's no wall. IGL gets to spectate, micromanage a little bit more. A little bit of map control here. We haven't seen the side of Team Heretics yet. It's been these 5-man hits over and over again. But softening up that garage area, that front B area, pulls all of the Sentinel players over there. But again, Sentinels, they're stacked towards B, and Heretics is primed to go in here. The showstopper, Miniboo needs to land it on TenZ, otherwise this could be disastrous for these guys.
Could be waiting, poised, prowling above. He knows what's coming. Oh, he couldn't get away from that Miniboo. Starts things off with a bang. Takes B to himself, but look at the back of the side. John QT's still here. They have no idea. Zekken now tries to run around, keep them on their toes. Heretics being forced around and a quick pivot. You're right, Josh. That spike's heading towards C.
30 seconds
They're making noise. They have an inkling about Miniboo here. He's going to go down, but still 3 versus 3 on this post plant right now.
Still game on. Plant is in. Time's on their side. Held towards CT. Sentinels don't have that safe step back. Looking to maybe pivot through Garage themselves. Sassy just trying to keep attention, keep check on anyone trying to close the gap. The one-way cuts off the route, and now they can focus on Garage. The crossfire looks heaven sent. How do you get around it?
The slide needs to happen.
Zekken could. There's a chance here. Rienz basically could deny this, as could Benji. The time ticking. They can hear right now. The timing is perfect. The synergy is off the charts, and Sentinels are never out of it.
Unbelievable work from Sentinels there, waiting the time of that one way out. As soon as it goes down, Saucy sends the dart in, and the player to turn around and break that shows his back to Zekken. Zekken stabs him in the back, gets that slide off of cooldown, is able to bypass that second player, and able to close out the round on that third kill. Again, Sentinels, 3 versus 3. I mean, it was a 3 versus 4 there. That Miniboo kill happening, maybe a sign of Miniboo not understanding how he should sit there and wait for his team to develop the next play. But again, huge to close out the half.
That synergy was just amazing. Love that. Absolutely love that. But if you like Heretics, there's a man you'll want to hear from right now. It's Patatek with Jen.
Hi guys, Jen Lee here with Patatek. 파티텍 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 어떻게 지냈는지부터 물어보도록 할게요. Long time no see, Patatek. What have you been up to?
I've just been sitting at home, playing ranked, streaming, and just chilling, waiting for a team to pick me up.
I vouch for you. Best player in the world. 일단 집에서 좀 앉아서 랭크도 돌리고 좀 열심히 하면서 팀을 구하고 있다고 합니다. 연락 많이 주셨으면 좋겠다고 얘기를 하는데 헤리틱스가 사실 파티텍 선수에게 고마워하면서 오늘 좀 선수들에게 서프라이즈로 파티텍 선수를 초청했다고 얘기를 하는데요. 이렇게 팀원들 보면서 어떤 마음이 드는지도 물어보도록 할게요. Now, Heretics invited you over, flew in as a surprise to the boys, because you're very much part of the success that they're having, as much as the other guys up there. So what's it like rooting for them and watching them play today?
I just pray for the win for Heretics. As I said on my stream, they're gonna win that whole thing. And when it comes to watching them play, it's just insane, I just imagine myself to be on the stage one day, but I came here and I'm gonna support my boys to win the whole thing.
Your time will come, for sure. 먼저 스트리밍 할 때 얘기를 했듯이 헤레틱스가 우승을 할 것 같고 그리고 정말 떨리는 마음으로 보고 있는데 본인도 이런 스테이지에 올라와서 언젠가는 챔피언스 무대에서 좀 경기를 멋지게 펼치고 싶지만 자신의 시간이 올 때까지는 좀 더 기다려야 할 것 같고 그냥 팀원들이 계속해서 잘해줬으면 좋겠다고 얘기했습니다. Thank you, Patatek.
Thank you.
Lastly, predictions today.
2-1 for Heretics.
오늘 2대1 예상한다고 얘기를 했습니다. 헤레틱스 승리. Okay, back we go.
Thank you.
What a first half we had there, 7-5, and it was swings and roundabouts. Josh, both teams runs, 4 rounds in a row, 5 rounds in a row, and then a strong close from SEN. It feels like this is still anyone's game.
Both teams right now delivering the goods in their own respect. It's on Team Heretics now, though. They get to go in their defense side. They're really good on their defense because of their retakes, but they've cooked up a new comp. So I look to how they've changed that. Do they do something different with the rotations, with the gamble stacks?
Speaking of, Josh, there's a gamble stack in play from the very get-go. 3 players dedicated towards this C side. Miniboo, the one with the sheriff there. You could hear that rattling off in the distance. And a quick close clear for Sarsi. Just going to be having a look, even spotting Woot. So again, you're getting a little bit of a read of what's going on here potentially, but Sentinels seem reticent in their approach. They want to carry on here. They fancy going into this one. The paranoia might have slowed them down. The counter can't be capitalized on yet. And now it's standoff. Do they really want to go through with this?
This is where the situations, when the rounds get to simmer like this, Sentinels does so well at picking where they want to go. Heretics peeling off, getting out of the site. They're going to re-clear Garage first for this retake.
Yeah, I'm looking at John QT waiting there. His eyes are still on it. Miniboo, though, with some pace. Belting shot from John QT. But now there's too many. Tens, you can't really back away. He just about makes it out with the help of Zekken. But they do have the plant down. Sarsi going to try and be the kind of, I guess, the one to put a full stop to the round if they did go back through Garage. But he sees nothing. Sets them up to focus towards CT. 2 players waiting in the smoke. And look at that deadly little duo. You don't want that. You don't want that. It's Tens all day. Oh,
Go for the knife.
Do it. Why not? Why not? It is you, Tens. He's him. He's absolutely him. Give him a pistol, and he'll get you around.
That Sentinels classic right click.
There's something about it, man.
Something juicy.
Look at this.
Stopping them, and we heard it in the soundbite before from Tens. Disrespect them. This is how you do it. This is what Heretics needed to do to Sentinels. Get in their faces and just pump them full of lead.
Sorry
there.
if I punch your arm. Sorry if I punched you.
Yeah, he's getting into it. He's feeling it, immersed.
Dude, it's Tens. He is a big game player. That is what you want to be seeing. There's the impact off the back. But remember the first half. It started really well for Sentinels. The timeout hit, and Sentinels burned both of their timeouts in that first half. Heretics still, I believe, have that option available. So It's not over yet. This is just a good beginning. But with the lead on the half, it certainly makes that scoreline look a little scarier now.
When I looked at this game, I'm thinking, Haven, how many rounds realistically does Heretics need on that attack side for them to be able to comfortably close it out? I'm thinking 6, maybe 5 if they don't get pistol round. But losing the second pistol round as well, that's going to make things very difficult. And Sentinels, we're going to see why they picked this map right now. They start with that orb control. They get John QT here. 4 of them move together towards A. And look at the map. Team Heretics has 4 on that A site, and C site is open for the taking. Sentinels, a free round.
Yeah, that's lovely. They'll be happy with that. Managing to navigate all the potential dangers. Again, there were a couple of sheriffs in play. This wasn't like it wasn't without a little bit of threat. So Santi looking to farm here. Nice opportunity for him. Lovely. Quick 2 kills. Again, only against pistols, so no need to lose your minds just yet. But you can see Zekken here maybe with his opportunity to get some ult orbs building. Ooh. Okay, or not. My bad. Sorry, Zekken. Any more? Can they cost them much? Again, this is quite an invested round. The 2 SMGs are still there, but it's that Bulldog, that Phantom you don't want to see being lost, really. Try and slip away a little bit.
Last-ditch effort. Try to take anyone down with them.
Don't think you can get much more. Nice try. Not to be. Sentinels, 4 standing. They should be happy with what they've been able to do there. A very clean early start to the round as well, navigating all that potential danger.
That was a big difference that we didn't see that side from Team Heretics, of depositing players and having them as callback options. Everything was all in, and as soon as they start trying to go towards one site, they have to commit to it. There's no way for them to fall back. But Sentinels,
I like when you call me
we're going to see this
Pooksack.
constantly of the
Yes,
callbacks
sir.
from John QT, especially saying, hey, come back. This site's free. Hey, I think they've overstacked there. Team Heretics, they want to be able to catch back up to Sentinels. This is going to be a big round for these guys.
Mini Boo, right place, maybe right time. How far does he try and investigate on this? Boo doing similar things down towards long, but again, this is the bonus round for Sentinels.
Drone and camera invested. Spots 2. You don't know where the other 3 players are right now.
Chomping at the bit
Yeah.
there, like he wanted in.
See
Let
if
him
they
off
had
the
an
leash.
opening. But still, I see a couple of Spectres here, so maybe closing the gap at B through Garage, getting, just like if you get into C site and you have players in Garage and Garage window, getting those flanks, stopping that rotation, that's so difficult to go through. B, dangerous with that wall and the wingman.
Yep, waiting to see when the alarm bot gets triggered.
It's a fake. I've seen this before. They're going to send Zekken in. They're going to take all this pressure, but it's going to be a C split through Garage and Zekken. The pressure was made. He kept his life. He didn't destroy that alarm bot, though. That alarm bot and the turret still being up. This setup from Team Heretics, that triangle, Bermuda Triangle, Sentinels is going to disappear in it, but 30 seconds left.
They're running low on time. They've got to commit
They gotta
somewhere.
decide.
Are they opting to go back towards A? The walls should be dropping, I imagine, soonish. I don't quite know when it was fully invested, but still, finally they clear the alarm bot. But that's late. Wall's still there.
Breaking now, but the slow.
And there it is. Time, 20 seconds. They're running so low here. Sentinels need to make something happen. They've got to try and
Does he
face
get
the
cleared?
music. Mini Boo gets away with robbery. Boo the swings! Back to back impact for Boo. Leaving just John QT irrelevant to the round as Heretics make it past the first big threat here. It was their buy round. It was the bonus from Sentinels, but the way they approached that, Josh, they missed a beat on that. The alarm bot's still there, the turret and garage. There was security for Heretics the whole way through.
Sentinels is usually so much better with those fundamentals, breaking all the alarm bots, getting exactly what they want to manipulate the rotation. And for the most part, it still worked. Yes, it got a little bit low on time. You get nervous when you see that clock ticking down, but that's still enough. That's 10 seconds
Destroy them
that you
because
have
it's
to
better.
take out 2 players and
That's
get the
what I
spike
like to
planted.
see, boys.
You
Let's
can
go.
do that. That's loads of time as long as you don't freak out. But Mini Boo and Boo coming together through smokes and getting the shots, the kills they got in that fashion, unreal.
Here we go again. Now we get into the fun of it. John QT still down though on the SMG. Not ideal.
I like how loose Team Heretics is getting right now, though. They don't normally get this loose, these players especially. We saw on Boo, on Fade, on Lotus maybe. He's taking this deep line towards A right now.
And the adjusted turret as well for Benji, not letting them even get to spam that, trying to remove that easily. That's still in play deeper on C, yes, but still serves its purpose, especially with Rien's keeping control here. They're going to hear all this, they're going to see all this. That's at least 2 players noted off. Just Dizzy and Benji backfilling this. This could be perfect from Benji.
No.
Pulled the trigger on the first. I thought he could have waited a touch longer, but no. We're getting to 50 seconds, and they don't have a full foothold on either site. Pressuring Garage short with the double stack on long. You're right, Heretics taking some more gambles, getting a little bit more risky here.
This is a huge bait and switch step as well. If Boo's able to get one, get away with his life, or even just make them look towards him, take out that drone and get away. Mini Boo.
He got John QT.
He got John QT.
And they have no idea about Mini Boo. This is everything they dreamed of, but still, the plot needs to happen. 25 seconds.
And once Boo shows himself towards A-Link here, they won't expect Mini Boo at all.
It's a 4
John QT's dead.
Surely, right? Surely, there's no way.
They push through. This is good from Sentinels. They're alleviating pressure.
And it's Woot who has no idea. He has no idea. Now he does, as if he still gets 10s. But they've made something out of nothing. A 2v3 is still doable.
Mini Boo.
Rez on Boo, but the timing on Mini Boo should be the death of Sassy, and it is all on Zelsis.
Rez as well.
The salesman or the soldier, let's find out. But now he falls. Mini Boo there. They are playing this so well, Josh. I can't stress it enough. We are seeing Heretics get loose, getting the reads, getting the feel of this game, and playing out of their normal style.
Their normal style being that very passive, let you take the site, they come in for that retake right now, getting that space on A, getting in their faces a little bit, but also, even when you think that there's no way they're gonna get a kill, stunned, it doesn't do anything to them.
Medic.
Yeah, it's all cosmetic. Zelsis shouldn't even use this. It's not affecting them. I've seen so many, at least 3 or 4 different kills, concussed players from Team Heretics, putting them down and converting these rounds. Sentinels 9-7 with both pistols. The gap is closing again.
If you're a Sentinels fan, you are eyeing up this round. This has to be a big impact round for them. Heretics finding success back-to-back here. Mini Boo, ult in play, and that's the site they lean towards. Caution has to be aired. The wall going to be invested over towards Sewer, but it gives them a nice angle towards long.
You know the time, that's 45 seconds, it's going to break. You see how Zekin's sitting here with 10s. They're waiting here for any regress at long, but what's going to happen is the fake's going to come in from Sentinels. They're going to put a lot of pressure, maybe even tap the spike in that B site. They're going to go back and hit that A site on that timing. It's got to be the play. 10s has that ultimate as well. Get that info, create that pressure, break that alarm bot though. John QT, there you go.
Okay.
And here comes the next step of this fake.
Yeah, starting to put the question marks around the map here, give themselves options, but this time a different look towards Garage. That's 2 players. They want to work off that Dizzy if they decide to invest. And it's getting tense now.
Wall breaks.
Smoke goes back up towards B.
Showstopper still on Mini Boo, and he's on top of that Sewers box. Trying to get this fake off. They still have a stun. Full abilities on Zelsis. Add it with a stun, a smoke. Try to create this pressure, but it might not be enough.
25 seconds, they slowly creep, they can disrespect the smoke, they're gonna give away the game a touch here. Now, Mini Boo decides to move.
20 seconds.
Where are they going? Back towards B. At this point, they're walking into the unknown.
They can
a
ult him.
TP, where is he off to? Over towards B. Gonna try and quickly get that plant secured by Zelsis.
10 seconds left.
Spikes down. He's done his job. 10s gets out of danger. And now the bedlam begins. Boo, you nasty boy. Waiting. Checks to make sure there was no one else here. Waits. This is a dangerous game to play in an arena, folks. That's a dangerous game! The crowd honoring. But that could have gone completely haywire. But a 5v4 now. Advantage towards Heretics, but they still have to try and break the backbone of Sentinels. And 10 still stands. Zekin gonna get one. Time now ticking, the defuse halfway. John QT holds the line. Oh, so close!
Re-ends one around there, 1v3 or a 3K at least. Here, John QT, couple bullets in the smoke, no problem. Team Heretics trying to stick that, but still, so well played from Sentinels. You can see how they set this round up so far in advance. They knew wall is breaking at 45. We softened them up at B. We softened them up at Garage. We softened them up at A right after. And guess what? It's going to leave a hole in B. We're going to ultimate there with Omen, get that spike planted, and play out this round. This mid-round adaptation, the on-the-fly calls from Sentinels are so good.
Heating up here now. Might have a game on our hands.
They abandon this elaborate back and forth. They're just grouping and ready to hit right now.
I mean, you look at the ults, they've got so many. Sassy one away from having Hunter's Fury as well. They've got so much of what they need for this. Sentinels should be so easily securing C as they do. It wasn't particularly held by Heretics, sitting back a little bit deeper. Rien still does have his ult. Oh my god, you're lucky, Zelsis! He's the one to get caught by that. Benji playing back in through Garage. Clears out the first. That's one of the 3 ults gone. Rien's invests his. Already you can see that counter pressure. Sassy from all the way down C takes away Rien's. But Heretics clear the site. And you're right, the wall is still there. Does it get used? Looking to try and secure safety.
No
it
chance.
does. It's perfect work. Surely there's nothing to be done. They've got to wait and watch as Woon eviscerates them all.
Raising the bar, raising the walls, Team Heretics. And that's why earlier in the half when I was talking about how Sentinels was jamming them up at that spawn point, when TenZ was getting in their face, disrespecting them, this is the exact reason why. If you fall back to long C and play that spam battle, you will lose. There's a wingman, there's a wall. You need to get in their faces. Zelsis is going down, losing that Rolling Thunder. They can't push into Garage or spawn and disrupt Team Heretics' retake. Sentinels, 10 to 8 only.
Hold on, Zekin's gone down. We're looking at the hero with the gun, is TenZ. And we know what this man can do, so pay attention. And it is straight up brawl, but Sentinels are winning. Maybe just stick to the classic, it seems to work so well. And a 3v3 in this situation, Zelsis has his ult, as does TenZ. They've got information on their whereabouts. And now they can let this simmer for a second. Zelsis even getting the upgrade.
So much time to let the round... Wait, TenZ just used his ultimate a couple rounds ago. How's he have it again?
It's TenZ, telling you.
The alarm bot,
But the timing. Gonna be able to clear that. He's gonna put a question mark to it. And look at where the other 2 are, Josh. They haven't even fully moved.
Team Heretics fights very hard on these rounds, but if they move together and 3-man flank, if it is an A hit here, they could get a lot of damage off. Still, they have that wall, they have that slow, and they have the Omen smokes. Great characters to have for this retake. But still, 3v3, Rolling Thunder and guns up for Sentinels. This is going to be difficult. Rolling Thunder, queued. That's going to let Team Heretics know. They're going to come for this retake. The Omen on the flank is going to be massive, especially if he uses his ultimate to get that info here. That is going to initiate.
He could move past the invested ult that John QT has in play, so he can still make some real threat happen without an early warner towards it. But we look towards the fight on CT, and TenZ has been instrumental in this round. He's down on 41 HP though, still has a smoked play. Where does he opt for? Looking to be set up by Zelsis, and TenZ waiting. They got so close, but it's Woot closing the gap. Great shot. Oh, but TenZ, you gotta keep this man in mind. Perfect impact. He came in with the gun. Zekin was taken out in a second, and then that classic of all things was gonna do the damage.
That full-on brawl at A. Team Heretics not getting ahead of that to the likes of a classic. Zekin getting instantly taken out as well, but again, maybe getting a little bit too ahead of themselves, feeling themselves too much, getting too loose, potentially. Team Heretics, this is a side of them we haven't really seen before.
And this time out is everything. Let's simmer it down, focus in here. If you weren't paying attention before, now you should. Heretics pumped the brakes
Absolute cinema.
At 11 to 8. Now, the money. The money is the issue here for Heretics. They're going to have to do basically what just happened to them back to Sentinels. But without the ult from Zekin, without that sort of tempo, they can. It looks like they can afford 1 rifle so far, Josh, and that's it.
That is not the round that you want to lose.
This could be 12.
This could be 12%. That is a bad round for Team Heretics to lose. Those are the rounds that Sentinels have been winning all event to get to this point here. It's been these big swing rounds where not only do they win, but they're at their disadvantage just in terms of economy. They're doing it with classics, popping whatever ultimates they could to make it work. Then, not only do they win that round, but they're also able to pick up the following round because the economy on the other team isn't good enough to string together a proper buy. And here, a Hero Vandal for Rien's. The rest of them budgeting themselves to play for that OT. They know it's potentially likely it's going to be a 12-8, and they're going to have to crawl back and bring it to 12-12 unless Rien's goes huge.
He's the only one to watch here, really. I mean, Heretics are good with those Sheriffs, but this is a lot to ask. Zekin set into motion off the back of Zelsis' utility, at least to try and test towards A-Long. It's currently where Boo is playing. You're looking for where Rienz is. We can see it. It's over towards C. Can they manage to slip past? Pixel spotted. Boo's not going to stick around much longer here. Can't really have that sort of fight.
It's going to be a period of time here where he can't watch both entrances. He's going to have to wall off one. Trying to hang on to that as long as he can. Sentinels creeping up, though. That gamble stack from Team Heretics still towards that C site here. Boo cannot instantly drop here.
Boo's screwed, surely. I mean, he's been able to back away at least. That's something.
Right here, revealing area.
I don't know how he's still standing. The support system's not moving. The rest of Heretics aren't falling for this, but it looks pretty much committed.
40 seconds left. Sentinels, all 5 players here. No real fallback
Is that
options.
a gap?
Not
no,
enough
I don't
to
think
move
so.
through.
I don't think so.
But still, I mean, it's just too much of an order for
30
Boo to
seconds
get.
left.
Just a classic in hand.
I mean, it's not even the Sentinels one, so it can't do enough. But Boo somehow has played his life as best he could, maybe hoping he'd deter them, maybe be enough to send them over towards C, but it's not the case. 12 looking so likely as Heretics have to do that long rotate back. Every step arduous on the way. They cause chaos now, though. 5 to find. And so little time to do it. And away we go. Sarsi instantly gets Benji, Mini Boo down. Hold on. Rien's still alive.
Maybe. Wingman still in play.
Time, though, it's so low. Trying to swing off the back of the Wingman, it was a nice idea. But John QT, the mastermind behind Sentinels, not going to let this one slip. It's 12 in map 1 for Sen.
Rien's the man with the Vandal. Last to fall there. 10's 27 kills.
Huge.
Multiple times he's had his ultimate. But I need to highlight how he's getting to these kills. It's not like he's sitting in the back waiting for things to happen. He's
I love the
getting in
composure.
their faces.
Oh, he's an instigator.
Yeah, he understands his mission right now. Yes, he's Omen. Yes, he's on those smokes. But he's getting in the faces of Team Heretics, not letting them have a chance to be able to get off their elaborate plans, disrupting them.
We go again, this time with guns though, but Lifeline starting to be flattened out a little bit here for Heretics. Held on 8.
We haven't seen a change-up from Team Heretics' game plan yet. Same players, same spots. Now lockdown in play as well. That's going to help with a retake if they need it. But gambling towards the C site, Sentinels has been so good with their audibles. Once they get certain information, they know when to pivot away. They know how to use that time, squeeze out the last second. Zekin coming into Garage. Benji.
And Benji's been having a nightmare this series, fair to say. But this time he's saved by Whoop. Second goes down, and now they can maybe live for another second or so. But it's Zeltis to trade out, at least take away the first. But Tens then takes strides towards the site, disrespecting the Bosch and the man behind it. Rienz falls, and Tens is just on an absolutely nuclear level performance here. 29 kills. And now Mini Boo and Boo, brothers in arms, might have to watch map 1 slip between their fingertips now. Forced to fight forward and forced to fall. It's all on Boo in a 1v4. Map 1 surely sitting with Sentinels. What more were you ever meant to do against this side? Map 1 is in the books. You put them on a big stage, they just keep stepping up.
Great performance from Sentinels there, and Team Heretics trying to change things up with their aging composition, throwing in that icebox pick as well for that map too. So what have they cooked up there? They need to slam back as hard as they can if they want to be able to stop Sentinels here and go into that third map as well.
Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed. And get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Just let me fall to my Just let me fall to my grave. Heart fails under pressure. Wonder if these bad days will last forever. So pessimistic from the past. All the good things end up in caskets. I'm never feeling okay. Good days are so hard to find. Just help me know all the pain. I'm one step from dying. My angels keep it at bay. Can't blame the people for trying. Just let me fall to my grave. Just let me fall to my grave. Just let me fall to my Just let me fall to my grave.
Don't forget about me and all the things I could give to you, baby. But I guess you can't see, making new memories with me. Oh, yeah, I'll be okay. I'll be okay. I'll be okay. Oh, yeah, I'm good either way. I'm good either way. What happened to forever? Now we're not together. I know it's time you
All has ended with me.
Taking a break from the chocolate factory to chat a little bit with us is Kaplan himself. So Kaplan, the team seems really, really hyped. Help us get a sense of the vibes of the team right now, especially since it's an elimination match. And did Haven go exactly the way you prepped for?
Yeah, the vibes are very high. Like we agreed going out here, let's not be afraid to acknowledge we're in a big stadium, there's a big crowd, there's energy, there's lights, let's lean into it. Let's have fun with it and let's trust it'll empower us. And then as for Haven, I had no idea what to expect from them. That was a surprise comp. Had to call kind of both timeouts to get on track on defense. It's always tricky to try to make adjustments when you're coming in really excited at the same time, but really impressed with the composure, and I think the guys did a great job closing it out.
Well, the boys are born for this stage, so how are you feeling about the next map?
Pretty good. Hopefully less surprises, so that's always a little bit comfortable as a coach.
Well, we'll send you back to the chocolate factory now, and best of luck.
Thank you.
It is always great to see Coach Kaplan smile. It was a fantastic start for Sentinels. I'm back on the desk with Kakuka, Mimi, and a special guest is Coach Josh RT from G2. Welcome.
I'm just happy to be here once again.
We're very happy to have you here. Did that map go the way that you thought it was going to go after seeing the Heretics comp?
honestly, once Sentinels start to key in onto the comps for like win conditions and start to understand that they like to play onside post and like they would try to use the Sage Wall to buy time, they start to play against the comp really well.
Yeah, I think towards the end, after that second timeout from Kaplan, they found the right adaptations, playing really heavy on those C and B sites and being a lot more willing to disrespect that utility, to fight in together and play into that flood alongside the two anchors that they had on those sites, which got them just enough rounds to pull things off once they switch over to that attack.
Yeah, exactly. We started with the Sentinels that was very comfortable in the first 4 rounds. They thought it was going to be an easy trip. And actually, Team Heretics starts playing to the strength. Just go onto side, put that wall up, send Carnalito, just get the spike down. But as you're saying, Mimi, once Sentinels got to the key of they need to stop that from happening, they cannot allow them to get to those positions and make such great use of that utility that it started looking easier.
Yeah, so like the key to victory for Sentinels on defense was mainly their on-site defense with the 2 or more anchors. And all they needed to do is stay alive, use their utility to buy time for the rotations to come. Since the Heretics kind of were telegraphed on their hits, they like to play really pack heavy. And so once Sentinels keyed in on that, they start to convert.
And I really want to give credit to Tens as an individual in that one. Even when he wasn't the site anchor, he did a really good job of using his Omen TPs to proactively get in positions to play with the anchor and keep his team in winning positions. And his performance across this map was just out of this world. The only player left in this tournament who could tie the record for most trophies ever won by a single player at 3. And I mean, he's playing like he wants it.
Yeah, and I saw a tweet just now in the break saying, oh, Tens is back. I think that's disrespectful for Kuka. Oh, heck, Tens has been back. That has never left.
Totally, right? I feel like throughout the tournament against Fnatic in the most important matches, that's when he shows up. But another 2 people that show up constantly, regionally and here on the big stage, it has to be Boo and Minimo. Even though they did not win this map, things were very complicated. Imagine that you take this composition out. First played ever in the history of Valorant that this comp is played on Haven. You take this risk and you put this 2 to support each other. Miniboo just going in crazy, and Boo, not only the IGL that he's been having throughout this entire tournament, but especially being put in these situations, it looks like he's been doing it forever.
Yeah, you can see the chemistry of the brothers, Josh, on the server.
Yeah, for sure. Since that was their first time playing that with that composition, you would notice that they would play Raze and Sage together at A site, and they were actually 2-man hold the site. Normally, that site requires 3, and they were able to mix it up and keep Sentinels guessing.
Yeah, and going into this next map as well, we were talking about this a little bit, likely to continue with those 2 playing together. It must feel incredible to get to be up there on this big stage, even in these tough moments, with your brother alongside you, and they'll need to rally back here. This team has made lower bracket runs before, they've bounced back before, but this is still a big task to come back in this series and stay alive.
Yeah, my hopium is Kakuka. Heretics should not have any issues on Icebox.
I mean, are they going to change the composition? I do not expect it, right? I think that the moment that they decided to stick with this Neon, that is what they were going for. They decided to come here to Icebox. Out of all the options that they had, maybe even some bind after how comfortable they said they were feeling, they decided to go for this one. And I feel like the head-to-head between Second and Miniboo, I understand that it is something that we want to see. We wanted to see flashy, but the style is very, very different when you talk about entering the site.
Yeah, Miniboo's Neon. You like it? You're a fan?
Well, for the system they provided, I think it's really good for them. They already played that comp that Sentinels runs, the KO Sova, multiple times already, previously against DRX. So, like, I would like to see Miniboo like rotate quickly based on like Boo's information and Rian's information, and based on that, their defense like works for them.
I do think they need a good start on this attack. This is one of those maps where Miniboo is going to be super sacrificial, going in first, going for those openers, and it relies a lot on players like Benji to come online for Team Heretics, to trade them out and stay in it.
It does indeed. It might not be another chance here, Pansy, and still Heretics, they have to win if they want to keep their champions' dreams alive.
1 life left for Heretics. It all comes down to this. A pick that certainly turned our attention, a composition change in the final hours coming out to this tournament, and pressure on those players is now astronomical. Josh, how are they going to handle this? What are your thoughts on their composition here? Sentinels have the grace of a map in the bag now.
When I looked at the Icebox pick, I thought maybe they were switching something up to get a little bit of a curveball. that Sentinels wouldn't expect, but they're sticking with the same composition. So what they could do is change up how they play that composition. We see a lot of these 5-man hits. Maybe we see them get a little bit more loose at middle, send Benji up that way a little bit more, try to send more people with Boo on these B lurks. Zekin has that Sheriff, had that B line, but he's gonna peel off of it a little bit. That mid hold from Sentinels, they got that turret as well. Happy to play for that retake.
Yeah, just setting tempo, just taking the time.
And they're Team Heretics, they're slowing down right now. They're kind of feeling out the map, seeing what space they can get, see if Sentinels bites on anything. But Sentinels doesn't really bite. When they have their setups that they're happy to sit in, they wait as long as they need to make sure that the enemy is fully committed. Hey, you're just doing a fake? Cool, you're gonna end up coming into my gamble stack. Oh, you actually went there, cool. We're fine doing the retakes. We showed you how many times we can do it on Haven. When our backs are against the wall, we'll make it happen.
And it is interesting to see no support, though, on the way for Zekin here. At this point, he has had to fall back pretty deep. He's playing somewhat safe, though, I feel, now in CT. But he's going to hear this. He's going to hear commitment behind it. The lurk now coming in middle.
That spike plant position is going to be for B main and middle. So if these players are able to stay alive at kitchen as long as possible and bleed the time from the clock, that is their win condition.
Yeah, Boo and Benji.
Saucy also has a Sheriff in hand and Zelsis. 3 Sheriffs on this retake.
They've fallen away from kitchen to play dedicated towards side. And again, Zekin once again checked on. He's not getting any freedom to play into this. So it is the vast majority of players now working back in. They're going to know where that spike is planted specifically for. But there's still a man on the site. And Boo shows his hand, takes away tens and looks for a follow-up. Zelsis next in line. He can't stand any longer. Finally falls, but as did Wood. That's an issue. Now they're starting to lose our numbers of 4v3. And now you're going to look at that back line. You're looking at the likes of Benji to find some value. You're banking on Benji!
Let's go.
Keeps the bomb safe. And Heretics this time get their pistol.
That is the first pistol round on the board for Team Heretics. And I think an important thing to talk about in the context of how that Haven map fell apart for them towards the end. That's 2 pistol rounds that you lose, and then they also lost that round with that got Sentinels to 11 rounds, back up like a gun in Classics.
Yeah.
That could have been a lot closer. That could have been a 12-12. I see that going the distance. So if Team Heretics is able to pick up at least one of the pistols here, convert those next few rounds, maybe they have a chance to show what they did against DRX.
And the gamble stack here. I think Dizzy did his work, but still, Zekin persists. And the timing could be nice here. No, we're going to find Zelsis and the damage. Yeah, okay, Heretics not going to be caught off guard, really. Very conscious of Sentinels trying to get in their face, but this is fine. They were happy to go for a gamble.
The rare occasion that the Sentinels Classic isn't actually effective getting any damage in a flawless round coming for Team Heretics. So going into that first gun round, the bonus round really for Team Heretics, they had a Ghost on Benji, they have a couple of Spectres, they have that Neon. They could do a fast play. I like their approach on that pistol round. They've done it before where they get that B main control, then that B main hit comes in, when that Viper wall's on full charge, they make that noise and the split comes through middle. If they're able to reproduce those types of situations on weapons like this, that could be something that Sentinel struggles to deal with here. But looks like a slow opening.
I mean, we got 3 players here. Do we have a little bit of a scrap on this one? Already Heretics heading this way. Gonna leave Zekin posted up by Pipes here. Saucy by his side, and then just a little bit lower down his tens.
A little bit of a switch up on the Team Heretics side. Normally they would have Boo over towards that B area and Benji kind of looking around middle, maybe grouped with his team. But right now, Benji's on his lonesome and Boo's grouped with a team. I think an important change, keeping that Viper alive. This drone getting so much value, seeing so many players, but still.
High flash at a swing, but he couldn't get the bullet where he wanted it. It looked so perfect. I like them trying to be proactive though there, Josh.
Those mini bite-sized plays are what Sentinels is really good at, just finding that opportunity to get that first kill or be able to get a little bit of map control. Big scan, Benji's at middle, trying to take out that turret. He can call them back and forth. If they make a pressure towards B, Benji can catch players in the back on that rotation. Even this kill on this turret might stir a reaction. 40 seconds though, time's getting low, and Team Heretics is needing to hit soon.
Yeah, Zelsis is the one to be pulled away. That might be the best that they can hope for. So now, Heretics have to play forward. You're going to have to take that space, take that fight.
Mini Boo?
By the horns, and Saucy overwhelmed. But the backbone stands. Tens again with 2. Zelsis makes it back towards the site. He handles business, leaving Benji in a 1v3, but he does have a rifle. How far does Benji go on this? Has a look, 10 seconds. He ain't got much of a time to play with, no. Well played by Sentinels to hold that back of the site securely. Again, a bonus round, though, for Heretics, so they can go for those riskier choices.
A little bit of decent damage, but Sentinels, again, sticking to their guns. Once they've decided that their feet are firmly planted in this position, they're chill. And a reason for that, especially in a matchup like this against Team Heretics,
That's the round we want, though, boys. That's the round we want.
Those audibles. Once they show that they want to go somewhere, they wait, they recharge, and then they try again. It's very rare that they actually try to pivot and go somewhere else. So Sentinels have them read, decide to sit there and stick to their guns. And hey, it's working for them.
Now we get into the real meat of it, though. This is the fun part. 10 still controlling, trying to set up Zelsis this time. Love the unison between these two. Synergy is fantastic.
A little bit of fake pressure towards A, Team Heretics, getting that control. Also, slipping the gap at B, but Boo, he's the first point of contact here and going down. That means they lose the wall. Needing to use middle now if they want to be able to close out this round, or when they go B, they can't instantly go for that plant. They got to take that space, look for another duel. This next fight, John QT, how do you play this?
And Zelsis is getting closer, though. Yeah, he's still a little bit worried about middle, but again, he could bank on that turret, maybe a touch, but still, this is John QT potentially isolated. Got to be careful, not outstays welcome. A risk too far. Normally quite the mastermind, quite a diligent player, but that felt desperate even at a man advantage.
And Rian's just picked up the ultimate orb just before that spike got planted. He's got his ultimate. Spike not planted for that mid flank this time, so B main is the main point of contention, but both Vipers out.
This is the start, a tap on the spike, and Zelsis looking to close the gap, but it's Miniboo to answer back, and he gets out swung. Zelsis goes wide, takes down Miniboo, and another go on the spike.
The fucking run and gun needs to go from the game.
Anyone gonna swing on this one? Finally, they take it away, but the defuse is happening. Oh, that was so close. And again, he has to try and close the gap, but there's nothing more to be done. Right under their noses, a fumble from Heretics.
No other word to describe it than a fumble. And those types of rounds, if Sentinels is able to steal,
yeah, I don't like that fucking Hunter's Fury. If you're gonna use it at the beginning when you have to pop it out when they fucking start flooding on the site to support your fucking teammates.
They don't even have that in play and they still close it out. Team Heretics needs to do better.
They might just get punished here. Look at Zekken, Outlaws out, and you can look at the light shields. Struggling financially, Heretics.
This Outlaw is going to be devastating. Rienz, he had full HP. He has that Vandal, or he had it. He passed around a little bit to Miniboo in this situation right now. Creep up towards A, but again, Sentinels on this stack. They have that line at B on Zekken. He's on top. No threat. Alarm bot, turret, active. Zelsis pivoting, ready to be that fourth player on that A site. And this triangle setup again from Sentinels. We see them stick to these types of setups. And yes, they have this pop flash as well. So as soon as this execute comes in from Team Heretics, they're going to use that orb. They're going to place the shocks, the Viper's Molly. The Wingman's going to come in.
Oh,
wait, that first kill though.
That's huge. That's his ult now. He can cycle that rifle back. But 10 stands in their way. Does he commit to this angle? How long does 10 stay in the danger zone here? Still playing up towards those rafters. Miniboo waiting, but the flash is perfect. It's on the money. And 10 is doing damage. Oh, and a third! That's what you need from him. Big players making big plays in big games. And now Benji can do nothing but die. The ace taken away, but who cares?
Tens. Grown man plays right there. His team's backing out. They play their retakes all the time by waiting and slowly getting a concave, crushing their opponents. But here, he's like, dude, you saw me on Haven. I don't care. He walks out. One at a time, just deletes them from the server.
The Terminator's in the server!
Yeah, not wrong, not wrong. There's something about Tens when he gets on stages. Give the man a crowd. He deserves it. And an instant pause from Heretics. There's blood in the water. There is blood in the water, and Sentinels are circling. It is worrying. Because for this roster, at least in my mind, for this composition to work as well, you have to be confident, selfless if you're Miniboo as well, taking this space, getting those reads. But we've seen issues here, Josh. They look a little bit shaky in certain areas. Those post plants being pressured in really uncomfortable ways. It looks like they're letting this slip a little.
This might be one of those situations we've talked about before with Heretics, is that they do have a pretty young roster. And
yeah.
You know, in EMEA we talked about it as well, where they have issues getting past that finish line. We've seen it in multiple different instances this year so far. We saw it in kickoff, how they fall to KC. We saw it in stage 1, they lose to Fnatic. We see it at an international event, they lose to Gen G. So all these situations, it's like that last little hump to get over. That's where they crumble, and it can be to the confidence, it could be to the nerves and the pressure of the stage.
Yep.
It could be that they just unravel when they lose a bad round. They can't rebound mentally, but they need to get focused here. Because right now, Sentinels, especially Tens right now, is having a game.
And you talk about momentum, you talk about confidence, you talk about that X factor. Rounds like that are what we mean. These players on SEN can give you them. Now Heretics can as well, but they've got to start now. This could be the fatal blow. And it could start at a scoreline like 3-2. Feels almost innocuous at times, but it could be so deadly. As Heretics look for a change, look for a switch up. But it looks like Sentinels have the read. And they got the kill. Rienz goes down. Handled in middle and sent back towards spawn.
A 5-man reclear. They have the great retake ultimates lockdown. Tens has his ultimate as well to turn off all the abilities. Team Heretics trying to do so much by getting up middle. With that extremity pressure, Benji and oh no, he goes down 2. The timing from Saucy, 5v3. Team Heretics, like right now, you don't really have that many options. Boo on this late flank around the world as well.
And the Terminator's closing in. Hunter's Fury's there, just gonna secure safety. And they're running out of options. This map is just closing in on them. You're banking on Boo here. Now John QT made a little bit of an uncharacteristic mistake last time. This time I doubt it. And Zekken getting curious.
That's a big swing right there, Boo. And John QT, this Viper.
But they, an opportunity missed and a lifeline made for Boo. The lockdown's there, 15 seconds. I don't know what they're meant to do here. The plant's at least in, but they have to fall so far back. Zelsis already gonna find Mini Boo, and the other two trying to cross, and Zelsis takes them down. This is just going from bad to worse for Heretics, and the uphill swing for Sentinels is here.
That was off the back as well. Team Heretics taking that timeout, coaches getting involved, calling this play. Everything was about that 3-man pack in middle to cause enough of a disruption, get the kills, get that map control to make Sentinels feel very uncomfortable. But what happens is a 5-man reclear from Sentinels, get that kill, find Benji lurking through that A site, and are able to just close it out. Team Heretics, all they have to rely on are those set plays, the plans from the start of the round, their adaptations, calling those pivots and audibles in these mid-rounds, non-existent.
It's got to start now for Heretics. You wanted a chance to make it to the finals. Here in the likes of Champs, you have to take on teams like this. There are no weak links anymore. There are no easy games. And right now they're suffering under that scrutiny. Sentinels at the helm of it, but it's not over. 2 rounds to work with, and Heretics need to pick up now. Show me that grit. Show me what you can do here. Enough respect being shown, but I'm looking at a flash in hand, potentially. A pre-take, no. Just the nade so far. The Sentinels wait on the verge.
Now, Team Heretics, do you stay in? Do you give the same medicine back to Sentinels, block them from getting out the choke points, or do you retreat back to main? They're retreating right now. It's only Miniboo in the site.
He's got so much weight on his shoulders. All of EMEA trying to put their faith in this team, and they're being melted to pieces. Tens takes away Miniboo. Now you're looking at the back lines. Where's that util coming from? Zekken doesn't care. He's already taken away Woot. They're capitulating. They're falling here. Heretics need to make a stand. A miss of the utility, and Zekken runs through them. I need a timeout. I need something. I need to see signs of life from Heretics.
Team Sentinels, they burned 2 on that Haven first half.
I mean, you can see they've watched fucking Heretics against the RX. And they're just fucking up like Miniboo every single round. Like he has no fucking impact.
Let's keep the same energy. We don't need more, we don't need less.
Sentinels on 5 in a row right now. unbreakable at the moment, especially Tens is going in. He has that killer instinct right now. He's hitting his shot.
And he was struggling against the RX already.
Hitting hard like this, that is scary.
You know you got hell to pay when that's happening. And rinse and repeat. What breaks the trend? Sheriffs? A new idea from Boo, something, who knows? Again, you're gonna have to start digging deep. These are the games that test you the most. As I said, 1 life left. You don't have a map to depend on to fall back on. You took a risk in the veto. I respect it. You took a risk with the compositions. I respect it. But then you got to stick the landing.
When Sentinels went up against EDG to get knocked down into this stage of the game, EDG disrespected Sentinels, got in their faces, did not let Sentinels come in on these retakes. Team Heretics giving so much respect to Sentinels, letting them go wherever they want. And again, another A hit. Boo trying to get a lurk timing, but he's going to get caught in the back in a second here.
Oh, and
wait.
Hello? Saucy hasn't turned. Suddenly, he's got a surprise. Saucy goes down and Boo's broken through, but there's a flank on a flank here. The turret does give it away. But still, do they even notice this when they've got 30 seconds to the Terminators here?
30 seconds.
He's still holding this one.
Wait, they don't know.
They don't know. The plant. They don't know. Oh my
Celsius.
God, Celsius is behind every single player. And look at the patience. Look at the pedigree. He waits and he strikes. Taking down Heretics. Piece by piece. Just down a Boo and it's all but done. They are going to be in tatters, Josh.
It's an anti-eco round.
The crowd, the joy, Sentinels, they're all unleashed right now. Such big plays from everyone coming into play. Boo thinks he's got them on the ropes, thinks he's got them in the back lines, but Zelsis one-ups him, says, hey, you know what?
Yo, you like how we're on the same page?
Guess what? I'm right behind them. The trigger discipline on them too.
Hey, he's swearing, I did it.
Yeah,
well,
you
so
did,
look, we can share the fines, no worries. I mean, look, there's no two ways to say it. The scoreline almost feels not as condemning as the game has been. It's where the 6 rounds have hit, and you were discussing it. Once we got into the buys, once we got into the real meat of it, where the hell have Heretics been? We know they're good. I don't need to say it. I think all of us at home know that they are a great team. Incredible individuals. They've been in finals. They've made it that far. Didn't quite get to touch that trophy. And again, that elusive victory might evade them once more. And you can't discredit what Sentinels do. People have doubted them every step of the way here. Coming into this, I certainly did. I didn't think they were in form. And God, was I wrong. Jeez, they have absolutely run through regions at this point. They've taken away Fnatic. They've destroyed anyone who stood in their path. It's time to respect them. It doesn't matter who they are or how they're performing. On the day, they turn the hell up. I don't know what Heretics are meant to do. I genuinely don't. This is the X factor. This is those unknown moments where you can't contain them. They've got ults though, Josh. They've got a buy here. What the hell does Heretics do?
There's chances. Look, this half could end up 6-6, and that's respectable, right? But right now, Team Heretics, when they're given the site for free, they back off and let Sentinels create this concave move back in. But are we going to see another switch up here, another flash timing peak?
But look, Tens is already here. They just doubled down on the aggression, trying to face Heretics, crush them under their heel. This time, though, they stand, and they stand tall. Ults to work with. And if Sentinels stick around on the side too long, they could get punished because of that. Oh, the re-aggress from Zekken. I told you, they don't respect you. You got to bring them to heal. Zelsis is leaning forward. Heretics this time defending themselves. Saucy takes away Miniboo, but it's all Heretics thus far. This is better. The best look we've seen from them as to date.
Life still in them. A 4 versus 2. I've seen Sentinels win like harder rounds to close out. So. But Spike being planted, front generator, this is going to allow them to play this actual safe, fall back, play this post plant. But Heretics not knowing where they want to play. Do they want to play up? Do they want to play back? Sitting in maze, ready to strike on a timing. Wait for that wall to drop and do a triple peek, but here comes the molly. It's going to stall a little bit.
Saucy, not gonna get it this time. I respect them trying to double down on the aggression, really offset, get in the heads of Heretics. I like that. This time though, Heretics keep themselves secure. Safety. And you said it, 6-6 is a respectable scoreline. It can be achieved. There's nothing stopping them there. And they kept 4 alive, they kept some of these ults. This is a really clean and good, respectable round to walk away with.
Especially if they're able to pick up that second half pistol, there's suddenly a game on our hands, especially if it does end in a 6-6 or 7-5 scoreline here. So Team Heretics gotta stay in the game mentally, and Sentinels, off the back of that Heretics timeout, decides, okay, you know what, they're probably gonna call an elaborate play. Let's just walk up.
Really funny to me because Icebox is one of those maps that just keeps changing with no real like reason. Like if you look at the comp at the beginning of the year for Sentinels, it's the same comp, and the map went from being like an attack-sided map to then a defense-sided map to then an attack-sided map again, like up until recently, and then now at Champion, at the end of Champion, it's a defense-sided map again. It feels like. It feels like it's super hard to get into sites, it's super hard like to stop a retake. And it's just so weird to me that the same map with the same comp just feels so fucking different and kinda like rotate almost seasonally as the years like as the year progresses.
Still dangerous. He's been caught this time. Detained. Zelsis gets mini boot. What? How the hell did that happen? Lockdown's in play.
Viper's Pit, maybe?
25 seconds here. What's the game plan? Trying to get a quick plant. Boo? You gonna sacrifice yourself for this? There's 15 seconds. Look at Tenz's position. Tenz is still here though.
Wait.
They have no idea. Wow, Boo! Out of nowhere!
Plant? Plant?
Seconds pretty soon. Boo is still trying, but the time. How close was that? It's in.
60 seconds.
There's now a 1v3 as Boo just pulled off the most outrageous
Not even 60 milliseconds.
That was something that could haunt them here. And Zelsis might undo it all. That's one. Needs 2 more. Benji down low. They're together. This. Oh! That could have been it.
Damn.
Could have been it. But it wasn't.
What a weird round.
Clutching onto this game, clawing back into this game with 2 rounds now, back to back.
I've seen this before from Boo. When he has to put the team on his back, normally he's the in-game.
And fucking Mini Boo dead again.
Standout performances. You look to Benji, you look
with
to
no
Boo,
impact.
But Boo, when his team can't find anything, he is the one that steps up. He is the one that has these big confidence plays. That was so risky, and it could have been so devastating for them. But instead, it's one of those high-risk, high-reward plays you need to do.
Oh, wait, John QT's being chased down.
Damn.
The tempo change.
He was on the hunt from the get-go, seeing John QT. Vulnerability. The site should be theirs. Viper's Pit off the rip. The pace change is divine. And it's
I don't like that pit.
Zekken popping the ult.
You don't see the spike, so you have to spam it. That corner is already yours, technically, like you can play around that fucking box forever.
Going for those random spam shots. We've seen him line them up before, but he's popped his Blade Storm. They're going for the defuse.
Rattling off that 338. Zelsis is trying to take a step forward. He finds it.
And they found him, like, yeah, I really don't like that Viper pit. I don't like how they constantly play like retake.
Is that going to be enough to secure the kill? It is, but down to the same problems again. No, heartbreak in the same fashion. Rinse and repeat.
You need to be more proactive, to go deeper, to understand that they play retake and they give you space. Like, once you kill John QT, if you have Mini Boo as a fucking neon, he should be going Snowman. Like, he should be fucking running Snowman. Like, you know how they play, like. That's the whole point of a neon, to be able to fucking run everywhere. Like, you should be pushing Snowman and like have a crossfire for anything, anybody breaking, like pushing Snowman and shit.
It's chances, it's the finest margins, but again we were looking at the scoreline being close. Can they pick themselves up again?
Get someone deeper, get someone like cutting mid.
After being broken so beautifully by Sentinels.
was an instant 5 versus 4.
And that fucking Viper pit again,
Can they
like.
make enough pressure here at A to make Zekin budge? Can they find that opening pick again? But even if they do, they can't convert it. Sentinels has been winning every retake, basically.
Pressure.
Still, so many players. Sentinels loves the setup. Forward towards A. The retake on B, they have that Hunter's Fury as well if they need it.
How are they going to read this one, though?
Here comes the walk-in.
Timing now. Zekin waited. Double swing on it. He's lucky to be alive here.
The reaction from Sentinels, they weren't sure if they wanted to commit to the rotate or not. They're kind of in the middle of pivoting between the two sites, knowing that, hey, this seems like it's just a ruse. It's going to be back to A. They're in the position. Tense still has a flash, and we've seen him in this position flying out.
30 seconds left.
If this isn't an indication that Heretics is committing here, I don't know what is.
20 seconds now. Denial on the side. It's getting down to the wire.
If Heretics can do 7-5, it would be like well paid for like how bad they played this half.
The brain of tens, but still the plant going to come into play. Zelsis steps forward, loses his life. They're clawing into this one.
5
Heretics
seconds.
showing what they can. These plants are so close. Bloody hell, they are looking good here though. In the final moments, Heretics hold on. 5 rounds is all they get, but it gives them a chance, Josh. It's so small.
Yeah, but you can see the 6-win streak.
Just maybe it could be enough.
Because Heretics has the pistol and the fucking eco after that. Then Sentinels has the bonus.
Yeah, this is game on here. There's a chance.
Alright, so if you take out 2 points for Heretics and 1 point for Sentinels, it's still fucking 6-2.
Hey guys, Jen Lee here.
Like,
I'm standing here with G2
it's a
versus
fucking storm
Petra
for
and Amy. 안녕하세요. 이번에는
for fucking Sentinel.
게임 체인저스 팀인 G2 고즌의 페트라 선수와 에이미 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 G2가 사실 미국 회사긴 한데 G2 고즌은 유럽 팀이거든요. 오늘 누구를 응원하러 온 건지 물어보도록 할게요. So guys, it's a little bit confusing. G2 gozen, you guys are part of both regions, Americas and also EMEA. So who are you guys rooting for today?
For EMEA, actually, Heretics, yeah.
Heretics를 응원한다고 합니다. You too, Amy, right?
Yeah, even though I love Sentinels, I need to support my EU brothers.
센티널스를 좋아하기는 하지만 그래도 헤리틱스를 응원하러 왔다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그러면은 응원의 한마디도 부탁해 보도록 할게요. So any fighting words for Sentinel? I mean Heretics, you know they need your good energy.
Yeah, I mean they need to step up their game and comebacks can happen all the time. So go Heretics.
조금 더 열심히 해줬으면 좋겠지만 그래도 역전을 충분히 할 수 있을 것 같아서 헤리틱스가 힘내라고 얘기를 해줬는데요. Do we see a potential comeback happening? 역전할 수 있을지 에이미님한테 또 물어볼게요.
If they keep up their energy, they for sure can do it.
계속해서 좋은 기운을 한번 가져갈 수 있다면 충분히 역전할 수 있다고 얘기를 했습니다. 그러면 또 에이미님한테도 헤리틱스에게 한마디 부탁해 보도록 할게요. So any message over to the Heretics bros?
Sorry, what?
6-3, sorry.
You got
I was
this.
like
Keep up
6-2,
the
but
energy.
no.
Let's go.
It's fucking Neymar.
열심히 해주시고 화이팅이라고 얘기를
If you
했습니다.
remove the 3
Thank you,
first.
Petra and Amy. 네, 이렇게 해서 페트라 선수 그리고
I
에이미
was
선수
stuck on
만나봤습니다.
7-4 for some fucking reason.
7-5. Heretics now have their work cut out. Sentinels, they have a map in hand. They've had the lead on the half here. They probably feel a little safer, but if you're Heretics, it's do or die, Josh. What do you do with this? 5 rounds here, you do the side switch. Where's your mind going? What do you start with?
When we came into the series, we looked at that map pick of Icebox from Team Heretics, a head scratcher. You think that they've cooked up something new with agents. They haven't. You think they've cooked up something new with game plan. They haven't. They've been looking shaky individually, not closing out the rounds that they should be. Mini Boo, trying to find that early contact. He doesn't get punished. But a 3-stack on Maze, a 4th player coming in.
And look at the pace. Sentinels mean business. They want in. Re-ends. The first of the door going to send Zekin away. Takes him down at 20. And they
Nice,
go
Solar.
but they double down. Sentinels singular in approach almost here. Held back. Currently towards Maze at 4-10. Nice from Woot. Big opportunity now. This is getting scrappy, it's getting a bit messy, and Zelsis, I told you that classic has something in it.
No way!
The fuck is he doing, man?
Like this! And look at the HP on them, Josh, they're barely breathing, but they're still alive! Riens, that could have been heaven sent!
John QT down to 11.
Hell, this is just taking lumps out of each other.
3 versus 3. The round slows down. Killjoy down for the defense. That's going to cause some pressure, some strain. Team Heretics, though, they're moving together. They're reading this really well. They know exactly where Sentinels wants to go here.
Yeah, there was no
He's like in front of someone with utility in hands and
Viper wall for the attack side. It's on that A site. They have nothing to work with here.
just fucking sprays the wall like.
So well together, but John QT, one shot, he goes down. Zelsis, 2 for him.
It felt like they're second guessing, they're drifting away, but maybe not. Maybe just the one man, Boo, the one who sacrificed everything. Gets it
Oh
done!
my god, he gets John QT too.
The chance here, and Sussy has to go for this block.
Let's go Saucy.
He's actually given it.
He wins those.
Opportunity made out of nothing. He's even evaded the jump spot, but you don't get away from Root. Heretics holding this together.
Ah, yes, it doesn't.
Heretics did such a good job there. That first initial engagement towards top generator peeled off, realized they didn't want to overstay their welcome. Regroup to the back of the site, fight together. Benji out on his own. He was reloading his sheriff and his teammates weren't swinging with him. And it got a little bit dicey for a second there, but the recovery was good. And this timing of this orb, there's 20 seconds left when he pops that leaves them with 5 if they wait it out. So perfectly timed from Boo, getting that second. And you're wondering, why did he not stop that plant? It's better to play that 3 versus 1 and secure that round than to go for stopping that plant. If Saucy wasn't committing to it, gets the kill on Boo, gets the plant, he has a 1-on-2.
Okay, just classics. SEN bundle classic, however, so a little bit risky, but should, by all accounts, be comfortable. And I've got to say, when it comes to Boo's performance, because he is the one kind of anchoring this B site, he has been a safe pair of hands here. Really.
Saucy down as well for 17.
Down. Beautiful, beautiful from Boo. Doesn't even need to see them, just knows where to spam, knows what to go for. And he plays his life well here. They'd love to take him away. He's not letting go. Beautiful. Again, backbone, safe pair of hands. He's the ice-cold leader, and sometimes you need someone like that.
Rallying the team behind, we talked about it before. 7-7 is the scoreline off the back of that pistol. Yes, they have both in this game to be able to keep them just barely alive. But, I mean, hey, Sentinel did that to them on pavement. So right here, this is where the game really starts to separate. Does Team Heretics get to
That's all she wrote.
They have
That's all
these
she
weapons.
wrote.
They get this bonus round going. Sentinels, what do you have in play? Because right now, maybe if you were thinking, let's go B, guess what? Boo's been having a belter of a performance, as I think you would say.
I certainly would.
Unable to.
Ooh, did he
recalled
recall?
it. I
Nice.
think he recalled it.
Yeah.
20-second cooldown.
Perfect. So we'll have to keep a little bit of an eye on it, but at least there's a chance. But it looks like the hit's coming in already. I'm looking at Riens here. Does he get cleared?
Saw the setup from Sentinels. It was so strong.
Root though, high Dizzy. And Mini Boo on the re-clear. Beautiful approach towards the maze. Oh, and Moshed on the... What? How did... John QC's having a nightmare.
No,
this
he's
map,
like
to
1
be
in
fair.
12 right now.
Yeah, he's having a rough go of things. And we know what he's like. We know what he can do. But this hasn't been hitting for him, at least in this map.
The Boo fucking round kinda bug fucking Sentinels, like.
Barely making towards sight.
Boo, keeping them contained in
Like that play of getting like caught by the fucking Killjoy ult
stacked on the back of the site here.
and finding 2 people and shit, like.
Can't doubt him. Mini Boo could do really nicely. Oh, he absolutely can. In unison with Benji. Beautifully timed.
And that's the bonus though, that's a big round.
Collecting these rounds, Mini Boo standing up there as well, but the fashion that they're doing it, they're fighting together. They're making sure that they are in the same area. You see this re-clear at Maze together with the Dizzy and the slide in. We're seeing this early aggression towards Pipes and Maze. We're seeing that there's so much confidence in leaving Boo on an island. He's doing a great job of surviving and getting kills through the walls as well. Right now, Sentinels pumps the brakes. Round 16. Let's take a timeout. We just lost our first gun round against their bonus. They're catching the lead now. What do we need to switch up here? What's been working for them and what's not been working for us? Well, John QT, I haven't really seen him have any impact right now it seems as a...
John QT is 1 in 10.
What he does,
Holy fuck, man.
He is able to close out rounds. But all of Haven, Tens is just in their faces, killing everyone before they can exit a choke point. John QT is not even needed there. So maybe he hasn't had a chance to warm up, but he's going into this game. He's taking these weird fights from Snowman in a man advantage situation. He's losing his duels and he keeps going for them. Very sloppy work. Maybe as an in-game leader that's affecting him, and it's affecting how their game plans are, where they're going, the tempo and everything. Maybe he needs to lean on his teammates a little bit more. Zelz is another very vocal player. He's doing really well right now on Killjoy. He's got 17 kills already. He's got a pretty good read of what's going on. He's in perfect positions all throughout that defense, pivoting.
Yeah.
Maybe lean on your teammates. Get them to chime in with a little bit of input of what you need to do to get through this. Tens picking up that, I think that's a Marshall, but still just as deadly as an outlaw sometimes.
Yeah, looking to scout things out. Benji, please.
Just toying with them a little bit.
He's not, maybe not in this round. Maybe we just chill.
These are the dangerous rounds. When you
these
highlight
are the
Sentinels,
ones.
this is the round that you don't want to lose. This happened on Haven as well.
Yep. This is when you play it by the book. You know what I mean? You cross the T's, you dot the
your
I's.
Yep.
You're going through every protocol because there's certain teams that have such high potential for these rounds. I mean, even statistically. So I get a little scared. SEN is certainly one of those. But we'll see. As it stands, Heretics are I guess not really going to be caught unawares by that. They should be very aware of it. Knife goes in, clears yellow, nothing there.
He's going to catch the timing, get the kill on Rians. No.
Christ, look at this. Zelsis cracks it open. Does he get traded quickly? No, he's away like a thief for the night. He's out of there. They're doubling back though. And they never broke the alarm bot either. So I'm surprised that they pulled so many players away of A, like from towards B.
This is a big gamble from Heretics. It's the wrong read. Sentinels, yes, they're on eco, but they have that Phantom, and with a plant, he's got lockdown. That orb is still there. He can get locked down off the back of that.
Do you ever feel like you're watching a disaster potentially happen?
Yes,
I feel
slow
like
motion.
this could be happening here, but back on site. Quick rotation from Minibu. There's still support here. 10 seconds. Got to wait for the plant. They're not going to go ahead of this. Question mark. They shouldn't go ahead of this. Okay, there we go. Woot keeps himself calm. And now looking to see if that lockdown is in play. No, Zelsis is still one off from that. Minibu backs off. Zelsis is your danger man. Does he switch that rifle out? He does. Zekken with the armor, with a full HP, high dizzy, and suddenly you're under the gun, you're under scrutiny, and you're put 10 feet under by John QT and a ghost. He wants more, he gets more! I told you it was a disaster, and we just witnessed it!
John QT, the closer, Zelsis, getting up Maze, finding that gap when Rians was on the drone, dodging it, taking him out, getting that Phantom, and it's again, those are the rounds you cannot lose to Sentinels. That is what gets them into the game. That's what kills your entire confidence.
Momentum, everything.
It's gone. It's dry. And Sentinels runs with these rounds. We talked about John QT.
Welcome back to
he
me.
was at
I
one
was
kill.
a bit late.
3 kills on that round to take him to 4. Sentinels. Oh man, that is a must-needed round.
That could be the swing. Will that be the one? We're still all even. How is that mental for Heretics now, though? This is when it brings it into question. And they feel that pressure when you make mistakes. And Sentinels, as I said, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile, they'll run with that. This time it looks committed, at least to start with. Want to see them remove alarm bot. That's gone.
Even spread so much faith on Woot on this A site, even though he's got that Thrash. The bait setup trying to come into play here. Boo wants to get behind yellow, but knows once that knife or dart comes off cooldown, he can get caught. Zelsis has his lockdown off the back of that. It's going to be instantly invested.
Does Boo get out of here?
Benji stole that midline.
Okay. It still feels so tense. Boo. Scary way to play, and Sassy going to post this actually, one towards Snowman and kind of back towards middle. That's going to be Benji noted, but that's fine. That's not the end of the world. Minibu going to be held back as well. John QT taking a chunk of damage here, but he takes one with him. Oh, what a follow-up! John QT coming alive when they needed him, but middle's getting one out by Heretics. And now John QT is not safe. Benji strikes back. And now a 2v3. Zellsis and Zekken, though, some heavy hitters still here. They pop the ult on this one. Boo wants to try and keep this at least in their favor. So Zekken gets curious, takes a glance, and didn't see Benji. Zekken now spammy as Benji finds Zellsis. Zekken still stands and time is ticking. They got to get a move on. Zekken, can he connect here? Trying to get towards half. He's done so well! The time, though, is there. The fuse is there. And Heretics take back the lead.
Close round. Both teams giving it their all. And I swear, you mention his name once, and he's just like, what? Did someone call my name?
Summon.
John QT
Summon.
in their faces. This is what Tens was doing on Haven, just getting in their faces, lining them up and taking them down. But right now, you're right, Team Heretics does take the lead. Sentinels doesn't have the great economy, but neither team does. These teams come down to the wire with one alive at the end.
It's round by round.
It's not even that, it's that it could be a big one round. It can be the difference of 2 or 3 rounds.
Yep.
Minibu going down early here. This is not the round to go aggro, not off the back of a win, not when your teammates have $0, 100 on Boo.
Right here.
Right now, just split apart. Team Heretics, they switch up their setup. They wanted to go aggressive on B. They put Benji on A. That Viper's Pit on John QT, though, I look to that. If he gets in their faces, pops that towards screens, doesn't enable Team Heretics the ability to even get out the choke point. What do you do? But Benji, he's got a lockdown of his own. He needs to use it.
Rien's the mechanical monster, but Zekken's in. Rien's doing the dance, trying to find him. It looks like a 2v1 right now, but Benji's the one to catch him. But Zellsis on top of the site. The lockdown, you got to evacuate quickly, you got to respect it. And Benji gonna backfill the space. Puts his body on the line now. Yeah, he's creeping towards Maze. But Tens knows this, but does he know who he's up against? Benji Fishy could have closed it down, but it's a 1v1. Boo's been the backbone, but Zellsis could break it. 30 seconds, Spike is there. Zellsis clearing corners, and now he knows Boo gonna just slip away. Try and play the timing a touch. 5 bullets to play with.
He's got that Viper's Molly as well, waiting for that tap. He's been so big for these guys before, but Zellsis at the top with the...
He's hunting. 5 bullets. He's
hunting.
He's looking, and he can't get him in time. Boo, off the back of Benji's brilliance, does exactly what Heretics needed.
A 4 versus 5 conversion as well for Team Heretics. Benji in a 2 versus 4 re-aggresses into Maze and lines them up. And toss them all over right there. That's huge. A 4 kill. Almost ended up with that ace as well. Just couldn't connect. And
those are those moments.
These rounds are so, you can't predict them.
No.
You really can't. And an outlaw purchase from Rien's, realizing the economy situation from Sentinels here. Zekken also, Bladestorm.
Starting to feel the scrutiny themselves, Sentinels. First time we felt that pendulum really start to swing here. But as you said, this can be any situation. It's still winnable. It's still doable. The caliber between these two teams is off the charts. So for now, let's look at the opening approach here.
Sentinels talked about how good they are with those audibles, with those adaptations on the fly. But right now, they're not showing us anything new. They're not really using middle that often. They're not even breaking that turret or alarm bot. Benji stealing that space again. So Sentinels, all this work and effort to steal this space, to pressure Team Heretics to use that drone to re-clear things. But Team Heretics, they don't even need a budge. Benji off that sound cue, off A site, B site. Oh, hey, you guys are split. Cool. I'm gonna go take out your turret, create some more pressure on you guys. And here, Sentinels, they're regrouping right now, all of them together. They're leaving Zellsis in mid for that late flank. But will they clear Minibu? He's just on the edge here, so he can dodge and knife here and then get back behind yellow.
Let's see.
The flash and dash.
Yeah, flash. 30 seconds left. No dash on the follow-up. Minibu's still here, and Boo's gonna find Zekken. Oh wait, they're falling. What is going on here? Minibu, the surprise of their life, and Benji pulls them into the blender. Zellsis makes his appearance, but he's got an uphill struggle. A 2v4, and Tens can do nothing. Oh, give it to him. Give it to him.
10 seconds left.
He's waving. He's waving.
You know
disrespect.
If you give it like that, you got to take it as well. Zellsis has always been the player up. He's always the one giving it large.
That is
and now
true.
there's a timeout.
A must-needed timeout as well.
30 seconds left.
Looking at round 20. They're down by 3. Team Heretics. This is a very close scoreline to what we saw in the last game as well. And keeping in mind, Sentinels won both pistols in that last map. Now, Team Heretics, they win both pistols. They have the lead. They are on the cusp. Sentinels stringing together these buys, but still, we talk about how good they are and making these adaptations, figuring out where the enemy is, manipulating their positioning on the defense. Right now, Team Heretics is in full control. As soon as Sentinel shows their hand, Benji disrupts it at middle, and then that bait and switch setup with Big Bro, Little Bro, it was so good. I was wondering, like, wait, they don't know you're here and you're using your wall and everything. They still come out on top of the situation. But still, Sentinels need to do something a little bit different. This timeout from the coach, maybe he gets involved. Maybe he tells them which parts of the map to utilize a little bit more. Because Team Heretics, they're just locking it down 2-1-2.
They are, and they are in control of this. We asked at the half, how badly do they want it? They clawed back some key rounds from that first half to give them a lifeline, and that's all it needed. A chance given, a moment. They took it with both hands. Tournament life is on the line here. There is no going after this. You don't win, you go home. That's it. And for Heretics, it came down to this map. SEN could have closed out in 2, but we're not there yet. 8-11. Heretics do have the upper hand, but a timeout comes. Does it answer their problems? Does it find solutions? They're trying to isolate Boo at the start here. He's not going down, though. He's playing a really balanced game. Oh, Zekun, though. Still wanting to follow up. And he's got support.
Waiting for that flash. He's going to activate his dash with that flash. Try to punish Woot there behind that yellow. The 3-man stack, though. Does one play anti? Anticipating. They have to read again.
Flash, dash, we're away. No one playing anti, and the body's going to try. What? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Something went wrong. Something went wrong mechanically on that one. Mouse problem, don't know. That's
not happy about whatever
that's horrific.
There.
That could be a mental breaker too. We'll come back to that. For now, it's a 4v4. And it's a pivot. Zelsis could still give them the golden path here to go ahead. He's got help as well. Sarsi's with him. Trying to clear some of this utility. Benji on the verge. Big pickup. Benji's starting to find his footing here. A quiet series until now. We saw him pick up that 4, almost 5 earlier on. And 10 struggling to find safety.
Big what?
He's banking on someone to save him, and there's no one coming. Look at 10's be the one. No, it's all on John QT in a 1v3. And he's dealt with it. 12 for Heretics. And I feel like we might have a tech pause, but who knows?
Match point. Game wouldn't be a game without.
We'll see. I'm interested. Because I don't know if it went off the mouse pad, something. It felt like
I've had that happen to a teammate. They swiped so much and it went off the mouse pad. I've seen sensor issues. I've seen everything. But right now, Team Heretics in their faces, disrespecting Sentinels, not playing to the normal game plan they have, is waiting for everyone to group, then doing the retake together. They're feeling confident, they're taking these duels, they're disrespecting Sentinels, and that's exactly the name of the game. That's what EDG did to send Sentinels down here. Now Team Heretics taking a page out of their book, getting a little bit loose, winning the duels, feeling confident enough to take them. And again, another 3-man stack here on that B site for Team Heretics. Another good read. A site completely undefended right now. Lockdown, Hunter's Fury in play if they need it for that retake.
Looking at 10's ult as well, though. That's huge.
And Saucy.
Yeah, now that ready. Kind of a bookend, really. Start and end.
We get to see a lurk this time. John QT,
like
we haven't seen them go through mid yet.
Start the round now with commitment. And look at the utility. This sets John QT up. This could be massive. Benji spotted it! That could be so much. That could be near on everything. 10's goes down as well. It's falling for Sentinels. That lifeline, that grit, that determination we asked for, but the Reds comes in. He's back on his feet. A 5v4. It ain't over yet. Zekun on the site has to play this smart. Benji with the lockdown. Tens, he's not moving. He's not moving though. He's still standing. They're still fighting. Zekun trying to back away here. He has to respect this to an extent. Woot trying to play forward. We're going to have the Hunter's Fury lockdown destroyed. And now we've got the pressure building here. How much is left in the tank for Sentinels? That's
what?
Zekun still going. Sassy taking them away. And down is Don Zels. It's on Zekun here, and it's all on Boo on the other side. maybe 9 is calling Sentinels' name as Boo knows he's out of time and he's not running away from that.
Will the round end before the spike explodes? They save their guns, okay.
Yep, big.
Keep them into this next round. Map point for Team Heretics to even up the series 1-1. Huge impact opening duels for Benji.
If John QT got away with that, you
Right.
thought that could be totally different.
Right. But so far, so many rounds, Team Heretics is finding that first kill and converting it. And even the rounds that they haven't, when Miniboo died on that garage push, pushing
Comeback
QB,
starts here, whether it's this map or the next.
converted. Zekin looks like mentally he's rebound
Back
from
in.
whatever happened.
Yeah. That shows a great deal of wherewithal, even for a young player like him.
Good info for Team Sentinels. I wonder if Team Heretics uses that to kind of get in front of where Sentinels is going to go next. Change the setup.
It's curious, isn't it? Do they then expect it to be this fast BP, so they even though layer ahead of that? Who knows? For now, what we can see is that Boo's already expecting this to an extent, sitting deeper by Snowman, sitting a little further back. But still, they've conditioned them to have to clear yellow like this. They have to invest, show their hand early.
Securing that Snowman control, making it easy for the rest of his team to be able to come through middle, through kitchen, through that hallway, and come in for this retake. But we see this. Sentinel still hasn't even broached the site yet, but it's a 5v5 right here. Benji listening for the callback. Zelsis versus Benji.
The Zelsis clear. The crowd. It didn't give away the game, and Benji rewarded. Takes away Zelsis, and the pressure's starting to mount. Heretics holding on here. Eyeing up that third map. You could imagine it might be John QT, Sassy, Tens. If they stand, I'm not going to call it done just yet, but Heretics have done everything we asked of them. They've walked the path. They've walked this game back from the brink, back from disaster. And now 2 more bodies to drop. Sassy and John QT in their way of opening up that third map to keep hope alive here for the Heretics side. Desperate to find fair fights, you're not going to get them. John QT has to face the music, has to wait for map 3 to try and turn their fates. Heretics, they've given us a game.
Team Heretics delivering the goods. They pick Icebox, the worst map statistically. They come back into this.
The more I watch fucking Miniboo play, the more I fucking hate
We haven't
Heretics.
seen the side of them getting in their faces.
This is it. They're back alive. It's game on. We've got map 3, and God, did this game deserve it.
Like, I had them winning. I have them winning champion. But like, I don't know. There is a part of me that hopes that they fucking like get the fuck out. Especially with how EDG has been playing. Like, kinda want EDG to win now. I was very skeptical of them, but that fucking series against Leviathan.
elimination game is going the distance, and I'm now joined once again by me, Josh, and Josh. Totally not confusing whatsoever. I mean, we were talking about this before, Josh, that at one point it felt like Sentinels could just close this out 2-0. What happened?
It looked very much like they were in the lead. I think the score was somewhere around 6-2, and I genuinely feel like Team Heretics just woke up. They started playing incredibly well. They got a clutch in a really important position, and they turned the game completely on its head.
Yeah, I mean, a huge step up from a guy like Benji Fishy as an individual, and also from the Boo brothers having some great moments throughout this one. I think their defense looked really solid, especially having a lot of these ideas for the fast re-clears off that Neon stun, off that slide, looking really well executed and so much more comfortable than the start of that map.
I think this next round is the one that changed it though. Boo detained in a corner, able to kill a couple of players, time super low on the clock, 6-3. This is where the game actually turned on a dime, right there.
Yeah, they did, and Josh, why do you think the Sentinels weren't able to capitalize on the lead that they had and allowed Heretics to get back into the game?
Honestly, it came down to the second half where on Sentinel's attack, I feel like they didn't do enough to provide that misinformation, to pull the rotates away from their ending site. So I think Heretics' defense just proved too much for them.
Yeah, and how exciting was this round 19 2v4?
I mean, that's when you get like the two young aimers just cracked out of their minds, just holding it down in that one spot, getting 3 kills. Benji Fishy, he's just phenomenal.
They don't lose those.
Yeah.
No, they really don't. And I think that Team Heretics are a team that in a lot of ways are known for the set plays, for the early ideas there, but I think have really proved a lot of the depth and also just the ability to pull off these incredible hero moments, which on map 1 of this series, we're so often going the way of Sentinels. Think about how many rounds TenZ was winning with a 2K, with a 3K. Bringing that energy back for a player like Benji, for a guy like Miniboo, who honestly looked down on himself in parts of map 1, is so big for them to stay in this series.
I said at the beginning of this match as well that they had to shut down Zekken. On the attack side, this tournament, Zekken's got 61% first kill win rate. At the moment, he's 2 for 6. So 2 out of 8 on the attack side for his first kills. And actually, the player that's impressing me the most is Riens from Team Heretics. And he has been all tournament. He's putting up an incredible tournament. He's there, trading people out, getting the kills, putting out the work, 140 ADR. He's there always when his team needs him, trading out in the proper positions, always playing well.
Yeah, this team is playing for more 4v5s than anyone else in the tournament because they're really willing to risk Miniboo's life for him to just send it in. And that means you need great players on the trades as that second entry. And Riens has been providing that so well all event.
Yeah, I mean, you know as well as anyone how important and how impactful it is to have a supportive player that's this reliable.
Yeah, for sure. Like he's getting information at the right times at a site. He's calling for Miniboo to go run over or look for the flood. And he's just scrappy as well. Like he's willing to take that duel and that fight. And that's the name of the game. They won at A so many times that Sentinels were forced to just take a look at B, but they didn't do enough to manipulate them at all. And so, yeah, their defense won out.
And for both him and Woot, the other Turkish player on this team, this is their first year playing in Tier 1 in VCT, now in the top 4 of champions and a map away from staying alive and continuing this lower bracket run.
Yeah, let's talk about that map as well, because it feels like teams are using Abyss as kind of a risk, or maybe they have something on it that we don't know about, because we haven't even seen Sentinels as Abyss at all.
No, we have no idea what Sentinels are going to be running. I mean, unless you've scrimmed against them, Josh.
Maybe I have.
Oh,
Maybe I have.
Oh, okay.
What did you think of it?
It's like looking at a mirror.
Right.
Whoa. All right. I mean, maybe they change things up. They've had a little bit of time. Who knows?
I feel like in any situation, you would want the map to be match tested before you bring it out. In an elimination stage to get to the lower bracket final, at champs, for God's sake.
It's a risk.
It's unbelievably risky. And against a team that I think is pretty happy playing Abyss, even though they got destroyed by DRX. They're not a bad team on that map, Team Heretics.
I feel like we don't read too much into that match because DRX are just the best Abyss team.
Yeah, they looked excellent in that game. So this is definitely going to be a tough opponent for SEN to go up against. And Josh, can you speak to that? The difference between playing a comp and thinking something's working really well in scrims and then actually going and testing that in a big match like this.
Sometimes you just don't know until you're actually there. Like what you can do as a coach is just give them the protocols, get the reps in, just so that they can have an understanding of how to play those situations that you will commonly see. But you never know with Benji Fishy just locking it down or Woot finding those entries along with Mini Boo. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
I will say that these two gentlemen on your screens, Weber and Neil, they are prep heavy. They love watching everything anti-stratting. They come up with all sorts of things. But there is nothing to anti-strat. There is nothing to prepare. And Josh, what do you do in those situations?
Like you said, like I said, you just have to rely on your own team's protocols for this. We'll just have to rely on like how can you solve this comps problems, and we'll see how they do it in their first gun round.
Sentinels, though, have been really excellent at finding those adaptations when Kaplan calls that timeout, and also when John QT is just making a lot of these ideas on the fly. I think if you're looking just at like the pure ability to adapt and come up with new plans, Sen has looked better than that this event overall than Team Heretics. But Heretics in that last game showed a real ability to bounce back, and they're going in with a comp, with ideas that are already match tested.
And I feel like to a degree, DRX have done a lot of that homework.
Camera guy?
We saw
What
they
the
did
frick
against
just happened?
Booze, Astra and stuff, and all of the post-spawn stuff they were able to bring out. Sideshow, there are ways to take on this Heretics comp.
There definitely are ways to do it, but you have to be comfortable in your own play before you can start taking down another team's play. And that's what concerns me here with Sentinels. You think about the journey that both of these teams have been on. They've been in big grand finals before. Madrid for Sentinels, where they won, Heretics, most recently in Shanghai too. But right now, it's an unusual spot for both squads. They're in a situation that, like Celsius said, they didn't think they would be in the lower bracket, and now Sen are playing
oh, okay.
a map they haven't played before.
Yeah, Josh, what are your thoughts on this comp?
I think they just copied from the best, DRX.
Yeah, they just joined what they were doing?
Yeah.
It's gonna work here, you think?
Yeah, I favor the KO a little bit more than the Gecko here. Sova's a must pick. The Omen could be kind of funky with like the one-ways, but there's like the limited range in a map like this.
It's giving, we lost a deadlock, so we copied it, but they didn't work on it, and it lost them a lot of games early on in champs. I think that's a real worry here for Sentinels. You can't just copy a good comp and expect to be amazing at it. You have to put in a lot of the work as to why it works as well.
This is one of those maps where we are going to see offing from both these Jets on the defensive side, shutting that down. And for Second, once he's on that side, getting those opening picks is so crucial here. They've never played this comp before, and they're staking their year on it.
Yeah, this is do or die for both of these teams. The winner will move on to tomorrow's best of 5 lower bracket final, and the loser will be heading home. One last time, you guys, Pansy and Steel, take it away.
With absolute honor, this is what it comes down to, the complete unknown. We don't know what to expect. We can theory craft, you can practice it, but you don't know until the day, until you walk on a stage like this and have to deliver. Heretics clawed back map 2. They brought it back from the brink. Sentinels took a stand on map 1. But now, what on earth do we have here on Abyss?
This series was in Sentinels' hands. Now on Abyss. This is on Heretics to lose. It's in their wheelhouse. Sentinels, they're debuting their Abyss right now for the first time. Untested, but
Blood's drawn.
Mini Boo getting the first picks, and the dark skin.
It's huge. Heretics off to a flying start here. Tens and John QT have fun.
2v5. Team Heretics looking to pick up a third pistol round in a row right now. Sentinels, you might be losing this pistol, you might be losing that next round, but it's time to dig deep. Tournament life on the line. We've already taken one EMEA team out.
Can you claim a second though?
Ain't claiming that second.
Talked about it before, the kind of old gods of Fnatic, the newer look of the Heretics. Tens.
Opening.
We call it too early. To threat, disrespect this man. That paranoia looked absolutely gorgeous, but spikes in hand. Look at the HP though. That's what scares me. 54, 13. It's not really enough to imagine you can turn it on.
Reminiscent of that Icebox as well. So low HP, Boo accidentally getting multiple kills, like on John QT through the wall. Just so low. A spike plant, maybe, perhaps it's in the play for Sentinels, but if they cannot find a way to isolate all these players, to split them up, to find a first kill or two untraded, They don't have the health. They don't have the players, the bodies to put behind this. Team Heretics, yes, they have to go for this retake. Yes, it's going to take them 10 seconds to get to that spike to begin with. But oh man, they're healthy.
You talk about miracles. This would be one of them, but TenZ, strange things have happened. John QT, Clutch King himself. Steps heard, no body dropped. Had to be clean, still has to be clean. 54 HP is all they got to work. Someone gonna keep an eye on TenZ? Is someone gonna keep an eye on TenZ? You don't, someone please turn and deal with that man. John QT has to swing and they keep it safe.
Why are we the ones to tense up in these situations? Team Heretics, maybe the communication slipping, but Sentinels, they have two great maps to start the BO3. They had Haven and Icebox. They could have closed it in 2. They were unleashed on Haven, getting into Heretics' grill, not allowing any entry into the rounds. But somewhere in the early stages of Icebox, they got turned upside down. You know, off the back of Boo's heroics, Heretics, they regain their footing. They feel unkillable. They keep taking these duels. I mean, it's starting out here on Abyss as well. Early fight, 5 seconds of the round. 2 of them getting the kills. Early drone out. They want this spike plant. They want to be able to get some sort of pressure onto Team Heretics right now with these classics.
Yeah, gap closer and audio.
Opening.
No one seems aware of the potential of this. And it's a problem. Oh,
a second.
What a shot. Second. That was so clean. It's 2v2.
Okay, Spike's still down.
But they've got a minute to play with, right? Like,
pausing the round, and the weapons weren't recovered. Still on classics, TenZ and Saucy, waiting for that flank to come around into play. Gonna get that spike.
Spike's back, okay, but keep your eye on Saucy.
If he taps this, oh yeah, he's just gonna back
He has
up.
no idea.
There's no idea.
They have no idea about Saucy. And if TenZ can just keep them guessing, or maybe make them doubt that it's this B side, back away potentially, Saucy could get played in, or he just looks for a free kill. You can see the paranoia in Boo. He's spotted now though, and he falls. The chances dwindle. Opportunities now back in Heretics. Oh my good God! Why is this so close, Josh?
Almost caught sleeping at the wheel again. The classics from Sentinels are so scary. And the fact that they can get this close on 5 classics, just a drone invested on a round like this, makes me fearful for what might happen in a few rounds from now. Heretics, they can't have rounds like that. They need to wake up. Maybe the gap between the 2 maps iced them a little too much. They lost that form. They lost that confidence. Something's going on with the comms where they almost slipped.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit, it feels really messy. It feels very unstable.
It's okay, hear about that.
I know, well, look, I get nervous, all right?
Okay. Just Boo here to defend this site, like he's Viper on Icebox again. Drone coming out.
Okay,
but TenZ already across.
No! A really uncharacteristic miss. Both teams looking a little bit shaky here, looking like that strain, that pressure is mounting. Counter swing from the other side though. Pressure now shown across the board.
That's good info for Zelsis. Confirms that B site's probably weak, but still down a man early. Boo still keeps that control. He's just gonna back up, play that retake, wait for his teammates to come. This is where Team Heretics is really thriving in these moments. Benji controlling middle. It was pressured a little bit earlier from John QT, but still 5 versus 4. A couple of sheriffs for Team Heretics. Sentinels needs this round and needs it clean as well. They cannot afford to win it with only 1 alive here. TenZ already aggressive on that rafters. We've seen him on Haven.
That's spotted though, seen by the Owl Drone. Doesn't get away with his life either. Miniboo on the sweep back through, and the bonus looking deadly as Saucy has to be the linchpin in this nearly high flash. Can he work from it? Not really. Miniboo still behind. Still waiting for Saucy to check, to try and get proactive. He can only get down 1. And now the numbers so favorable towards Heretics. The problems starting to mount for SEN. Could John QT even clutch this up? Surely not. No chance in hell as Heretics convert the bonus.
This is looking scary. If you are Team Sentinels, you're looking at elimination right now. You lost pistol, you lost against the enemy's bonus, you're losing steam, you're losing your tools, you can't even... That first kill onto Boo, like how does TenZ not convert that? And this is one of those things that psychologically, if you let that kill get away and you know that that was the difference in the round and potentially the whole match, that's gonna sit with you, stir in your mind, and haunt you for rounds to come.
But it only takes one round to reset. It only takes one moment to feel like the wind's in your sails again. But Heretics look more comfortable here for now. Back in we go. Zekken just brought to his knees by Miniboo, and he's just not going to be moved. Miniboo knows it all so well. Backs away, the damage is done. And Sentinel's struggling.
This was an investment from Sentinels as well. They purchased weapons here. It's a 3 versus 5. They're going to try to pivot around. Benji on that A site. He's alone, yes, but he's been feeling so hot, so like on Icebox. Okay, here comes a little bit of a mid-walk.
Hey, he's back on Cypher.
He's back on Cypher.
He's fine.
He's back. Yeah, true. And Rian's back on Sova.
Yeah.
We're chilling. If they can win on Gecko and Killjoy, they can win on Cypher and Sova.
Yep, spot on. You see them in their stronger roles here, really. Same could be said a little for Sentinels to an extent. But we have to see how comfortable they look. It's not an understatement to worry about this sort of map coming out this late in a series, in a map pool. It's not in the wheelhouse. Now they're struggling to stick the landing, but they don't. The player he ends. Capitalizing on what he has, but didn't quite turn the flash enough, but he keeps his life. John QT needs to play forward, gets noted. They're keeping track of him every step of the way.
Damn.
Flawless round, flawless start.
Constantly just subverting expectations from Team Heretics. I'm looking at the veto, I'm looking at that first map, I'm thinking, oh, they're kind of down in the dumps, especially when we go to Icebox and they're looking sloppy.
Yeah, you're worried.
But then, what happened? They're revitalized. This is the Heretics that got to this place in the first place.
Yes.
These guys are so, when they're on point, they are so strong, especially when we look at Rian's on Sova, Benji on Cypher. I'll highlight it constantly because, honestly, we're going to see it over and over again.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, Rienz, I love him in this role as well. He's so impactful. And it's a pause from Sentinels. Round 5, there's enough going wrong, they don't like it. This is when we talk about what you can see in practice, picking comps that other teams run. Bring it in as a final map in a tournament life affair. And not just any tournament, it's champs, you know, you don't... This was such a risky veto. And I think a lot of us thought, hey, that's front-loaded. SEN got the better of Heretics early. And I think that's a really fair assessment. But that Abyss pick was always going to be so weighted in the unknown. Yeah, we know a little bit about Heretics on here. It wasn't maybe something you put super high up, but they were willing to try it out, play it a bit. Sentinels is the complete unknown.
The only other option they really had was forcing it to bind.
Yeah.
Possible. If they banned out Abyss, they could have gone to bind. They must have felt that they were more confident here on Abyss than going up against Team Heretics on bind. Yes, Sentinels lost to Fnatic on bind. Yeah, it happens. Heretics is a decent bind team, but man, to play your first time on in a match like this in these stakes.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. So much on them.
You don't get do-overs. You don't get to get just on the fly.
No.
There's no VOD review, but through middle, 2 players.
I like this. This is a really nice crunch. And now Heretics have to play forward. They have to try and retake the space. They know where that paranoia has come from, or at least they should. Now they know, and now there's a surprise. Can they stick the landing? Can they hit that fatal blow? It looks like they can. SEN with an exceptionally good crunch here towards that A site. Working through middle. Zekken with a banger towards Miniboo. And now a 2v3. Still with a Bucky on 10s, but maybe you can play an angle that will work for it, sit safe somewhere. But the others have to secure some of these areas. They can't just leave it open.
They could switch weapons, and Zekken can use his Blade Storm in this round, but instead 10s closes the gap, gets close. This is going to be difficult, but it's still Benji alive, and when he's alive, full confidence, anything can happen here.
Yep, but he's met Zekken first and foremost. 10 still on the site, waiting for a victim. He's found it. Beautiful between them. Zekken
Good shit, Sam.
That's a reminder. No matter the odds, no matter the map, there's always threat with Sentinels.
And Thrifty, MasterCard Thrifty, no less. Sentinels back in the game, back in the saddle. And it's always moments like that. Now, do I think it's happened at a moment in the game where you can't recover from it? No, it's still early. Team Heretics still 4-1 up, not the worst. More devastating if this would have happened at, let's say, 10 to 8 or something like that, where now things spiral, things get out of control. Team Heretics, they're still fine, they're chilling. They have that operator up, and they won their bonus.
Now, the operator is a big adjustment here, but they put a lot of players behind it too.
Deep line.
Very deep line.
It's going to punish any next jump spot to get info. It needs to be a drone coming out here next. Otherwise, and they scanned the jet with the knife. They should know to use a drone here and confirm that information here.
Show me the protocol list. Underhand flash, I mean, that's fine.
Okay, it forces them off, and the sneak up at B, but the trips here, Boo's positioning on this Raptor. He's so good up here, and Benji. The 1-2 duo, the 1-2 punch. But still, Sentinels just getting feelers around the map. They don't really have any space yet. Cypher Cam on the defense.
This is nice. They didn't know about Mini Boo. That's gutting. You'll take that with both hands if you're Sen. You'll love a bit of that.
Follow up. Can they spam him?
Looks like they could.
Nope.
Apparently not.
Don't have that angle. Too many boxes.
Yeah, but focusing towards Mini Boo here. Deciding he's maybe, I don't want to say a weak point, but a potential victim. And the gap closing. Mini Boo has no idea. Now he does. Zekken's in his face so quick. This is gorgeous from Sentinels. Sweeping the site perfectly.
Economy still okay for a buy for Team Heretics. They're going to have a go at this. It all starts with his first 2 kills at Heaven here. Rian's.
Zekken's angle's so good though. Can't quite take down Benji, but still, you're looking at a 2v4. They don't have that first step in. Very difficult to find impact here. And I think Heretics might know that. Pulling the plug on this round.
When you're in a situation like this, you look to see if Sentinels overstays their welcome, makes any mistakes, presses forwards. If you find an opening, it's winnable. You try to go for it. But once Rians goes down there and you have that 2 versus 4, you're losing time, time to call it quits, go for that save. 4-2 will be the scoreline. Sentinels finding some footing. And the thing that I look for is Team Heretics. I've seen their attack set on this map. I see the highs and I see the lows. The highs are when you're able to get into certain positions, you're able to get that spike planted, play that post spam, battle, you're chilling. But when I look at Team Heretics, when they have so much opportunity to just take their timings and make their hits, they fall short. So Team Heretics, I'm looking at them to get as many rounds on this half. They got the pistol, they convert the bonus. If they don't end with at least 8 rounds in this half, it's gonna be a messy second half.
It certainly could be. And with the timeout coming in, clearly, Niels, Weber decided didn't like what they've been seeing. This adjustment from Sentinels has been fantastic. I mean, the power alone of Zekken in these rounds has been off the charts. He truly can be a monster. And if he gets the ball rolling, hell, if he's the instigator to this, hey, it's game on. So again, for Heretics, what's the next approach here? What's the adjustment? What's the plan? Because it felt like they had the right idea. Just a couple missed shots.
Yeah.
Operator not really finding its value, and then Sentinels striking.
That's what I was going to say. It's not like they had a horrible setup or anything like that.
Yeah.
It was missed shots from Minibu. He had opportunities. He angled out a little bit wider just as the flash came, so he missed that opportunity. He backs off, misses another opportunity with another angle. He has no backup there as he gets pushed into the back of the site. You know, if he hits one of these shots on the Sova, on any of these players, different story. So I don't think Team Heretics needs to change up drastically anything too much. We're just so used to them getting those opening picks, winning these duels, because we saw that's how they started coming back on Icebox. So maybe slight adjustments to the setup is in play. We're seeing that start with the Jet Mini Boo towards B. They're going to go a little bit aggro here.
This could be a really harsh call though. Sentinels, do they read this? Well, Boo might be dead. Oh my.
How
is Boo alive? That looks so primed for him to get punished on that.
We saw that sort of situation happen on Icebox as well, that aggression off the back of a timeout going into that B garage area, Miniboo going down there instead. But here, a reset. 5 versus 5, not many pieces of utility spent. Still, only 30 seconds gone from the clock. That knife's going to secure that info. They're going to get that KO ultimate off the back of this. That means Benji's trips go offline. That means 5v5 retake has to come in play unless Benji wants to go for this.
How brave you feeling, Benji? Because Zekken's certainly feeling brave. Taking him down, but the trade is there. Rien's going to remove Zelsis. Gorgeous.
Wait, they can spam the pickup. They're going to find a third.
He is so goddamn good.
If he gets a drone tag as well, that means he can use his Hunter's Fury. Zelsis is going to time out in a couple seconds here.
There it is. That's confirming the third, and he closes the gap, and now suddenly they're looking for more. They're trying to find the remaining man. Rien's on for the ace. Wu takes it, but it doesn't matter. They'll take the round.
I said I'd bring it up again. Rien's on Sova. It's unreal.
He's so good.
Yes, it's part of, like, yeah, what was he doing there on Sova that was so good? It's his positioning. When he's on an agent like that, he's going to position himself a little bit different than he would if he's on an agent like Breach or an agent like Gecko. So he gets to be in certain fights. When he's in certain fights at certain angles and gets to shoot a certain style, he is so strong. He's so good at tapping them out. He is so good at isolating those fights. He's so good at being in that, like, retake situation. Pops that drone, lets his teammates come in close. They create a distraction. He comes in and just cleans up.
We're seeing a little frustration showing on the SEN side.
Honestly, there's nothing Sentinels could have done differently there.
Oh.
They got maybe.
Oh, hold on.
Okay.
Right off the rip here.
Oh,
and it's
okay.
to set this up. Mini Boo
no.
just right up the guts, off the back of the Hunter's Fury, sends Sentinels scattering. They're down to 3 in the first couple of seconds. You've just seen the big boss leaning on over. You don't want the smoke. Benji still here as well. Oh, good God, if this is it. If this is Heretics now starting to find that peak, quelling a Sentinel's turnaround. Those were 2 big rounds, 2 big confidence builders. If this has taken the wind out of their sails, this could be the changing point. This could be the first real nail in that coffin.
2 versus 5 Sentinels. Not the first time this game they've been in this situation. Trying to slow it down and see if they can work with anything. We saw Team Heretics choose to save in a situation similar to this in a post plan, in a retake. But now Sentinels looking for that first opportunity, a first kill to give them any sort of opening into the round. But with 30 seconds left on the clock and no opportunities given,
30 seconds left.
likely a save. Maybe they tried this pivot all the way back to A. Hey, it's just Boo there. He's on his lonesome.
He's such a good anchor, though.
He's 1 star left.
I feel like if he hears this, I think, yeah, he definitely has. He can give himself what he needs.
He has a gravity well for the site. If they try to go for that plant, oh, okay, it's done. They just want that ultimate orb, save the weapons in the next round. Sentinels, 2 to 6 now. Yeah, they are struggling. They're running out of steam, and
oh God, Rienz, you're so
catch
close.
anyone?
Yeah, that's another.
And the last.
See, this is what scares me with Heretics, because it feels like there's always a little bit more depth. We talk about it with, you know, when you have Benji on the Killjoy, or Renan's off roll, or whatever. They have this just in the locker. They have this whenever they need to bring out something. Hey guys, go on, no, go on. You play on the agents you're actually nuts at. Just blow them out of the water map 3.
But we see how good Heretics is individually with taking these fights, taking these duels. And we don't see it often from them that they stray from their game plan of their identity of being this really defensive-sided, retake-heavy team. Here, they're showing that they can also brawl. They can go aggressive. They can win these opening duels, and they can have these like full convergences.
Yeah.
They have these in their repertoire. They don't pull it out often, only when they think they need to. And right now, they think they need to, and it's working for them.
I mean, you only have to look at the Hunter's Fury up middle. You saw them just pacing up there as well, right behind it. That's round 1.
Right.
I mean, it's... and for Sentinels, you've got to imagine that you're hoping they're taking this time as well in the start of this round, and maybe some of the others, to have a discussion as to what they want to do here. I mean, Zekan's hitting, sure, but they're starting to lose that momentum. A well-timed out drone, but doesn't find anyone.
They do have Hunter's Fury, drone, dart
3
for this
players.
attack. They have a knife soon.
3 players on the site. Flash comes in. Flash and Dash. We're waiting to see the follow-up. Who's here? Rienz is waiting. And we know what can happen. Rienz just racking up body after body. Oh, it's just gorgeous to witness. Sen trying to dig in, but it's Rienz still standing, still holding. And Sassy is opposing number. Go on, Rienz. Have a crack at it. Sassy still deserves a little bit of respect here. You've got to be careful, but it's only 13 seconds. They're waiting, and it's Rienz to close. Another 4 for him. Josh, this might be all she wrote.
This is Rienz just, Rienzing these guys.
Okay, that's
sorry.
Horrific. That's horrific. Yeah, timeout.
Well, you know what else is horrific?
2 rounds.
Sentinels is Abyss. This is the map they saved for map 3 here. They chose this one over Bind. And this is their debut. This is the only match rep. Every other time they've played this map has been in a practice game.
Speaking of debut, do remember Heretics' international debut was against Sentinels. That was the heartbreak that started that loss. It's what put them down. It's what sent them on the trajectory to meet Paper X that then broke them, that sent them home after 2 games. Say about Vengeance being served relatively cold. Well, this is iced out. It's 7-2. Sentinels burning their timeouts here because they have to. They are floundering. They are out of it.
When I looked at Haven, Sentinel burnt both timeouts.
Yes.
One on round 7, one on round 10, both in that first half. We're seeing it here round 5 and round 10. They won that Haven game.
They did.
This isn't over.
No, it's not.
Until it's over. And Sentinels, yes, they need to burn these timeouts because when you need to make adjustments on the fly, when you need to refocus the in-game leader, when you need to refocus the star duelists, the players that you are known for one-tapping people that are missing 10 shots in a row, when you have this, you need to dig deep. And if there's any match to dig deep on, it needs to be this.
3 more rounds up for grabs. 7-5 feels doable. The difference,
Set play.
3 rounds.
Hunter's Fury available as well.
Yeah, Boo's backing away. I think he's feeling this coming. He's actually sticking around backside. Yeah, he's absolutely still there, as is Rienz. His name is going to be up in lights, you feel, throughout this entire game. Another for Rienz. Finally goes down to Zekken. But look at the absolute disaster on the site. The devastation. Sentinels left in ruins. But a gap found. Zekken, if he takes a gamble, if he rolls the dice, he can get some safety off this. The Aldrone only going to note 1.
That's gutsy.
Does he? Yeah, I mean, he fancied to go at it, but look at the creeping positioning of Benji as well. All handled.
Both players confirmed. Benji on the flank.
Benji, you're going to start it. Oh, he stops it. I thought that could have been a little lifeline for them. Open up the map. Absolutely not. Benji holding Heretics up high now, 8-2. I mean, Rienz and Benji, these are the deadly duos. These are the danger players. This might genuinely be it. I can normally sell you a tale of how you turn this around. But as it stands, Heretics held their cards close to their chest. They waited until Abyss. They knew if they left this open, would Sen walk into it? Maybe they fancied their odds either way. But as it stands, 8 rounds to their name in this half. And Sentinels being held on to. This looks like the start of the end.
Through middle, Zekken takes the space. It's going to strain the rotations from Team Heretics, maybe. Create a little bit of pressure, a little bit of space for Sentinels to be able to break into a site here. Zekken has been that main point of contact. He's been getting some of these opening picks as well towards that A site specifically. And right now, Mini Boo and Boo, are you guys going to get crunched on right now?
Oh, they're actually refighting. They're reclearing. They went back for this. I don't know if they read it, but they knew what was happening. Again, though, they've had to trade out the space
Hunter's
here.
Fury.
And yeah, you speak it. It happens. Plant now hindered. Oh, easy. Oh, good. They get back to work now. Back to business. Sentinels won the plant. They want to fight on CT. John QT trying to give them at least a pick in their favor here. But it's Tens to take away Mini Boo. Now John QT on the swing. Loses. Tens still stands. Maybe he's the hero that Sentinels need to give them a chance. Oh, what a snap from Sassy. But still, you look at the numbers, it's a 2v2. It ain't over yet. Boo starts to creep in the angle. And Tens standing tall for Sentinels. As said, when they needed someone to step up, as Heretics face a slightly brought back to life Sen, but I mean off the back of just Tens.
Biting back, though, with a 4K.
Is that enough?
Well, I mean, he had almost 30 on that first map.
Yeah.
Right now, again, a struggle. John QT and Celsius not really putting anything up on the board here. The 2 vocal players from this team, the team that the players that rally the team together, and now kind of just dragging them along. Zekken and Tens trying to do their best to be able to get enough kills to create an opening. But right now, there's too many people from Team Heretics that are biting back hard.
Spot on.
When I look at the parallels between these 2 teams, they both have such clutch players as well. You look at the side of Heretics, they have Rienz, Wood, and Benji. And it's like
they're hitting now.
They're hitting now. Sentinels, their entire game plan is to force these mid-rounds, these retake situations, because they have hitters too.
Okay, they know it's now in middle. Woot leaning a little closer, but it's Boo from the other side as well. Actually going to walk the cage. He wants to punish, but it's John QT to catch Rian. Better from Sentinels. Getting 2 to start with. Could at least open a chance, but Benji is alive. And look, if he ain't on the Killjoy when he's on this Cypher, it's a whole different ball game. Now the map feels small. He knows that someone's in the back lines, but it's Benji. I told you, when he's alive, there's a chance, but Tens outdoes him. And now a 4v2. Odds coming in as well. Layers upon layers that makes this nearly unlosable for Sen. Zekken doing well. Patient display from him. Mini Boo can't make the attempt. It is the finest of margins, Josh. 4 rounds.
8-4. That's the number that Team Heretics needed to get to. A pistol round will help them close out that second half. But right now, it's difficult. Sentinels, you need that pistol.
Sentinels are on the ropes. Heretics up at 8. Do not go anywhere.
This hub is meant to be.
On Icebox, we asked if Heretics had it in them. Did they have that grit, that determination to draw it back from the brink? And the answer was yes. They had it. They had what it needed, that X factor themselves. That will to win brought them back in that game. And we ask the question now to Sentinels, with 4 rounds to your name, is there depth to you? Is there that call for blood here? They've got to turn up, Josh. There is nowhere else to go now. It's win or die at this point.
Team Sentinels have these X-Factor players that can bring up these huge clutches in certain moments that get these swing rounds where they get the momentum, a tailwind. But I looked at Team Heretics. They're on the attack side now, and I've been critical about their attack sides. They've looked like they lack depth. They wait for that critical mass before they hit, and in the process, they fluff up their audibles. They miss timings. When they know exactly where they can go, where they have an opening, they completely let it go. And Sentinels can use that against Team Heretics right here.
Tantalizingly close now, Josh. Big info off the rip, and Heretics just looking for a brawl. Zekken, though, willing to throw a couple of punches here. Quick pick, and they back away.
They're happy with that man advantage. 5 versus 4. Sentinels has been so good on the retakes as well. So Team Heretics, they're getting into that site, but they're actually going to press forward this time.
I quite like that.
We're missing this before.
The odds, trying to get proactive. It's only Benji to draw blood so far, but they do have the plant on their side. You're looking at the retake with 4 players up 10. Zekken, John QT, and Sassy. Great paranoia, but they couldn't quite gap close in time. They come out, eyes wide open now. Sassy trying to step forward up from heaven. Is Benji, it's Rian, it's Boo, and Zekken has to aim.
Ooh, there's Zekken.
And Boo trying to be a little elusive here. Play to the left, play to the right, but the time's against Zekken. He's got to go on this one. 50 HP on Boo, and Zekken is trying to find him, and Boo goes around and around. And he waits. The fuse on the half. Boo needs to check. Here's Zekken!
Damn.
But the time is so damn. He got it! He saves Sentinels!
Oh no! One jump spot for Boo could have been the difference maker of Heretics being 9-4 up. But instead, Zekken, the ace with the Sheriff on pistol. 1.8 seconds left.
Not many can answer a call like that. To be demanded to kill all 5. He can.
Taking turns between Zekin and Tens.
You know me.
Creating that impact, and Zekin, it's not like he was having a bad game. He was getting a lot of these opening picks, getting the team into the rounds on some of these attack hits. The rest of the team not following up here. He does it all by himself.
Oh, 10 swinging off the flash.
Nice little play here.
Yeah, the steps there. He might have done. I'm not sure.
I think he did.
Feels like it.
But again, Sentinels love these little mini plays.
And he might get punished on this. You're banking on some support coming in from Zelsis. He still has his TP, so he could potentially opt for that, but he fancies his odds. It's the Sheriff on Boo that should draw your eyes. But that's about it. The rest on Classics. Tens, careful, easy.
Wait, the
Zelsis
Classics
has gone down. I mean, Zelsis hasn't been having a great map here. He's been struggling.
Wait, the gap.
Benji.
Saucy knows. He knows. He knows.
Yeah, he absolutely does. Nice from Saucy.
He was waiting for that. Once Team Heretics decided to pump the brakes, again, this is where they fall apart in these like mid-round situations. Right there, perfect opportunity to run down Tens, create that pressure, get Benji that gap. But instead, they overcook it. Coming back towards B, it is just John QT here. He's gonna have fast rotate from Zekin with that outlaw, but still.
30 seconds left.
He needs to be able to get a couple and live. Guardian.
He could get overwhelmed. It's pretty actually scary for him here. Luckily, Zekin made it in time. He's able to play his life incredibly well. With 15 seconds, suddenly the options are removed for Heretics here. Food trying to do something with that Sheriff, but you don't get that against Zekin. He already showed you what he can do. A beautiful moment for Sen to find stability.
Sentinels has the team built with all these players that have this individual IQ, that in these mid-round situations, that's where they really get to excel, show their identity as players, and they know exactly what they need to do to set each other up across the map.
Oh, you guys are so good. You're playing for me.
This should be easy for them. But instead, Boo, he's shifting off towards B. Benji's making his way to try to get a flank on A. The rest of the team cuts noise, goes quiet. They have Classics. They need to know who's supposed to make noise, create the opportunity for the other. And here, Sentinels, bonus round, going down middle, really aggressive here. Benji, he places a triplet. 2 players that can bypass this, a teleport or an updraft.
Here.
Here comes the plant. So Tens gets in the back line.
Spike planted.
Looking at if Boo ever turns. Does he ever consider it? As
He
it
is
stands, no. I think Zekin's a little worried he might hit the head on the top and break it, so he's giving Tens a moment to work, and that's what he does with it. Takes away the back line, and suddenly it's game on. They're surrounded. 4 players on the site for Heretics, and now they're going to start feeling constricted. Hand around the throat here, but they fight back. Take a little space. Don't go too far. Rien's Benji and Woot though, but Zekin breaking in now. Can't get a follow-up, can't get consecutive kills, and Woot digging in his heels. It's all on Tens in a 1v2, and he ain't got the time. Rien's striking. Picking back up for Heretics now, as it's 9.
Just the bonus round for Sentinels. They made it a little bit costly. Cool idea. Got that timing on that flank on Boo. I thought right there, things are going to fall out of hand. It's going to start slipping for Heretics. It happened on that pistol round in Haven, for example. But what we're actually seeing different from Team Heretics this time is they're playing up in the faces. They're blocking them at the choke point, not allowing Sentinels to get that space onto the site. Very different approach to playing these post plants from these guys.
Yeah, because we saw them kind of falter in that situation
Yes.
before, where they wouldn't play deep, they wouldn't try and pry them out. Hold on, is this a pace change? It certainly looks like it. I'm seeing Zekin taking the fight if he can. Smoke goes in, we got a brawl, looking a little like a death match, but you don't want to take on Rien's right now. You saw what he did before, and he might just do it again. Heretics dropping bodies. It's down to Zelsis.
Oh, and they found this too.
Nightmare. 1 to 13 ain't the scoreline you want to be trying to hold the line on, leaving just John QT. And you try to take a fight, you try to be confident, and you just get crushed.
That might have been a really bad call from Sentinels there. I look to their economy. Zelsis on 0, Tens and Saucy combined 14, 15. Like, they're not in a position right now to be able to afford another buy. So doing an all-in risky play like this, getting punished in this fashion, means that it's going to be so much harder to get back in the game. You're going to feed that 10th round to Team Heretics. Your economy's not good enough to stabilize. It's going to be an 11th round after that, and suddenly you're looking at elimination. These are not the rounds where you can take these risks. You need to build it back a little bit.
Did they burn both timeouts in the first half?
Yes, they did.
So what do they have to bank on? What do they have left here?
Use this 30 seconds while this guy's saving to be able to talk about something. Because realistically, Sentinels, we haven't seen their defense yet. So maybe they're trying to catch Team Heretics off guard with this a really aggressive play. But if it backfires, what you did, what's the recourse? Is that the beginning of the end for Team Sentinels? Is that they're undoing a very high-risk play?
Some other teams, that could shake them to their core. That could be a step in the wrong direction here, but a buy still to be had. It's not good, though. I'm seeing Stingers, I'm seeing Bulldogs, I'm seeing Guardians, I'm seeing Light Shields, I'm seeing Sentinels falling.
Hey, if there's a team that can make this round work, Sentinels is towards the top of that list. And that's a start.
Benji's gone down, that's tens. We said before when they needed a hero, he was the one to stand, but Miniboo's already found him. Sassy on the trade, but the site now looking to be slowly waving the flag. Sassy is so hungry for more. Boo almost giving up his life for it, but they can't find comfortable post plants. You're still going to see Miniboo on the site. Boo tucked down below, doesn't get pried out, but they've got to know he's there. Zelsis trying to set this forward. When does Sassy go? The timing is everything. Miniboo takes away John QT. It's Wu on the follow-up. 2v2 now. Zelsis, Sassy, and Miniboo in their way. Leaving just Zelsis alive and nowhere to go. As Miniboo takes them another step closer. 11 rounds. They can feel it now.
Team Heretics taking turns, every player. Whose 4K is it next? We've already seen Woot with one, Rienz with one, Miniboo now with one, Benji with one. Like, everyone's contributing. They all want this. They're sitting at 11-6. Sentinels, their economy
feel it.
In the toilet. Yeah, the coaches are feeling, everyone's feeling good about this.
They're so close. Unbelievable for them. And now they start that momentum themselves. They start feeling untouchable. Can Sentinels bring them back down to the earth? We wait. Rienz, Miniboo, Woot, stride in. Zekken still desperate to try and fight. He's putting up numbers. Zelsis with a follow-up, finally. Taking away two of the big hitters. Miniboo gone now. Woot removed as well. Plant is in though. And if there's Benji, if there's Rienz,
there's a chance.
Pay them respect. You pay them mind, because they do that. They've already taken away Zekken. They don't respect you right now. They're going to make this hurt with everything they have. Rienz finds Sassy. They're desperate to do damage. And now the problems start to mount. Rienz waiting, evades the flash. He can set Boo into motion here. The hat's going to come down, but they have no idea. Rienz could be the end of them. He could be the death of them. Put them on 12. Tens is down so low. He's on 5 HP. Oh.
What the fuck is that jump pick, man?
He has to let him die.
Hell, Tens, 5 HP.
Like, you don't even jump pick with a classic to try to high click him or some shit. When he's at 5 HP, you don't jump pick with your fucking knife to, like, be faster. You just jump pick with your fucking rifle for, like, nothing. Like, what?
He moves closer to get a jump spot to get that info. But as soon as Tens tap that spike, he moves out, angles out wide to punish that jump spot. Gets that kill. Keep Sentinels alive.
Like, at least jump pick with your classic and try to right click him. He's 5 HP. Like,
Pistol round, you got to remember that he is at the top of the board. But clutch, impact alone is in the hands of Tens. So many rounds off his back, but Heretics as a team, as a collective.
please don't fucking overhate Heretics. You have that game, like, in the bag.
It's 11-7. We're starting to heat up here a touch.
Like, you have to win, like, 2 rounds in, like, 6 fucking rounds left. Like, you have to win 1/3 of the rounds.
Let's chill out, slower roll a little bit. I love the little plays that Sentinels have. The little plays just to get a pop flash, peek, get a kill, reposition, try to reclear somewhere else together, reposition against once they have that space.
Just don't fucking over it.
TPO lobby then. Not sure if it saw both or one. I'm not certain.
This is a big flank timing on A right now from Benji. He needs his team right now to create some sort of pressure. It gives him an opening. He still has to break this door, but if his team...
Oh my god! Shot in the dark and it lands! 3 ends! I mean, it feels like he can't miss.
Still, the team needs to...
Are they going towards...
They're expecting a rotation by Sentinel
Then Benji from the sidelines.
after
While all the
killing
chaos is
John
happening.
Cutie.
But Saucy,
But because they already have Zekken in, like,
It's correct. It's
Sen, they know they can just stack on A.
just got posted towards main, trying to offset the tempo.
Oh, nice. That's a huge kill. This one too. And this is found. Utility in hand. Okay, that's OT secure.
He might have to bow out and give them 12
That's
here.
5 rounds in a row for Sentinel.
So devastating about knowing what's about to happen and being unable to stop it.
Zekken, it's so important for him to keep this Vandal,
He
not
has
to get
to.
hunted down. If he can stay alive, he can drop another Vandal to his teammates. They're dry for cash. 0 credits on 3 of the players. This Vandal, it's the only saving grace for Sentinels right now. Otherwise, they're packing up and going home. Team Heretics knows this. They're on the hunt. They don't want Zekken to get away with this weapon. They have the economy. They can go and try to take this. But also, it's the mental aspect. Hunting down that last player, getting that kill, the psychological effect on it. Rien's. Okay.
Nice.
The only agent you can really do that on.
I mean, it's what they need though, and we've got to look at the buy they're coming in with here, Josh. What do they have?
So he buys a Vandal, he drops that over. He had all of his abilities, he kept his shields. So that means tens. The 2 players on the team that are basically getting kills. I mean, Zekken's got more kills than the rest of the team combined almost.
Yeah.
Tens has, you know, as many kills as the other 3 as well.
You can feel it in the atmosphere in here. The crowd knows. And so it begins. Zekken, we ask a lot of you now. Same with Tens. For Sentinels to live for another round, it has to be here. It has to be now. But we're on the trade. Oh, this could be all but over. Zekken, all on his shoulders, and he's still standing. He's still fighting.
But the space found by Miniboo.
It's not ready to go home.
Maybe there's still a chance on this one, because look at the backspace here. Saucy creeping closer. They're gripping into this. They are clawing into this. If Saucy can find impact. But Boo's reading it.
Boo's waiting for it.
Turned around. Boo might know what's going on. Saucy, he's got himself a rifle. He can back away. Now, the space is getting filled here. You're looking at where Zekken's going, where he's pathing.
Yeah, it's just Boo's.
Oh, that timing on Miniboo and Zekken.
Not ready to go home yet. He wants this.
Yeah, but who gets the timing? Zekken waiting. Just turned around. And is that enough for the crowd? You can see them double checking now. They're still going to know. Zekken, are you the man to step up to the plate here? And once again, we ask, can the man become the monster that he did before?
Oh my god, that fucking timing.
Saucy's still in a very defensive position. He might be aware of this.
It's over.
Traditionally, you might ask for players to play together, stick towards similar situations. But has Zekken read this right?
Look at that ping, where that spike needs to get planted, where they can actually protect the spike carrier. But Zekken knows it's going to be B. He's going to come in. He's not going to be able to deny this. But he has space and timing right now.
Yeah, Saucy has to navigate and try and avoid the likes of Boo potentially
Saucy.
lingering, lurking around. He's trying to draw them in, give them a chance, give them an idea, a concept. And again,
Found 2.
shot keeps his life alive. Zekken now stepping towards the site, taking another couple of strides too in this round. We asked so much of him. He answered before. No, he answered again, the third. 2 more to find, and they're so low. Oh my God, from the absolute clutches of death. How can we do this? Oh, he misses.
Holy shit.
Final moments. Heretics burn Sen City to the ground.
Yeah, that ultimate was over.
I knew it was possible on Abyss for Team Heretics to do it, but in style like this, Zekken tried dragging his team to the finish line. 26 kills in the end of the game there, and almost a 2 versus 5 almost.
You
to
can't
keep
say,
them alive.
You can't say he didn't try.
You can't.
He tried so goddamn hard.
That random crouch at the end, the knives, the daggers, missing. Just one needed to connect to keep them in the game. And Sentinels tried so well, so hard. but Heretics showing a side of them, a resilience we haven't seen.
I have to say, to the team on the screen, the Sentinels, people said they were done, they were overrated, they didn't deserve it. People can say nothing now. They put up an exceptional performance from start to end in this tournament. They should have their heads held high. But on the other side, Heretics suffered defeat at their hands, sending them on a downward trajectory before. Now, they stand tall with another chance to make it all the way to the end.
As they bow on the stage there, a little clap and a wave, they look happy, elated about how they did it, not that they did it.
It doesn't even look like it's sunk in with them yet. That sheer adrenaline still running the highs and lows of competition. I mean, you saw what it means to Heretics, a young side. They stand so proudly on that stage after an exceptional performance. I mean, even we doubted the veto, I think rightly so. And they proved us wrong, they proved many wrong. Re-ends. Jeez, Josh, I mean, at the end of that map, that final map there, Re-ends absolutely thrived.
Heretics, they are known for some of their playstyle, but Sentinels, they rely on these big swing moments from these clutch X-Factor players.
Yeah.
The only clutch X-Factor players that I saw on the server today, outside of Zekin and Tens in some moments, was Heretics. Starting with that Boo Icebox play, hiding behind the box, and then it re-ends. Woot, Benji taking turns, and Mini Boo as well, turning the pace up, turning up that tempo.
And to even take it away from the players, saw him there in a moment for a second, it was Weber, it's Niels. Credit to them too. They revitalized this side to an extent where they could take Sentinels in maps, in new compositions, in ways we did not expect. That is an incredibly impressive feat in a very short amount of time.
And we're looking at the end score of a 2-1, the Haven lost.
Yeah.
But that Haven game was closer than the scoreline gives it.
Absolutely.
We saw both pistols going in the way of Sentinels. We saw them winning a big round off the back of a rifle in Classics. Heretics were on the back of it. Yes, it's the coaches bringing these new ideas and the team buying into it, doing it together. Finding the groove and rhythm as well was so important for these guys. Once they realized that they were down on the ropes, they start fighting back and swinging. All of the players finding that confidence to start taking these
That
duels.
fucking high click is unbelievable.
Just seeing the reactions there, it feels like relief in a way as well, because again, Sentinels are a very punishing opponent. They don't give you many chances. You don't get many of those opportunities. So to see them there, it felt like it was sinking in as they was taking the bow at the front almost for Heretics. So an incredible series, and God only knows how it goes from this point onwards, but what an absolute belting matchup. But it doesn't stop there. We have to hear from Miniboo, who'll be joining us for the Verizon post-match interview down on the stage.
Hello everyone, welcome down to the stage. I'm standing here with Team Heretics Miniboo. Now congratulations Miniboo! 미니부 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 역전승으로 센티널을 꺾고 이렇게 오늘 하루 살아남았는데요. 보는 저희는 심장마비 걸릴 것 같기도 하고 좀 재밌기도 했는데 직접 경기 치른 미니부 선수는 어떻게 느꼈는지부터 물어보도록 하겠습니다. What a match today. You sent Sentinels home. You live to see another day. A little bit of a hard, our heart stopped beating. For a little bit, for the fans and for the viewers. Mostly a fun match, but how fun was it for you? And, more of a stressful match? What can you tell us about the game today?
I mean, Sentinels are a very strong opponent, and it's always a banger game against them. I think we're like really similar teams, like in some cases, and today we started off shaky, first two maps, and then we took our souls and we managed to come back and carry that through the third map and start with dominating the series. I mean the map.
워낙 센티널을 만나면 좀 힘든 경기를 치렀기도 하고 그리고 사실 두 팀이 좀 비슷한 부분이 굉장히 많았기 때문에 이번 경기가 특히나 힘들었던 것 같다고 얘기를 하고요. 1, 2세트 좀 부족하기는 했지만 그래도 2세트 후반부터 흐름을 찾아가면서 3세트 이렇게 일방적인 경기를 가져갈 수 있었다고 얘기를 했습니다. 그리고 사실 요즘 미니부 선수에게는 좀 쉽지만은 않은 시간이었을 것 같은데 그래도 어떻게 이렇게 중요한 순간마다 흔들리지 않고 좀 팀에게 도움이 될 수 있는 선수가 될 수 있었는지도 물어보도록 할게요. So this year, overall, you guys had a lot of changes with the roster, also differences in the play style that we noticed. In the beginning of the year, it was more focused on, you know, the team setting you up for success. Now you guys have so many win conditions. Sometimes you have to make those sacrifices for the teams as well. So a lot of changes that you had to adapt to. So how tough was it for you to get used to those changes, and how do you think that helps you grow as a player?
I mean, we didn't change anything. We just played the game to our fundamentals, and we focused on the fundamentals. But obviously, we had like changes with Party starting the season, then Wood coming back, then Party coming with we make roster changes. So obviously, different players will play differently, and like we just have to adapt and like come play and just focus on our fundamentals. Like we didn't change anything like major or something. We tried to play like the same kinda, you know. Like, but yeah, we kept up the stamina throughout the whole year, and yeah, here we are in the like top 3 in the champions.
사실 기본적인 부분이 많이 바뀐 게 아니라 로스터 변화로서 팀이 좀 컬러를 많이 체인지하다 보니까 뭐 파티크 선수가 이번에 올해 초에 미니부 선수 대신 들어오기도 했었잖아요. 그렇기 때문에 좀 그런 부분 때문에 팀의 스타일이 바뀐 것 같지만 기본적으로 미니부 선수를 어떻게 활용하는지는 이 미니부 선수가 느끼기에 크게 바뀌지 않아서 그래서 계속해서 좀 에너지를 북돋아가면서 좀 기운이 떨어지지 않게 이 분위기를 유지해가는 게 제일 중요했고 그리고 이렇게 좀 꾸준히 좋은 결과를 만들어낼 수 있는 비결이었다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그럼 마지막으로 레비안탄을 상대하게 되는 각오 들어보도록 하겠습니다. Lastly, you guys are facing Leviathan, so anything you'd like to say to them?
Okay, you know what time it is? To play a very good game together, you know, like 5v5, no diffing, everything is good, just play strategical, let's have a great time and have fun. It's calm, you know, like no trash talk before.
오케이. 트래시 토크 하지 않을 거고 그냥 정중하게 어른 대 어른으로 5대5 게임을 하면서 좋은 경기 보여주고 또 좋은 전략 보여주면서 너무 혼란스러운 경기가 되지 않으면 좋을 것 같다는 미니브 선수의 얘기였습니다. 이렇게 해서 미니브 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you, 미니브.
Let's go!
Let's go!
Let's go! Team Heretics, they survive another round. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with Kakuga and a very special guest. It is Rians. First of all, huge congratulations. Second of all, how was it to play against Sentinels in front of a crowd like this?
It was really amazing. We played them in Madrid. We played against them, but there was no crowd at all. I'm not gonna lie. But here it was so fun. Like they had a lot of supporter, I'm not gonna lie, but I think we had a lot of supporter as well. So like whenever there is something in the game, everyone was like screaming and we could hear them in game. So it was really fun, and like I like the feeling of knowing that I'm playing LAN and hearing the crowd. That's what makes me happy.
The great atmosphere, right? You feel it, you feel it. I want to quickly talk about that last round because Zekken was doing his goddamn best, it felt like. He was trying to kind of get Sentinels back into it. And then that very last moment when he kind of jumped around the corner with those knives, what were the comms like on your team? Did you guys know how many HP he had? He had the knives. How did everything kind of unfold?
So it was 3v2, and then things happened, people dead, and then Wood was 1v2. And then Wood killed Sova, and we instantly told him that he has ult, because he didn't have ult, but after killing Sova, he got ult. But when he was about to ult, Zeka just updrafted, and in my mind I said, okay, GG, because Wood kinda had no gun in his head, but he just whiffed the right click, so Wood just killed him. Yeah, we didn't know how much HP he has, by the way. So.
Okay. Okay, I have several questions. I'll go easy into hardest. First of all, are you tired right now? Yes. Because you had a break. Okay. Because you know, especially when I think about China and how you got to the final, it looked like you lost a little bit of steam, and especially with how the first map went on today, with you coming in with a different idea and everything that I'm sure we'll touch on. From now on, it's just going to be a limit test, a stress test for you. Tomorrow, you have to play the lower final. Do you think you have what it takes to make it again to that grand final?
I mean, first of all, I think like even though everyone is tired in the team, it's not gonna affect us tomorrow because like when you're on stage, you just fight because it's the last tournament of the year, so we have nothing to fight for after that. So we need to give like 100% every person in the team. So tomorrow you will just fight. Yeah.
Yeah, and let's talk about we have to say goodbye to Sentinels, unfortunately, but this Sentinels game, we're gonna rewind back to the first map because it was so long ago. It feels like that Haven comp.
Explanations.
Talk to
Explanations. Riens, you're one of the best, if not the best, Sova in the world.
Yeah,
Okay.
talk to us.
Okay, all I'm gonna say, that comp worked 100% like every prac, and we were playing so good. But in official, some comps are not easy to play because you have like set strats, you know, like the comp is all about playing post plant and kind of like, yeah, just post plant. So if you can't cook in game, you know, like if you can't cook, if you don't have enough communication, you will just follow the like strat book, and then if you can't shoot, like you will panic. And I think that's what happened to us, kinda, because we had a playbook, it was good, it was working every single prac, but in official, it didn't go well. So, and we couldn't cook in the game as a like
Unlucky.
as a team. Nobody was giving some good calls, you know. Like I'm not talking about Boo, by the way. Like in our team.
God, I
everybody
fucking
needs to
hate the
do their
cook
job,
shit,
you know?
like-
But nobody was doing.
Do you think that's what happened for
Everybody
Sentinels
is
as well?
like
Because they're a
cooking,
big
cook,
similar
cook,
situation.
cooking,
You
cook.
guys maybe,
Like,
I
shut the
suspect in
fuck
their
up,
prac, that
man.
comp maybe went really well. Maybe they kind of were confident on Abyss, but they've never played that map before. How big of a risk do you think they took?
I mean, I think it's really risky move by them because we played that map a lot, even with different comps, you know. So we kind of understand the logic of the map in officials because pracs and officials completely different things. So, like, if they confident in pracs, it's not gonna be same in officials if they like choke kinda. So we knew how to play the map. Comp doesn't matter. I think we like the map as a team. Everybody likes the map. So yeah.
Yeah, it was a great showing. Let's take a look at the bracket because we've got 3 teams left now. We started the day with 4, only 3 remain.
Congrats on the top 3.
You are going to face a familiar opponent. First of all, what happened last time? How do you turn this around in a best of 5 as well?
Last time we played them, we had the advantage actually. Like we kind of choked on ice packs. We were losing 1-7, I remember, and then the map was 11-8 to us. Like we had the great advantage there, but we couldn't keep our composure. You know, like they just come back again and then they beat us. And then the second map, I don't remember anything. I'm not gonna lie. So this time, I believe that we will play so much better because kind of these tournaments, like we learn every single lose. You know, in Shanghai, that's what happened. We lost games, we learned. We win games, we still learned. You know, we fixed our mistakes. So we lost again against them. It doesn't matter. We learned, and then tomorrow I think it's gonna be a good game. I'm really confident.
Yeah, I'm confident in you guys as well. Very quickly before we wrap everything up, Paddy, he's here. What happened? How did you guys bring him, and how does it feel when you saw him?
We had a reaction video of this. I was like so shocked. I think every single person in our team was shocked because we didn't know he gonna come, and there was a story that I actually tried to bring him. Like I was trying to talk to our manager, like can we bring Patty in grand final? He will be like so happy and it's gonna be good for us because he deserves this, you know. Like through the year he worked hard with us and he deserved to be here with us. And then my manager first said, okay, we're gonna ask the team and then we will see. And then 1 day passed, 2 days passed, he ignored kinda. And then when I asked him, can we ask the team? And he said no. But it was already locked in. It was already booked flight and everything. So he kinda wanted to make us a surprise. And I also messaged Putty as well. I said, bro, I tried my chance, but they don't let you come, blah, blah. But they were already locked in.
They all knew. They were colluding behind you. But thank you very much, Rians. Congratulations once again today. Good luck tomorrow as well in that best of 5. Thank you, Kukuka, too, for being here. We do have another game tomorrow. It will be a best of 5 between Team Heretics and Leviathan. Have a lovely rest. You guys are home. Join us tomorrow, and we'll see you then. This is for a shot at the grand
So
final.
tomorrow we
and of
have
course the opportunity to
Leviathan
make history. What an
Heretics.
achievement it would be for Leviathan and EDG after
Banger
the year
game.
they have had.
Smokes are keeping them all obfuscated. Kong able to find a second, but Mazzino takes out nobody. Mazzino takes out everyone.
That's a best of 5, right?
Wayside. In the pit, just staying hidden where possible. And Mazzino, he catches a stray on
It
the
is.
Kong will be able to put down King, but Ospas with his own knives is starting to
No,
take
it's not.
things down.
Wait.
Swap over Ospas a little bit faster
Yeah, it
on the
is.
draw.
So we at
Brings him
least
onto the corner, the shorty.
have 3
He takes
games,
him down.
right?
Ospas dead. Shorty at the ready, and Kong gets the fadeaway double pump. Calm is dead. Your flush against the pit, pushes up, finds 2, and now it is all in Mazzino. But he's been spotted, dealt with, and it cannot happen. Smoggy will be able to come up with 2 here for his squad, but Tex finds 3. 16 to 14, Lev pushed to the limit on Icebox, but once again, they get the win. Onto the spike. Looking for the counter spray through, and they manage to find them both. Smoggy just barrel stuffs Tex. The swing onto the corner, a bit of damage going to be done, and now Smoggy able to isolate and just pick them all apart. But his teammates can realize this, and there's nothing more that Ospas can do. He's out of line of sight. He's outdone him in every possible way. 13-4, EDG answer back in a monstrous way. Push up into the smoke, and Chichu comes to the rescue, keeps Simon alive and well.
Chichu,
An attempt
motherfucker.
here at the no-scope, but they hound him down. Finds its mark, looks for another quick peek, quick shot, quick death, and Ospas catches him right in the rear. Huntersberry opened up, looking for the interrupt here on the plant. The re-swing, the re-snap. The backside is being built up, but Smoggy cleans up 2. Simon gets calm, and in the blink of an eye, 13 to 11. It is history continuing to be made as EDG takes China further and further beyond our expectations, further than they have ever been before.
They might both think they are the lower bracket on Demons, but they could only be one. The loser will be eliminated today.
The time ticking, they gotta make a move right here,
Perfect.
right now. The timing is perfect. The synergy is off the charts, and Sentinels are never out of it. Look at that deadly little duo. You don't want that. You don't want that. It's tens all day. Oh,
Go for the night.
do it. Why not? Why not? It is you, Tens. He's him. He's absolutely him. Yeah, and they got to try and
Does he
face
get
the music. Mini Boo gets away with robbery. Boo then
No way.
swings. Back to back impact for Boo. And Tens waiting. They got so close, but it's Boo closing the gap. Great shot. Oh, but Tens, you gotta keep this man in mind. Map 1 is in the books. You put him on a big stage. They just keep stepping up. Miniboo waiting, but the flash is perfect. It's on the money, and Tens is doing damage. Big players making big plays in big games, and now Benji is doing nothing but die.
Nice! The Terminator's in the server!
Doesn't even need to see them, just knows where to spam. He plays his life well here. They'd love to take him away. He's not letting him. Beautiful. Yeah, he's creeping towards Maze, but Tens knows this. But does he know who he's up against? Benji Fishy! 5 bullets. He's hunting. He's looking, and he can't get him in time. Heretics, they've given us a game. Taking him down, but the trade is there. Rien's gonna remove Zelsis, gorgeous.
Wait, they can
from
spam the
Rien's.
pickup. They're gonna
Looking
find a third.
He closes the gap, and now suddenly they're looking for more. They're trying to find the remaining
Here's
man.
4.
Rienz, who's here? Rienz is waiting. And we know what can happen.
free
Rienz
take.
just racking on body after body. Trying to step forward, up from heaven is Benji. It's Rienz, it's Boo, and Zekken has to ace. Boo needs to check his Zekken! Breaking in now, can't get a follow-up, can't get consecutive kills, and Wu digging in his heels. Conscious of death! How can we do this?
Oh, he misses!
In the final moments, Heretics burn Sen City to the ground!
time to lay down the
Damn.
hammer. Good luck for you, my friend.
Oh yeah, I am a golden boy. Altın çocuk.
In Valorant, it's kind of different. Like every team can beat each other.
I just wanna go there and play in the stage. Can't stop thinking about it. Having more people there in the crowd sharing is like more fun. I think it's gonna be insane.
Just a zero and go there.
Okay, see you tomorrow for the games, I guess. Heretics, big one. At least 3 games, so. But yeah, let's see tomorrow. I have Heretics winning the whole thing, so I think Heretics should come back and beat Leviathan, then beat EDG in the grand final. That would be good for my pickings, but we'll see. Honestly, that tournament has been like very good. A lot of upsets, a lot of very good games, not a lot of storms. Outside of the second map today for EDG LEV and shit like that, but yeah, very good. Kinda makes you want more tournaments. Right, cause Madrid is really small. Shanghai was very good. Then there is the fucking stage 2 slump in the summer. Wait, there is a fucking... Let me check the fucking agent review. Quick. Just a quick one. Boom. So it's vibes. So it's another Korean agent.
Highly capable and extremely dangerous.
I don't know where she's
What
from.
they're able to do, it's like they're some kind of monster. You ready for anything?
Sounds fun. I'll take the front.
Of course. And I'll be right behind you.
As if you could keep up.
She kinda has a Viper vibe to her.
A little lesson for you and your friends. Don't chase something you aren't prepared to catch. So spirited. But
So it's a sentinel, like you place shit down.
hopelessly predictable.
She's like a Killjoy Cypher type of shit.
Well, come on out then.
Absolute cinema. So I guess you have like a disarm ability or some shit. Because we keep seeing the fucking...
Let's talk.
We keep seeing her vines like catch weapon. So I'm assuming that she has like a disarm ability. Which could be fun. But I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna look for more stuff and like watch it. Because if she is a good like Cypher Killjoy type agent, I'm definitely gonna play her at some point. Anyways. Damn. That's gonna be it for today. I'll see you tomorrow. And yeah. Bye-bye. Stay safe and bye-bye.
Twisted little indiscretion.